do what we must to save lives. On average, 90 people a day die from gun violence. That's 33,000 people a year. And common sense gun safety measures to take on the gun lobby, like the ones that Gabby and Mark are promoting as they travel around our country, have to be implemented. I have pledged I will do whatever I can, as I have for many years, to make it clear that there are a lot of big, powerful interests in our country that we have to take on, but we cannot ignore the overwhelming power of the gun lobby, what they do to intimidate elected officials, and the agenda that Gabby and Mark have laid out that I've endorsed really is a common sense one for comprehensive background checks and closing loopholes, ending the unprecedented immunity from liability for gun makers and sellers, making sure people on the no-fly list don't get to buy guns in America, and 92% of Americans support this. 85% of gun owners support this. This is a big difference in this campaign because, as Mark said, I have been standing up relentlessly, calling out the gun lobby and doing what I can to penetrate the fear, the acquiescence, the intimidation that too many elected officials feel in the face of their threatening political retaliation. So I want, again, to thank two extraordinary Americans for what they've already done for our country and what they will continue to do. Thank you both so much. I'm very happy to be back here in Derry, a place that I've had some good times in before. Happy to see Carol Shea Porter, the former and future member of Congress. And, you know, I come here well aware of the fact that a lot of political pundits have been opining, as political pundits do, that I should have just skipped coming to New Hampshire. Because, well, you know, their argument is, and it's got some strength to it, their argument is, look, you're behind here, I am. You're in your opponent's backyard. New Hampshire always favors neighbors, which I think is neighborly. And, you know, maybe you should have just moved on to some of these other states where everybody says you've got big leads and all of that. I have to tell you, I just could not ever skip New Hampshire. I cannot even imagine not being here, not being in settings like this, and where I was yesterday in Nashua, where I'll be, you know, later today and the day after. So I'm going to be out here making my case, answering your questions, doing everything I can to persuade you to come out and vote next Tuesday. Because I really do believe so much is at stake in this election. And when you strip it all away, the most important thing is to prevent the Republicans from taking back the White House. On any list of what we should try to accomplish in this election, that is so far above everything else because it will determine whether we continue to make progress together, whether it is abruptly interrupted, whether we have it ripped away, and we go back to the failed policies that Republicans always try to inflict on America. I just can't, in good conscience, do anything other than to fight as hard as possible to meet with and listen to as many people as I can reach, because I know what will happen here at home and around the world. If we wake up the day after the election in November to discover that the Republicans have succeeded President Obama. You see, I know, and it's easily proved, that our economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House, that we expand the circle of rights and opportunities for more Americans when we have a Democrat in the White House. And the Republicans offer nothing more than what has been a string of failures over the last years. All you have to do is look at the records of our two most recent Democratic presidents to know exactly what I'm talking about. My husband fought through a lot of political challenges to end up after 8 years with an economy that produced 23 million new jobs and incomes rose for everybody. That took an enormous amount of political and personal effort, but it was worth it. Not just people on the top, middle-class families, working families, poor people. More people were lifted out of poverty in those 8 years than at any time in recent history. And we ended up with a balanced budget and a surplus. And then along came the Republicans again. And the fact is, if you wish to share this with your friends, they might find it of interest, that our country's 4 times more likely to have a recession with a Republican in the White House. And, you know, like with so much else, under President Bush, it was a recession on steroids. The worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. When President Obama took office, we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. We ended up losing 9 million jobs. 5 million homes were lost, and $13 trillion in family wealth wiped out. That is still such an emotional trauma for so many families who I talk with. Families who cashed out retirement accounts, sold or lost houses, got rid of a second car they thought they could afford, took on extra hours at work, did everything they could not to drown in the economic calamity that they were presented with. Now, I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for helping to dig us out of the ditch that the Republicans put us in the first place. But now it's up to us. Now we have to decide whether we are once again persuaded by the claims of the Republicans to give them another chance, or whether we stay on this hard path that we have walked together and go further and get more economic opportunity, more good jobs. That is what I believe we can and must do. That's why I talk about what I would do as president for more infrastructure jobs, more manufacturing jobs, more clean energy jobs, more support for small business, raising the minimum wage, guaranteeing equal pay for women's work. All of that together will give more Americans the chance, once again, to get ahead and stay ahead. That's the American basic bargain that I was raised with, that I believe in. Now, there are a lot of forces arrayed against us doing this. If it were easy, it would have already been done. You got to get 60 votes in the Senate for legislation. You got to figure out how to deal with a recalcitrant Tea Party-dominated House. You have to figure out how you push progress forward in a way that it doesn't get knocked back by a 5-4 vote in the Supreme Court. You've got to stand up against the powerful moneyed interests who never give up trying to have their own way. And we've got lots of examples of that. I have so many that just really infuriate me, and I know they infuriate you. You know, the company, Johnson Controls, that we all, every one of us in this room, bailed out in 2008 because they made auto body parts. And the auto industry was on the brink of collapse because of the Great Recession. And the Republicans said, let them die. All those jobs, from the auto factories to the supply chain companies to the auto dealers, just let them die. And President Obama and the Democratic Congress said, we can't lose all those millions of more jobs. So we all, the American taxpayer, we all gave the auto companies and the suppliers a bailout. And you know what? It turned out to be a good investment. They paid it back. They paid it back ahead of time. And just this past year, the American auto industry had one of the best years it's had in a lot of years. And that's all to the good. But here's what I want you to know. One of the companies that benefited, Johnson Controls, they decided, after we rescued them, that they didn't want to pay the taxes they owed to our government. So just last week, they announced they're going to pretend to sell themselves to a company in Europe. They're going to pretend to move their headquarters to Europe to avoid paying taxes to the government and people that made them a success in the first place and then saved them from collapse. There's something deeply wrong, my friends, when that can happen. It's called, under the tax law, an inversion. I call it a perversion. And we're going to end that kind of gaming, that walking away from responsibility that this company is demonstrating. But it's not just that corporation. Look at what some of the pharmaceutical companies are doing. They are run by hedge fund guys and speculators. They form for the purpose of buying up other small drug companies to get a hold of drugs that people need to stay alive or for a good quality of life. Then they increase the cost. A company called Turing Pharmaceuticals bought a little company that made a drug that was essential to keep AIDS patients alive, to fight a parasitic infection. It went from $7.50 a pill to $750 a pill. Another company, Valiant Pharmaceuticals, same strategy. No new money, no new drugs, no new research. Buy up an already existing company, take that asset, that drug people need, and increase the cost so badly. I met a woman in Iowa last week who had been paying the same for her 10 shots that she had to have every month, $20 a shot, since 1988. And then all of a sudden, Valiant comes in, buys up the little company. Now she's being asked to pay $14,000 a month for the same shots. That's predatory pricing. That's something we have to go after in order to prevent companies like that from taking advantage of and hurting people. So we've got to stand up against this kind of greed and this effort to really undermine how the economy should work and how we expect companies to behave in America. So it's not just all about Wall Street. I know there's been a lot of talk about that in this election, as there should be, because what happened back in 07, 08 did wreck Main Street. We all agree with that on the Democratic side. The Republicans don't. They actually say the most ridiculous things, like the problem was not too little regulation, it was too much. Well, like everything else, they've got it exactly backwards. So what we have to do is be smart about how we prevent that from ever happening again. There's no disagreement between myself and Senator Sanders about that. In fact, we both agree that if any bank poses a systemic risk to our economy, they should be broken up. I've said that repeatedly. No bank is too big to fail, no executive too powerful to jail. But I go further. Because here's what I want you to know. The authority to actually break up a bank was already passed and signed by President Obama. That's not something a president has to do in order to get the tools. It's something that has to be done, implemented, if the conditions merit it. What I worry about is what we haven't already passed in law. That's why I've put forward a tougher, more comprehensive and effective approach to sweep in all the bad actors. Because remember, back in 07, 08, it wasn't just big banks. It was an insurance company called AIG. It was an investment bank called Lehman Brothers. It was a mortgage company called Countrywide. And it was a smaller bank called Wachovia. If all you do is keep your eyes looking at the last problem, you miss what may be coming right at you, the shadow banking sector. So Paul Krugman and Barney Frank and others have said, what I'm proposing would actually help to stop, prevent, and punish, if necessary, any of these other financial institutions. But the thing that I'm most proud of about my plan, I am really proud of my plan that it is driving the Republicans and Wall Street crazy. They have already spent $6 million running ads against me, trying to convince Democrats in New Hampshire not to support me. Now, if you were of a somewhat skeptical frame of mind, you might ask yourself, well, why would two hedge fund billionaires start a super PAC to run ads against Hillary Clinton? Or maybe, why would Karl Rove go collect money from financial interests to run ads against Hillary Clinton? Why would another billionaire jump in to run ads against Hillary Clinton? I think it's because they know that I know how to stop them from ever hurting us again, and they know that I will actually be able to do it when I am president. You know, I have been very proud of the campaign that we've run on the Democratic side, and I really appreciate the contributions and the energy that Governor O'Malley brought to the contest. I've known him a long time. He was an excellent governor, mayor of Baltimore, and has a great future. And now it's Senator Sanders and myself in the arena. And I want to keep it on issues. I want to keep it on the contrast between us, our experience, our records, our ideas, and the results that we have gotten and can get. So I was a little disappointed, to be honest, yesterday. It was kind of a low blow when Senator Sanders said, in response to a question, well, you know, maybe she's a progressive on, you know, some days. So I thought to myself, I think it was a good day for progressives when I helped to get 8 million kids health care under the Children's Health Insurance Program. And I think it was a good day for progressives when I joined with colleagues in the Senate to stop George W. Bush from privatizing Social Security. And it was another good day when I went to Geneva to speak out on behalf of gay rights and Beijing to speak out on behalf of women's rights. And there have been a lot of good days when I have stood with friends like the Brady campaign and Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly to take on the gun lobby relentlessly, persistently. There were some good days for progressives when Planned Parenthood and the Human Rights Campaign and unions representing 11 million workers endorsed me because we've been fighting the progressive fight and getting results for people for years. So I hope we keep it on the issues, because if it's about our records, hey, I'm going to win by a landslide on Tuesday. One of the other issues that we have a difference on that I think is important for people to think about is health care. You know, before it was called Obamacare, it was called Hillary Care because, as you might remember, we worked really hard to get universal coverage back in 93 and 94, and the drug companies and the insurance companies beat us. And I don't know who some of these special interest executives, lobbyists, activists talk to. They sure don't talk to the people I talk to. Part of the reason I'm so passionate about getting us to universal coverage is because I've met with so many families who have been just overcome, bankrupt, distraught at not getting the health care they needed for themselves, particularly their kids. You know, in 93, when I was traveling around the country listening to folks about how to make the case for universal health care coverage, I was in Cleveland at the Children's Hospital there, and I was meeting with parents who had very ill children. And I was sitting in a conference room, and they were telling me their stories, which are so hard for anybody, but particularly, you know, as a mother, now as a grandmother, to sit there and listen to. And one man just stuck in my head because he said to me, he said, look, I have means. I'm successful. I could buy insurance. They won't sell it to me. He said, I've gone from place to place talking to everybody. He said, I have 2 daughters with cystic fibrosis. I need health insurance. I said, what do they say to you when you tell them that? He said, well, I'll tell you what my last conversation was. He said, I was sitting there explaining what I needed, and the man just looked at me and he said, you don't understand. We don't insure burning houses. And this man had tears in his eyes, and he looked at me and he said, they called my little girls burning houses. So when we got beat, I decided at the very least, if we couldn't get everything, let's really get something big. And that's when I went to work on the Children's Health Insurance Program, and that's when we got health insurance for 8 million kids. And that's the kind of constant, persistent effort that making progress in America demands. And that's why I was thrilled when President Obama was successful in getting the Affordable Care Act passed, because I know probably better than anybody how hard that was. And I knew, too, what a difference it would make. Insurance companies would no longer be able to tell any father, like the one I met, sorry, you can't have insurance. You've got pre-existing conditions. Young people would be able to get on their parents' policies and stay on them till they were 26. Women would not be paying more for our insurance than men, which had been the pattern. Lifetime limits would no longer stop you from continuing the care you needed for chronic and critical conditions. So when the Republicans keep trying to repeal it, as they do, we know what the alternative they're offering is: back to the insurance companies, back to the way it was. Strip away those new rights that have been given to the American people. We can't let that happen. We have to improve the Affordable Care Act. We have to make it work. We have to get costs down. And that's why I respectfully disagree with Senator Sanders. We have the same goal. We want to get to universal coverage. But he wants to start over. He wants to start another contentious debate that I believe would lead to gridlock. I don't think we can wait on that. I think our challenge is to make sure that now we have 90% coverage, we improve it, we get the cost down, we constrain the out-of-sight prescription drug costs, and we get to 100% coverage. And it is, to me, not just a worthy, but an essential progressive goal to do that. And it is a lot easier getting from 90 to 100% coverage than from 0 to 100% coverage, even if it's possible to do that. So when I look out at what's at stake in this election, I don't just think about, the statistics, 90% coverage, as good as that sounds. I think about that father. I think about the mother I met here in New Hampshire when I was pushing the Children's Health Insurance Program, whose son with all kinds of congenital heart problems couldn't get the kind of care that he needed on an ongoing basis. And then when I saw her some years later, she could tell me with tears in her eyes that, yes, now he has it. When I travel across New Hampshire and people know where I stand on the Affordable Care Act, they come thank me because of what it's meant to them and their lives. So my view on this is we have to keep pushing forward. We can't afford to wait. We can't afford gridlock because too much is at stake. And that's true on a wealth of issues. In education, we've got to get early childhood education more widely available so more kids can actually be better prepared for school. Now, can we do it all overnight? Probably not. But can we start a movement, a program, an effort that will lead to it? I believe we can. Can we move toward paid family leave? Absolutely, so that more families have the economic support they need to be able to work in this very competitive economy and take care of their families. Can we make college affordable? Absolutely. We can offer debt-free tuition and help with living costs. Under my plan, that's exactly what I will offer. And I'm well aware because young people come to my events and they say, I'm thinking of supporting your opponent because he's offering free college. I say, look, I want to make it affordable. I will not pay for Donald Trump's kids to go to college free on your tax dollars. Absolutely not. And I also will not tell colleges, universities, and states that the federal government is going to pay for college because then the costs will go up. We will never get ahead of trying to get costs down, which I expect colleges and universities to try to do, and I expect states to quit building so many prisons and put money back into higher education so that we can give more young people a chance to get ahead. And we're going to give everybody the opportunity to pay down their student debt so that they can begin to get relieved of this burden, to refinance their student debt, to get out from under it, and to move into an entirely new system where they are not paying 8, 9, 10, 11% interest rates, which is what I've heard right here in New Hampshire from young people who I talk with. So we've got to lift that burden because I think it is weighing down a lot of young folks. I really do. I had debt. I bet a lot of you had debt, but it was manageable. It wasn't the kind of burden that faces too many young people today. So we have work to do to make this economy produce more good-paying jobs with rising incomes. I'm the only candidate on either side who has made this pledge. My policies will raise your incomes. I will not raise middle-class taxes. It is not right. The middle class has not yet recovered from where we were before Bush's recession. A lot of people haven't even recovered the income they had when my husband left office because instead of continuing to build on it, it was knocked out from under people. So we've got to rebuild the middle class, provide more good jobs for people who are working, more ladders of opportunity for the poor. And we know how to do that if we've got the will and the leadership and the political agenda that can actually get it done. We also have to pay more attention to our rights. The Republicans want to restrict everybody's rights except gun owners, the best I can tell. And they do. And here's where I stand. I will defend a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, and I will fight against defunding Planned Parenthood, which is an essential health care system in America. I will defend marriage equality and work against discrimination against the LGBT community. I will defend voting rights. I will work to overturn Citizens United. It is corrupting our politics. I will continue to work for a comprehensive immigration reform plan with a path to citizenship. I will work for criminal justice reform and to end the era of mass incarceration. I will defend Social Security against privatization. These bad ideas the Republicans have just never go away. They keep coming back. You can hear it now with the candidates running. They're all saying things like, well, you know, we need to turn over the Social Security Trust Fund to Wall Street. Can you think of a worse idea? I mean, it just scares you to death to think about people saying that. But that's what they believe. They call Social Security a Ponzi scheme. So we have work to do to strengthen the Social Security Trust Fund, to make sure people who are not getting an adequate monthly income do. And we will address that. We also have to take care of our veterans. That means protecting and delivering on the benefits and services that our veterans have earned. I came here to Derry to roll out my veterans policy. It makes me so upset when veterans tell me they have problems with the VA, when they have problems getting their disability benefits processed. So I'm going to focus on that. We'll have a huge effort. I'll call in people who will be willing to give of their time to process that backlog, to get the VA working, producing the results that our veterans deserve. But I will not let the Republicans privatize the VA, which is really their underlying objective. You know, I also think it's important as you think about voting Tuesday to remember that you're voting for a nominee to be both president and commander-in-chief. And this is one of the most solemn responsibilities American voters have. Who can best keep us safe? Who understands the complex world in which we find ourselves? Who can make good things happen, not just stop bad things from happening? And I am very grateful that as an 8-year senator from New York, dealing with the challenges we faced after 9/11, as a Secretary of State for 4 years, I have a clear-eyed view of what America must do in the world today to make sure we are safe at home and around the globe, and we do what we can with our friends, our allies, and our partners. None of this is easy. Again, if it were, it would never get to the president's desk. I've spent many hours in the Situation Room puzzling over hard choices. I was there among the small group advising the president about whether or not to go after bin Laden. It was a tough call. His advisors were split. I thought, after reviewing the intelligence, after being briefed about the potential operations, it was a risk, but a risk worth taking. But I have to tell you, your stomach is in your throat the whole time. And the president had to leave the Situation Room and go make the final decision. There's a lot of talk in this campaign between Senator Sanders and myself about whether voters will vote with their head or their heart. Let me ask you to vote with both. Let me ask you to think about those values, those feelings, those hopes that really do come from our hearts. Think about the size of the hearts of the two people behind me. Nobody would have thought twice if they just retired to their home in Tucson and just enjoyed the love and life they share together with their wonderful dog. But it took heart. It took heart for them to decide that wasn't enough. You have to be led by your heart if you are in public life to try to help other people. That's what led me to go to work for the Children's Defense Fund. It led me to go door to door, not far from here in New Bedford, Massachusetts, trying to find kids with disabilities so we could make the case that they belonged in school. Led me to go by myself to Alabama undercover to try to find out what was happening as white communities shut the public schools to open up segregated academies and how we could stop that. It led me to go to South Carolina to try to get juveniles out of adult jails where they did not belong. It led me to be a legal services lawyer and to chair the Legal Services Corporation because it's fundamental to my belief in justice and equality that everyone should have access to a lawyer to defend themselves, to represent themselves. It's led me along my path, and I am grateful for it. But the heart has to be matched with your head. How do you take what you know, what you see, what you feel, and translate it into action in your life, in politics, in business, and any other kind of endeavor? So think about how we need to have more heart in America, more heart for each other, more heart for those who are suffering, who are left behind and left out, more heart for working folks who feel like they're not getting ahead, that the game is rigged against them, more heart for the people among us who still feel discriminated against because of their sexual orientation or their disability or their gender or their race or any other factor that should not be part of how they are viewed and treated. So we have a lot of work of the heart to do. But we also have to get things done if we're going to change our country, if we're going to build on the progress we've made and go into the future with confidence and optimism. I hope that New Hampshire, you will come on this journey with me, bringing both your hearts and your heads. Thank you all very much. I think we've got some time for questions. I think we've got some time for questions. If you have to leave, you've been so patient, but I want to be sure if we've got some time, I'll take some questions, and let me see. Let me start with this young woman right there. Wait, here comes a microphone. Here you go.
I just have a question about cybersecurity and keeping our technology safe.
Her question's about cybersecurity and keeping our technology safe. It's one of the most important challenges the next president's going to face, because the advances, the offensive advances by nation states that we know are very technically sophisticated, namely Russia, China, next level Iran, next level North Korea, are going to just accelerate. And we've already had incidents where we know Russia and China and Iran have gone after public information. North Korea, as you know, waged a cyber attack against a big film company. And so we first have to figure out how we create what would be an understanding with these nations that we will not tolerate their cyber theft and their cyber invasiveness, and we certainly would never, ever sit still for a cyber attack. That is in the process now to be worked on, to be understood. But here's the problem, and just think about this with me for a minute. A nation, even North Korea, has something to lose if they are retaliated against. They have infrastructure. They have assets. So the thinking has always been you can have mutual deterrence. They won't go too far. If they do, they know they will pay a big price. So we're kind of at a standoff. The real concern that a lot of cyber experts have are the non-state actors. The terrorist networks, the hacker networks, the criminal networks, who have nothing to lose. You know, they live in virtual reality, basically, and they are very hard to deter. So we have to be operating on both these levels at the same time, making it very clear to Russia, to China, not only that what their government does through various entities, but also if they outsource the work to hackers, they will also pay a price. And there finally was some legislation passed that gives us more ability to coordinate with the private sector, because our problem is this. Up until very recently, a lot of businesses didn't want to share information about cyber attacks. They didn't want that information to be in the public. They didn't want to acknowledge that customer accounts had been stolen, that they couldn't protect the information of their customers or their clients. So they were reluctant, but it's very difficult for the government to have the robust protection against cyber attacks unless we cooperate with the private sector, in part because some of the most important targets to protect are public-private targets, utility companies, for example, right? So this is going to be a constant concern of the next president, and I feel very strongly about it because I know not only what's in the public arena, but also the many, many, many attacks that had to be fended off all the time. And we have to do a better job internally. I mean, we lost an enormous amount of very important information under something called WikiLeaks and what Edward Snowden did and the like. So this is going to be, we've got to be doing a better job of getting our government working with the private sector and able to protect what we need to protect without going overboard. And that's always the hard line to walk. But it's a very important question. Yes, right there. Yes, sir. Here comes a microphone, slowly.
Hello. Hello. My name is Ben. You didn't mention on your list of rights that Americans have voting rights. Now, do you believe that the federal government has any business, anything they can do to help states, who of course set up their own elections, be more open to all of their citizens being able to vote?
Well, I always mention voting rights, so if I didn't today, that was an oversight, because I'm passionate about protecting voting rights. I can't believe here we are in 2016 and we're talking about the need to protect voting rights. I thought that was settled law. I didn't think we'd have to go back and once again try to make sure people's fundamental citizenship rights were protected. Yeah, I take it really seriously. I was in the Senate when we voted 98-0 to renew the Voting Rights Act. And I was appalled when the Supreme Court cut out the heart of the Voting Rights Act with Section 5. And then further appalled when states jumped on that opening and are doing as much as they can to suppress and limit the rights of voters. And they are taking aim at communities of color, people with disabilities, young people, the elderly, groups that apparently Republicans in a lot of these states would like to get out of democracy. They are afraid that if everybody in this country voted, which of course would be my goal, whatever the outcome, win or lose, everybody should vote, particularly young people. Win or lose, get out there and vote, be part of this process. But what Republicans are doing across the country is just tightening the restrictions. So I've been very vocal. I gave a speech at Texas Southern University where I was honored with the Barbara Jordan Award about the importance of making voting rights once again a very high agenda on our political priority list. And I will certainly push the Justice Department to intervene and support actions that are going on by plaintiffs or bring actions ourselves. We've got to nip this quick because it's going to erode the right of people to vote. I was talking with some friends of mine from some of the southern states that are coming up, and they're really worried because the new requirements are really chilling people. They're feeling nervous about it, or they're not sure how they're going to get that photo ID out in the country. And so there's a lot of really intentional efforts to try to suppress the vote, and we can't let that happen. That is fundamental to who we are. That's our Constitution. So I always say, okay, here we go. Here you go.
This is a light one. Who do you hope that you will be running against? Who do you hope the Republican will be to make it easier for you to get in?
Oh, you know, if I were really being clever today, I would say somebody with the hope that Republicans would vote against that person. But I don't know who they're gonna. I don't have a preference among the group. I think they are equally ill-suited to be the president of the United States. Yes, right there. Yeah. What? Yeah, that's, yep.
Hi, what's your plan for the advancement of women in the political field?
Wow, well, you know, I love being in New Hampshire because you have such a great record of electing women to top positions. And, you know, my friend, Jean Shaheen, is the only woman in American history who's been elected both governor and senator. So that's a really big deal. And obviously, I'm really proud of and supporting Maggie Hassan as she runs for the Senate to join Jean there. But I really do believe the best thing we could do to encourage more young women to think about politics is to elect the first woman president. I think that would be a really big deal. Okay, yes, right there.
Hi, I heard you speak earlier about George W. Bush's plan to privatize Social Security, and you all fighting against that. I just wanted to say thank you, because in 2008, I voted for you in the primaries because of your position on privatization of government employees. Your answer to AFGE was absolutely no, and I stand with you here today in 2016.
Thank you. You know, I just want to add to what she said. There is so much phony information about the benefits of privatizing government services. It very often costs more, produces less, creates more problems in accountability and supervising what goes on. And we've outsourced some services from our government that I don't think should ever be privatized. I'm against private prisons. I think that is a very slippery slope, and it's one of the reasons we've had such a big increase in incarceration, because if your profit depends upon getting somebody in that cell so you can get the daily stipend, you're gonna want more people to be in those cells. So I thank you for saying that. I do like the idea we've got to streamline government employees' work, and that is best done by listening to the government employees yourselves. People who can say, this would work, that would. When I was in the State Department, you know, I used to walk the halls asking people, what can we do better? How can we be more efficient? But I went to the people who were actually doing the jobs. I didn't bring in people from outside and have them spend a week and then come up with some, you know, idea. And I was pretty surprised, but delighted when Henry Kissinger said, I had managed the State Department better than any recent Secretary of State. Because when you manage people, when you want to get the most out of them, it's been my experience, you don't start out by scapegoating them, by pointing fingers at them. You say, here's our goals, our objectives. You have to be part of getting us there. So please tell me, what are your best ideas? And that's exactly what I will do as president. So let me go here first. This gentleman right there, and here right behind you. You've got a microphone.
Hi there. I wanted to say that in your event at Rochester, somebody mentioned that you were there, Eleanor, and I want to say to you that you are my Hillary, and thank you. Thank you so much for all the work you've done and for letting me stand here today. And because of you, I can walk down the aisle in October with my husband. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, that woman right there.
Hi, I'm the director of the Dairy Public Library here in town, and I wanted to ask a question about the digital divide.
About what?
The digital divide that exists in our country right now. Currently, public libraries are usually the place where people can access all sorts of technology, and as more of our lives move online, I'm going to take a breath here because I'm nervous. Things like job applications, housing, applying for insurance, things like that. How would you support libraries and help them bridge that digital divide?
You know, I have to tell you that this is a really important question on two levels. Number one, we do have a digital divide, and we haven't finished the job of getting high-speed internet connectivity in every part of our country. We have a lot of rural areas, a lot of inner-city areas that do not have affordable service. And today, without that service, you are really at a disadvantage, aren't you? So, number one, we've got to have a plan to connect up our country the way we did with electricity. You know, back in the 30s, it became clear electricity was going to be in the cities and in the suburbs and, you know, places where in rural areas we needed it, where there might be a big dam or there might be some other development. But a lot of the country was going to be left out, and that was the genius of the electrification plan that President Roosevelt started, and every president kept it going until finally we did not electrify the lower 48 of America until the late 1960s. It took that long. Why? Because there was no profit for private companies to go where there were so few people, and so it took a government push and a government backstop and program. So we've got to get our country connected up, and it puts us at a business disadvantage, an educational disadvantage, and as you rightly point out, a healthcare disadvantage, because if you don't have telemedicine, if you can't really connect well to get the information you need, you may not be as healthy. So that's one of the economic initiatives that I am very intent upon pushing. But the second part of your question is, we are still going to need public places where people can get information in the digital age. And there are no better places than libraries. And libraries are predominantly a local and, to some extent, state responsibility. But I think it is also something that it's in the federal government's interest in helping libraries stay modern, get equipment, get access to people. I can only speak for New York, where the public libraries are just jammed all the time. People going online for job applications, people learning English or another language. It's just a constant buzz of activity. So I'm a big library supporter, and I will look for ways to make sure that we have public places like libraries where people can go and access digital information. Yes, sir.
Madam, it's nice to see you again. Every time I see you, I call Madam President.
Thank you.
I do not have no question for you. But I'd like to say to the people in New Hampshire, you should be the next president. You are very smart, very smart. And you have a lot of experience. And Hillary Clinton, the next president, the people of New Hampshire and the United States, they should vote for you. America gonna be happy and better when you're gonna be the next president on the White House. And then I'm gonna come see you on the White House.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Wow. So many hands. Let me hold it for you. Here you go.
I am autistic, and I am very concerned about going to college. I've had a lot of transitions, and I didn't even know I could go to high school. They thought that I might have had to be homeschooled because of all the stress I go through. But in colleges, they don't have to follow IEPs. And I was also concerned because in the past I was able to follow a five-year plan, which allowed me to spread things out, but with the way that college tuitions are, that pressures you to push everything into a lot shorter of a span.
First of all, I am so happy you're here at this event with me. It really means a lot to me. And I'm also really delighted you're thinking about going to college. And congratulations about your success in high school. That was quite an accomplishment. I think that under my plan to get debt-free tuition and also to use funding to help defray some expenses, because that's one of the reasons lots of kids drop out. They actually can make the tuition, but then they can't afford a lot of the other expenses, so we have to deal on both sides there. I think working with your college, we could find a way for you to take your time and not have a big financial burden because of that. And first of all, I believe strongly that if you are ready to go to college and you want to go to college, we should do everything we can to help you be successful in college and have the opportunities that you have worked really hard for. And I am so grateful you're here, because you may have gone online. You know, I put out my plan about autism, and I think I'm the only candidate. I've cared about this a really long time and put out a plan actually back in '08, because we've got to start thinking about not only more research, what causes it, how we provide more services to deal with the consequences early, to try to give more young people a chance to really go as far as they can. We've got all of that in the plan, but also what happens as a young person like yourself gets older. What kind of educational, job, and housing opportunities? And the CDC says 1 out of every 68 kids in our country is somewhere on the autism spectrum. So this is not just, for some people. This is a problem that affects many, many American families. So I think we can deal with the college issue. And I want you to keep your sights set on going to college and succeeding. And then we're going to work to try to make life better for everybody who has any aspect of autism. Yeah.
I'm Haley's mom, and I was just wondering if I could get a picture with...
Yeah. As soon as I'm done, I'll come right here. We'll get a picture. Okay, that's a deal. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, right back there. This gentleman. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hello, my name is Gabriel, and I'm a volunteer with your campaign. And recently I met a woman who says that she has a balloon mortgage. I'd worked in real estate myself, and of course we all remember what happened in 2007, 2008 with mortgages. So the woman says she's a balloon mortgage, and she thinks she's going to lose her house in about 4 years, and she doesn't see any way out of it. She said no bank will help her. She's a teacher. I mentioned programs that help teachers with mortgages. She said she's not eligible for any of them with her income level. So I had suggested she actually come to speak to you, and she's not able to make it because of work. But she thinks that there are a lot of other people like her who are going to lose their home, and in several years, there could be another crisis with mortgages. So I wonder if there's anything we can do to help her, people like her, and of course prevent another crisis that could perhaps hurt our economy as well.
Yeah, I'm beginning to hear this again. I hadn't heard it for a couple of years, and there are several things that, and if you will meet with one of my campaign team, we'll follow up with you and maybe get you more information. But there are programs, there are ways to refinance. Obviously, I don't know anything about her particular situation, but we need to move quickly to try to save people's homes and get them into a more affordable payment schedule. And the real estate market in some parts of the economy is going back up, as you know. Not everywhere, but in some places. And there's more outside money, more investor speculator money, more foreign money that's coming in. And that was one of the contributing factors that led to our mortgage crisis last time, because they bundled mortgages and then literally sold them around the world so you could be living here in Derry, and by the time they finished selling it and spinning it, it would be held in some bank or some investment house's portfolio in Singapore. And there was then this total disconnect between the community you were living in, the actual person in the house, and the guys who held the paper. So we can't let that happen again. Back in 08, I talked a lot about this because I went to Wall Street and accused them of contributing to what I saw would be a financial problem. I never thought it would be as bad as it turned out to be, but I could see, what was happening. So we've got to get moving quickly to try to prevent that. If there's anything that can be done on behalf of this particular teacher, we'll talk to you and we'll try to see if there's any information that you don't know. You probably are more expert than we are, but at least we can try. Oh my goodness, okay. Oh, Mike, one more. Oh, that's horrible. All right, then you have to call on the person. Okay, back against the wall, is that who you're pointing at? Okay. All right, this young woman back right there. How do I feel about Donald Trump's proposal to have a registry on Muslims? I think it's one of the worst ideas any presidential candidate has ever put forward in a campaign. And I thought that not only what he said, but others of the Republican candidates was not only shameful and offensive, it was dangerous. And let me just briefly say why. I've laid out my plans for how to defeat ISIS and to begin to go after the network of terror that exists from North Africa to South Asia. And it's got very specific military objectives, an air campaign that we would lead to support fighters on the ground to take back territory without putting American combat troops there at all. That is off the table. Going after foreign funding, going after foreign fighters, going after them online, something that they're quite good at. And then everything we need to do to keep us safe at home. And I know from 9/11 experience in New York that you want everybody to feel that they are literally on the front lines of defending us against terrorism. That's what we did. And we had public information programs like if you see something suspicious or you hear something suspicious, report it. Call the police, call the FBI, call 911, but make sure you report it. And it really helped because everybody felt an obligation, an opportunity to try to keep us safe. The most important frontline reporters out in communities were American Muslims. People who knew what was happening, heard maybe at the grocery store, heard from a family member that, the son, the cousin, the friend was acting oddly or saying strange things. And it enabled us to really have a united effort against terrorism. Since the Republicans have been making these comments about American Muslims, I have been flooded by people coming to my events and asking me about this. And a lot of American Muslims who say, I've been in this country 30 years. My kids are afraid to go to school. I don't know what to think. Are we not wanted anymore? And of course, the answer is, no, you are wanted. You are part of our country, and we need your help to defeat the terrorist threat that exists. And we also need the help of Muslim nations to form a coalition to defeat ISIS. I know a little bit about this. I put together the coalition that imposed sanctions on Iran that drove them to the negotiating table where we got an agreement to put a lid on their nuclear weapons program. And I know how hard that is to do. So imagine you're sitting in the government of a Muslim nation who we want to be part of the coalition to defeat ISIS, and you hear people running for the presidency of the United States defaming your religion. You know, it's really hard to create coalitions, and it becomes much harder if they don't believe they're really wanted, or if they are under public pressure coming from their own people not to cooperate with the United States. So on every front, that was a really, really bad, dangerous idea. Thank you all, everybody. Thank you.
And we're wrapping up the Hillary Clinton event in New Hampshire, a get out the vote event that Hillary was attending. She spoke briefly and then answered several questions. We have more political conferences and town halls coming up throughout the day. We're looking at an event from Chris Christie coming up here in a little while. And we will be carrying all of that for you live in its entirety on Fox 10 News Now. Thanks for watching.
over half the delegates, and it's going to make us the Republican nominee, and I feel good about it.
But the polls have you down in your home state?
Donald Trump is tweeting today that Ted Cruz stole Iowa. Your thoughts on that? Is he being a sore loser?
Well, I don't know exactly what he means by that. Obviously, we've all seen the reports of the rumors they spread about Ben Carson. You know, those weren't accurate, and I thought it was unfair to Ben. And, you know, ultimately, I think it goes back to what I said before, and that is a willingness to say or do anything. In this case, spread a false rumor about Ben Carson.
To your increasing momentum.
Well, I just think we keep working hard and growing our organization. When we bring more supporters on board, it leads to success. So we're going to continue to do what we've been doing throughout this process, and that is going everywhere we can to be as many voters as possible. We've always felt very confident about our plan and our ability to execute it. And, you know, as we get closer here to voting day on both New Hampshire and beyond, we feel good about where it's going to lead. So
Senator, when you
a lot of energy goes behind our
Senator, when you ran for U.S. Senate, Senator Florida, the Tea Party helped you a lot. Do you still consider yourself?
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Gabe.
Senator Jeb Bush took out a full-page ad against you today. How do you expect to deliver a knockout blow against Jeb Bush here in New Hampshire?
Yeah, I just want to do as well as we possibly can here in New Hampshire. We're going to keep working hard. I'm not running against any of the other candidates in this race. I'm running for president. If there are policy differences, we'll discuss those in the most respectful way possible. But my goal in the end is not just to win the nomination, but to bring the conservative movement and the Republican Party together, and then to defeat Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders.
But given that he was your mentor, how much does that ad sting?
I don't even know the ad you're referring to, but you know, we've had from multiple people millions of dollars spent attacking us in Iowa and in New Hampshire. It's fine. I mean, we're going to keep focusing on our message, and I feel very good about where that's going to lead.
Senator, can you tell me, the Tea Party helped you out a lot when you ran for U.S. Senate in Florida. Do you still consider yourself a Tea Party guy?
Yeah, I never, by the way, ever claimed to own the Tea Party. I'm very proud of the fact that they helped me in 2010 and the work we continue to do with Tea Party groups around the country. I think the Tea Party is very misunderstood. The Tea Party is a collection of Republicans, Democrats, and independents who are tired of the direction of our country, that want to see us return to limited government and free enterprise, and are angry at both parties for not having done so. They were very helpful to us in 2010, and I feel they're going to be a big factor in 2016, and I feel very good about the relationships and support we have in the Tea Party movement.
So are you a Tea Party candidate?
Senator, you've talked a lot about uniting the conservative movement using conservative principles and not diluting those. There are some candidates who are running, like Casey here in New Hampshire, who are basically running as more moderate, independent Republicans. Is that the right approach, and what should conservatives know about them as candidates?
Yeah, I think John ultimately, you know, he needs to be about what he's about, who he is. And I like John Kasich, and I think he's been a good governor in Ohio, and obviously the voters there agree with that. And so John he needs to be who he is and what he stands for. I want the Republican Party to be a big party. I want everyone, you know, we can come together. We agree on a lot of issues. There'll be some differences, because unlike the Democrats, we're a diverse party. But when it comes to ideology, by and large, I think it will remain the home of the center-right movement of conservatism, and I think there's room for people that may have a difference of opinion on some issues.
Traditional about Guantanamo. When you say you want to send U.S. citizens there as enemy combatants,
I said terrorists,
who are
even if they're
aligned
U.S.
with
citizens.
terrorist groups,
Right.
would you try to suspend habeas corpus and get Congress to change the military commissions
If you are,
that doesn't allow you
no,
to
if
try
you're a
US
terrorist,
citizens
if you are a terrorist that has joined a terrorist organization to combat the United States in what is a war, you will be treated as an enemy combatant.
Senator Trump is awarding Toomey just endorsed you. How much of a momentum do you think it'll have to have the endorsement of him and Tim Scott?
Well, I'm not prepared to. Again, we're not. I haven't nothing to announce today in terms of an endorsement from Senator Toomey, and we'll see later on today. But I don't have anything to announce right now.
Do you see yourself, Senator, as a more traditional establishment candidate or an anti-establishment candidate?
Well, I don't know these labels. I know it makes it easier to cover politics, but these are not labels I think are applicable for the most part. I can tell you that when it comes to the establishment, which is people that have been involved in politics for a long time, they didn't want me to run for president, and they didn't want me to run for Senate 5 years ago. And I've had, as I said, close to $40 million of attack ads run against me. That money didn't come in $50 increments. Those were multi-million-dollar checks from people that have been involved in politics a long time. So we've always taken on the establishment, whether it was in my Senate race in 2010 or in this race now. And we feel very confident that we're going to be successful despite that. And when we're done, we're going to bring the party together, and we're going to defeat the Democrats.
So here's a question about whether you're a Democratic candidate. You were very ebullient on Monday night. It was a strong finish, and it was stronger than anyone expected. But today I noticed that you've been very humble in your appearances. You've said that the outcome of this primary is up to God's will, that whatever the outcome is, you hope your children are proud of you. Is that a concerted effort to sort of tamp down expectations so you don't look like the front runner who, if you don't do well here, didn't?
I said the same thing in Iowa. I believe God's will is involved in every aspect of our lives. I think our job is to work as hard as we can and do the best we can, and we'll see what the outcome is. But I said the exact same thing in Iowa. I've been saying the exact same thing throughout my life. So.
Okay.
Senator,
Thank you so much.
after
Thank you,
strong,
Senator.
I gotta go line up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We have spaghetti. Were you able to get it down?
Yeah, I think your question.
Thank you for not destroying my laptop. Appreciate that. Is my hair on fire? I'm just checking. It's a great thing about the LEDs now. Like, you know, oh my God, like 5-10 years ago.
Oh yeah.
They were coming through.
Yeah, they were.
think they should, because they're taking votes away from him and from anybody else that is going to do better than them. And they should get out of the way, I think.
Thanks.
Is that good?
Look at me on this side of the camera.
Okay. This side of the camera? Okay.
Yeah, so just you can
look
stay
at you.
there, but just look at me. Yeah?
I'll look at you, okay?
And if you could say and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Freese. Last name is spelled F-R-E-E-S-E.
Great. And so a lot of people in the establishment right now are saying that they think that the lower tiered candidates in the establishment should clear the way for Marco Rubio. What do you think about that?
I think America's a great place to be. It's competitive. The more the merrier, and let's see who can come out in the end. I'm all for competition, and let's let the best guy win, and let's listen to everyone, all their views of what's going on in the world, and make a decision from there.
If you want to start us off.
Senator, you seem pretty willing to take jabs at Senator Cruz and the governors that are betting big in New Hampshire, but not Mr. Trump. Why?
Well, as I've told you, Donald hasn't really outlined any position on policies or any details. So when the time comes and it's appropriate, we'll do so. I really, quite frankly, largely spend my time talking about what I'm going to do when I'm president.
Senator, how long can you... Senator,
My name is Linda Spinoza, L-I-N-D-A-S-P-I-N-O-S-A.
So, don't you think that are you still clear the way for Marco Rubio?
Deciding, or you sort of well, yeah, I think they should, because they're taking votes away from him and from anybody else that is going to do better than them. And they should get out of the way, I think. Is that good?
Look at me on this side of the camera.
Okay. This side of the camera? Okay.
Yeah, so just you can
look
stay
at you.
there, but just look at me. Yeah?
I'll look at you, okay?
And if you could say and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Freese. Last name is spelled F-R-E-E-S-E.
Great. And so a lot of people in the establishment right now are saying that they think that the lower tiered candidates in the establishment should clear the way for Marco Rubio. What do you think about that?
I think America's a great place to be. It's competitive. The more the merrier, and let's see who can come out in the end. I'm all for competition, and let's let the best guy win, and let's listen to everyone, all their views of what's going on in the world, and make a decision from there.
and I want to tell you, when I met with these folks out there and I talked with them all, it was a very difficult decision, because these are the best our country has to offer, and that means they're very, very good. But I met one individual out there.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeff with Fox News Now, and we are on Podium Watch at a mosque in Baltimore where President Barack Obama will be addressing the Islamic Society coming up shortly. As I'm sure you are all keenly aware, the president is not always on time, so we are going to keep this shot going, keep an eye on other news going on around the valley and around the country, and bring that to you if it breaks. Otherwise, hopefully the president will be up soon, and we will carry his remarks in full. Thank you for watching Fox 10 News Now, and we hope you are having a fantastic day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sabah Mukhtar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May the peace and mercy of God be with you. My name is Sabah Mukhtar, a biology major on a pre-medical track at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, with the aspirations to serve our underserved population. In these uncertain times, some of us might find ourselves doubting where we fit in this society. Personally, this visit by our president is an affirmation to all Muslims we are just as American as any other. It's a gesture that invites inclusiveness of all faiths and color. More importantly, it's an assurance for the Muslim American kids constantly bombarded by anti-Islamic rhetoric that they belong. Fortunately, I've had personal interactions that have allowed me to reach a much different perspective than what is normally portrayed on the media. When most see this piece of cloth on my head, I don't automatically get deemed terrorist. Rather, most see me as an individual. My experiences have taught me that most are accepting and believe, regardless of faith, color, or gender, we are all Americans, and as such, we are all obligated to uphold the rights of every individual. Connecting with my community here at ISB allowed me to form my Muslim identity. My journey to where I am today started the first day I decided to wear my hijab as a junior in Pikesville High. I was so nervous to walk down the streets to my bus stop thinking, what will my friends think, that I'm a terrorist? While I did receive a few remarks as such, most were reassuring, like Jake from my bus stop, who nodded at that thing on my head and said, hey, that's pretty cool. Never did I feel as though I wasn't part of the community. I was just as American and just another high schooler. And assertions as such are what gave me the confidence to be who I am today. And I strongly believe to a lot of Muslims out there, the appearance of our president in our local mosque today does exactly just that. And personally, reassures me that I, a proud, Black, Muslim, African American, I'm just as American and have the obligation to fulfill my loyalty to my country as any other. So thank you, Mr. President, for this historic visit that will serve to inspire every American to engage in the work of building bridges across communities. And now, it is my honor to introduce to you the President, our President of the United States, President Barack Obama.
Please be seated. Well, good afternoon. And Sabah, thank you for the wonderful introduction and for your example, your devotion to your faith and your education and your service to others. You're an inspiration. You're going to be a fantastic doctor. And I suspect, Sabah, your parents are here because they wanted to see you. So where's Sabah's parents? There you go. Yay. Let's give. Good job, Mom. She did great, didn't she? She was terrific. To everyone here at the Islamic Society of Baltimore, thank you for welcoming me here today. I want to thank Muslim American leaders from across this city and this state, and some who traveled even from out of state to be here. I want to recognize Congressman John Sarbanes, who is here, as well as two other great leaders in Congress and proud Muslim Americans, Congressman Keith Ellison from the great state of Minnesota, and Congressman Andre Carson from the great state of Indiana. This mosque, like so many in our country, is an all-American story. You've been part of this city for nearly half a century. You serve thousands of families, some who've lived here for decades, as well as immigrants from many countries who've worked to become proud American citizens. Now, a lot of Americans have never visited a mosque. And to the folks watching this today who haven't, think of your own church or synagogue or temple. And a mosque like this will be very familiar. This is where families come to worship and express their love for God and for each other. There's a school where teachers open young minds, kids play baseball and football and basketball, boys and girls. I hear they're pretty good. Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts meet, recite the Pledge of Allegiance here. With interfaith dialogues, you build bridges of understanding with other faith communities, Christians and Jews. There's a health clinic that serves the needy, regardless of their faith. And members of this community are out in the broader community, working for social justice and urban development. As voters, you come here to meet candidates. As one of your members said, just look at the way we live. We are true Americans. So the first thing I want to say is two words that Muslim Americans don't hear often enough, and that is thank you. Thank you for serving your community. Thank you for lifting up the lives of your neighbors and for helping keep us strong and united as one American family. We are grateful for that. Now, this brings me to the other reason I wanted to come here today. I know that in Muslim communities across our country, this is a time of concern and, frankly, a time of some fear. Like all Americans, you're worried about the threat of terrorism. But on top of that, as Muslim Americans, you also have another concern, and that is your entire community so often is targeted or blamed for the violent acts of the very few. The Muslim American community remains relatively small, so several million people in this country, and as a result, most Americans don't necessarily know, or at least don't know that they know, a Muslim personally. And as a result, many only hear about Muslims and Islam from the news after an act of terrorism, or in distorted media portrayals in TV or film. all of which gives this hugely distorted impression. And since 9/11, but more recently since the attacks in Paris and San Bernardino, you've seen too often people conflating the horrific acts of terrorism with the beliefs of an entire faith. And of course, recently we've heard inexcusable political rhetoric against Muslim Americans that has no place in our country. No surprise, then, that threats and harassment of Muslim Americans have surged. Here at this mosque, twice last year, threats were made against your children. Around the country, women wearing the hijab, just like Saba, have been targeted. We've seen children bullied. We've seen mosques vandalized. Sikh Americans and others who are perceived to be Muslims have been targeted as well. I just had a chance to meet with some extraordinary Muslim Americans from across the country who are doing all sorts of work. Some of them are doctors. Some of them are community leaders, religious leaders. All of them were doing extraordinary work, not just in the Muslim community, but in the American community. And they're proud of their work in business and education and on behalf of social justice and the environment and education. I should point out they were all much younger than me, which is happening more frequently these days. And you couldn't help but be inspired hearing about the extraordinary work that they're doing. But you also could not help but be heartbroken to hear their worries and their anxieties. Some of them are parents, and they talked about how their children were asking, are we going to be forced out of the country? Or are we going to be rounded up? Why do people treat us like that? Conversations that you shouldn't have to have with children. Not in this country. Not at this moment. And that's an anxiety echoed in letters I get from Muslim Americans around the country. I've had people write to me and say, I feel like I'm a second-class citizen. I've had mothers write and say, my heart cries every night thinking about how our daughter might be treated at school. A girl from Ohio, 13 years old, told me, I'm scared. A girl from Texas signed her letter, a confused 14-year-old trying to find her place in the world. These are children just like mine. And the notion that they would be filled with doubt and questioning their place in this great country of ours, at a time when they've got enough to worry about. It's hard being a teenager already. That's not who we are. We're one American family, and when any part of our family starts to feel separate or second class or targeted, it tears at the very fabric of our nation. It's a challenge to our values, and that means we have much work to do. We've got to tackle this head on. We have to be honest and clear about it, and we have to speak out. This is a moment when, as Americans, we have to truly listen to each other and learn from each other. And I believe it has to begin with a common understanding of some basic facts. And you know, I express these facts although they'd be obvious to many of the people in this place, because unfortunately it's not facts that are communicated on a regular basis through our media. So let's start with this fact. For more than 1,000 years, people have been drawn to Islam's message of peace. And the very word itself, Islam, comes from salam, peace. The standard greeting is, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. And like so many faiths, Islam is rooted in a commitment to compassion and mercy and justice and charity. Whoever wants to enter paradise, the Prophet Muhammad taught, let him treat people the way he would love to be treated. And for Christians like myself, I'm assuming that sounds familiar. The world's 1.6 billion Muslims are as diverse as humanity itself. They are Arabs and Africans. They're from Latin America to Southeast Asia, Brazilians, Nigerians, Bangladeshis, Indonesians. They are white and brown and black. There's a large African American Muslim community. That diversity is represented here today. A 14-year-old boy in Texas who's Muslim spoke for many when he wrote to me and said, "We just want to live in peace." So here's another fact. Islam has always been part of America. Starting in colonial times, many of the slaves brought here from Africa were Muslim. And even in their bondage, some kept their faith alive. A few even won their freedom and became known to many Americans. And when enshrining the freedom of religion in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, our founders meant what they said when they said it applied to all religions. You know, back then, Muslims were often called Mohammedans. And Thomas Jefferson explained that the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, he wrote, was designed to protect all faiths. And I'm quoting Thomas Jefferson now, the Jew and the Gentile, the Christian and the Mohammedan. Jefferson and John Adams had their own copies of the Quran. Benjamin Franklin wrote that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. So this is not a new thing. Generations of Muslim Americans helped to build our nation. They were part of the flow of immigrants who became farmers and merchants. They built America's first mosque, surprisingly enough, in North Dakota. America's oldest surviving mosque is in Iowa. The first Islamic center in New York City was built in the 1890s. Muslim Americans worked on Henry Ford's assembly line, cranking out cars. A Muslim American designed the skyscrapers of Chicago. In 1957, when dedicating the Islamic Center in Washington, D.C., President Eisenhower said, "I should like to assure you, my Islamic friends, that under the American Constitution and in American hearts, this place of worship is just as welcome as any other religion." And perhaps the most pertinent fact, Muslim Americans enrich our lives today in every way. They're our neighbors, the teachers who inspire our children, the doctors who trust us with our health, future doctors like Saba. They're scientists who win Nobel Prizes, young entrepreneurs who are creating new technologies that we use all the time. They're the sports heroes we cheer for, like Muhammad Ali and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon. And by the way, when Team USA marches into the next Olympics, one of the Americans waving the red, white, and blue will be a fencing champion wearing her hijab. Ibtihaj Muhammad, who is here today, stand up. Come on, let me... There you go. I told her to bring home the gold. Not to put any pressure on you. Muslim Americans keep us safe. They're our police and our firefighters. They're in Homeland Security, in our intelligence community. They serve honorably in our armed forces, meaning they fight and bleed and die for our freedom. Some rest in Arlington National Cemetery. So, Muslim Americans are some of the most resilient and patriotic Americans you'll ever meet. We're honored to have some of our proud Muslim American service members here today. Please stand if you're here, so we can thank you for our service. So part of the reason I want to lay out these facts is because in the discussions that I was having with these incredibly accomplished young people, they were pointing out that so often they felt invisible, and part of what we have to do is to lift up the contributions of the Muslim American community, not when there's a problem, but all the time. Our television shows should have some Muslim characters that are unrelated to national security, right? Because it's not that hard to do. Now, there was a time when there were no black people on television. And you can tell good stories while still representing the reality of our communities. Now, we do have another fact that we have to acknowledge. Even as the overwhelming majority, and I repeat, the overwhelming majority of the world's Muslims embrace Islam as a source of peace, it is undeniable that a small fraction of Muslims propagate a perverted interpretation of Islam. This is the truth. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIL, they're not the first extremists in history to misuse God's name. We've seen it before across faiths. But right now, there is an organized extremist element that draws selectively from Islamic texts, twists them in an attempt to justify their killing and their terror. They combine it with false claims that America and the West are at war with Islam. And this warped thinking that has found adherents around the world, including, as we saw tragically in Boston and Chattanooga and San Bernardino, is real. It's there. And it creates tensions and pressure that disproportionately burden the overwhelming majority of law-abiding Muslim citizens. And the question then is, how do we move forward together? How do we keep our country strong and united? How do we defend ourselves against organizations that are bent on killing innocents? And it can't be the work of any one faith alone. It can't be just a burden on the Muslim community, although the Muslim community has to play a role. We all have responsibilities. So with the time I have left, I just want to suggest a few principles that I believe can guide us. First, at a time when others are trying to divide us along lines of religion or sect, we have to reaffirm that most fundamental of truths. We are all God's children. We're all born equal with inherent dignity. And so often we focus on our outward differences and we forget how much we share. Christians, Jews, Muslims, we're all, under our faiths, descendants of Abraham. So mere tolerance of different religions is not enough. Our faiths summon us to embrace our common humanity. O mankind, the Quran teaches, we have made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. So all of us have the task of expressing our religious faith in a way that seeks to build bridges rather than to divide. Second, as Americans, we have to stay true to our core values, and that includes freedom of religion for all faiths. I already mentioned our founders, like Jefferson, knew that religious liberty is essential not only to protect religion, but because religion helps strengthen our nation. If it is free, if it is not an extension of the state, part of what's happened in the Middle East and North Africa and other places where we see sectarian violence is religion being a tool for another agenda, for power, for control. Freedom of religion helps prevent that, both ways. Protects religious faiths, protects the state from, or those who want to take over the state from using religious animosity as a tool for their own ends. That doesn't mean that those of us with religious faith should not be involved. We have to be active citizenry. But we have to respect the fact that we have freedom of religion. Remember, many preachers and pastors fought to abolish the evil of slavery. People of faith advocated to improve conditions for workers and ban child labor. Dr. King was joined by people of many faiths challenging us to live up to our ideals. And that civil activism, that civic participation that's the essence of our democracy, it is enhanced by freedom of religion. Now, we have to acknowledge that there have been times where we have fallen short of our ideals. By the way, Thomas Jefferson's opponents tried to stir things up by suggesting he was a Muslim. So I was not the first. No, it's true. It's true. Look it up. I'm in good company. But it hasn't just been attacks of that sort that have been used. Mormon communities have been attacked throughout our history. Catholics, including most prominently JFK, John F. Kennedy, when he ran for president, was accused of being disloyal. There was a suggestion that he would be taking orders from the Pope as opposed to upholding his constitutional duties. Anti-Semitism in this country has a sad and long history, and Jews were excluded routinely from colleges and professions and from public office. And so, if we're serious about freedom of religion, and I'm speaking now to my fellow Christians who remain the majority in this country, we have to understand an attack on one faith is an attack on all our faiths. And when any religious group is targeted, we all have a responsibility to speak up. And we have to reject a politics that seeks to manipulate prejudice or bias and targets people because of religion. We've got to make sure that hate crimes are punished and that the civil rights of all Americans are upheld. And just as faith leaders, including Muslims, must speak out when Christians are persecuted around the world, or when anti-Semitism is on the rise. Because the fact is that there are Christians who are targeted now in the Middle East, despite having been there for centuries. And there are Jews who've lived in places like France for centuries, who now feel obliged to leave because they feel themselves under assault. sometimes by Muslims. We have to be consistent in condemning hateful rhetoric and violence against everyone, and that includes against Muslims here in the United States of America. So, none of us can be silent. We can't be bystanders to bigotry. And together we've got to show that America truly protects all faiths. Which brings me to my next point. As we protect our country from terrorism, we should not reinforce the ideas and the rhetoric of the terrorists themselves. I often hear it said that we need moral clarity in this fight. And the suggestion is somehow that if I would simply say these are all Islamic terrorists, then we would actually have solved the problem by now, apparently. Well, I agree we actually do need moral clarity. Let's have some moral clarity. Groups like ISIL are desperate for legitimacy. They try to portray themselves as religious leaders and holy warriors who speak for Islam. I refuse to give them legitimacy. We must never give them that legitimacy. They're not defending Islam. They're not defending Muslims. The vast majority of the people they kill are innocent Muslim men, women, and children. And by the way, the notion that America's at war with Islam ignores the fact that the world's religions are a part of who we are. We can't be at war with any other religion because the world's religions are a part of the very fabric of the United States, our national character. So the best way for us to fight terrorism is to deny these organizations legitimacy and to show that here in the United States of America, we do not suppress Islam. We celebrate and lift up the success of Muslim Americans. That's how we show the lie that they're trying to propagate. We shouldn't play into terrorist propaganda. And we can't suggest that Islam itself is at the root of the problem. That betrays our values. It alienates Muslim Americans. It's hurtful to those kids who are trying to go to school and are members of the Boy Scouts and are thinking about joining our military. That kind of mindset helps our enemies. It helps our enemies recruit. It makes us all less safe. So let's be clear about that. Now finally, just as all Americans have a responsibility to reject discrimination, I've said this before, Muslims around the world have a responsibility to reject extremist ideologies that are trying to penetrate within Muslim communities. Here at this mosque and across our country and around the world, Muslim leaders are roundly and repeatedly and consistently condemning terrorism. And around the globe, Muslims who've dared to speak out have often been targeted and even killed. So those voices are there. We just have to amplify them more. And it was interesting in the discussion I had before I came out, some people said, why is there always a burden on us? When a young man in Charleston shoots African Americans in a church, there's not an expectation that every white person in America suddenly is explaining that they're not racist. Everybody is assumed to be horrified by that act. And I recognize that sometimes that doesn't feel fair. But part of the answer is to make sure that the Muslim community, in all of its variety, and all the good works that it's doing, and all the talent that's on display, that it's out there, visible on a consistent basis, not just at a certain moment. But what is also true is that there is a battle of hearts and minds that takes place, that is taking place right now, and American Muslims are better positioned than anybody to show that it is possible to be faithful to Islam and to be part of a pluralistic society and to be on the cutting edge of science and to believe in democracy. And so I would urge all of you not to see this as a burden, but as a great opportunity and a great privilege to show who you are. To use a little Christian expression, let your light shine. Because when you do, you'll make clear that this is not a clash of civilizations between the West and Islam. This is a struggle between the peace-loving, overwhelming majority of Muslims around the world and a radical, tiny minority. And ultimately, I'm confident that the overwhelming majority will win that battle. Muslims will decide the future of your faith, and I'm confident in the direction that it will go. But across the Islamic world, influential voices should consistently speak out with an affirmative vision of their faith. And it's happening. These are the voices of Muslim clerics who teach that Islam prohibits terrorism. For the Quran says, whoever kills an innocent, it is as if he has killed all mankind. These are the voices of Muslim scholars, some of whom join us today, who know Islam has a tradition of respect for other faiths. And Muslim teachers who point out that the first word revealed in the Quran, Iqra, means read, to seek knowledge, to question assumptions. Muslim political leaders had to push back on the lie that the West oppresses Muslims, and against conspiracy theories that says America is the cause of every ill in the Middle East. Now, that doesn't mean that Muslim Americans aren't free to criticize American U.S. foreign policy. That's part of being an American. I promise you, as the President of the United States, I'm mindful that that is a healthy tradition that is alive and well in America. But like leaders everywhere, these leaders have been offering and need to continue to offer a positive vision for progress. And that includes political and economic progress. And we have to acknowledge that much of the violence in places like the Middle East is now turning into fights between sects, Shia, Sunni, and others, where differences are often exploited to serve political agendas, as I said earlier. And this bloodshed is destroying Muslim families and communities, and there has to be global pressure to have the vision and the courage to end this kind of thinking and this approach to organizing political power. It's not historically unique. It's happened in every part of the world, from Northern Ireland to Africa to Asia to right here in the United States in the past. But it is something that we have to fight against. And we know it's possible. Across the history of Islam, different sects traditionally have lived and thrived together peacefully. And in many parts of the world, they do today, including here in the United States. Like people of all religions, Muslims living their faith in a modern pluralistic world are called upon to uphold human rights, to make sure that everyone has opportunity. That includes the aspirations of women and youth and all people. If we expect our own dignity to be respected, so must we respect the dignity of others. So let me conclude by saying that as Muslim communities stand up for the future that you believe in, that you exhibit in your daily lives, as you teach your children, America will be your partner. I will do everything I can to lift up the multiplicity of Muslim voices that promote pluralism and peace. We will continue to reach out to young Muslims around the world, empowering them with science and technology and entrepreneurship so they can pursue their God-given potential and help build up their communities and provide opportunity. It's why we will continue to partner with Muslim American communities, not just to help you protect against extremist threats, but to expand healthcare and education and opportunity. Because that's the best way to build strong, resilient communities. Our values must guide us in this work. Engagement with Muslim American communities must never be a cover for surveillance. We can't give in to profiling entire groups of people. There's no one single profile of terrorists. We can't securitize our entire relationship with Muslim Americans. We can't deal with you solely through the prism of law enforcement. We've got to build trust and mutual respect. That's how we'll keep our communities strong and our communities united. Now, as I was in discussion with the young people before I came in here, I said, this will be a process. Law enforcement has a tough job. Some of these groups are specifically trying to target Muslim youth. We're going to have to be partners in this process. There will be times where the relationship is clumsy or mishandled. But I want you to know that from the President to the FBI Director to everybody in law enforcement, my directive and their understanding is that this is something we have to do together. And if we don't do it well, then we're actually not making ourselves safer. We're making ourselves less safe. And here I want to speak directly to the young people who may be listening. You know, in our lives, we all have many identities. We are sons and daughters and brothers and sisters. We're classmates. We're Cub Scout troop members. We're followers of our faith. We're citizens of our country. And today, there are voices in this world, particularly over the internet, who are constantly claiming that you have to choose between your identities. As a Muslim, for example, or an American, do not believe them. If you're ever wondering whether you fit in here, let me say it as clearly as I can. As President of the United States, you fit in here, right here. You're right where you belong. You're part of America, too. You're not Muslim or American, you're Muslim and American. And don't grow cynical. Don't respond to ignorance by embracing a worldview that suggests you must choose between your faith and your patriotism. Don't believe that you have to choose between your best impulses and somehow embrace a worldview that pits us against each other, or even worse, glorifies violence. Understand your power to bring about change. Stay engaged in your community. Help move our country forward, your country forward. We are blessed to live in a nation where even if we sometimes stumble, even if we sometimes fall short, we never stop striving for our ideals. We keep moving closer to that more perfect union. We're a country where if you work hard and if you play by the rules, you can ultimately make it, no matter who you are or how you pray. it may not always start off even in the race, but here more than any place else, there is the opportunity to run that race. And as we go forward, I want every Muslim American to remember you are not alone. Your fellow Americans stand with you, just as Saba described her friends after she decided that she was going to start wearing a hijab. That's not unusual. Because just as so often we only hear about Muslims after a terrorist attack, so often we only hear about America's response to Muslims after a hate crime has happened. And we don't always hear about the extraordinary respect and love and community that so many Americans feel. I'm thinking about the 7-year-old boy in Texas who emptied his piggy bank to help a mosque that had been vandalized. Or all the faith communities that rallied around Muslim Americans after the tragedy in Chapel Hill. The churches and the synagogues standing shoulder to shoulder with their local mosques, including the woman carrying a sign saying, "We love our Muslim neighbors." Think of our men and women in uniform who, when they heard that a little girl was afraid because she was a Muslim, sent her a message, "I will protect you." I want every American to remember how Muslim communities are standing up for others as well. Because right now, as we speak, there are Muslims in Kenya who save Christians from terrorists, and Muslims who just met in Morocco to protect religious minorities, including Christians and Jews. The good people of this mosque helped the city move forward after the turmoil of last year. Muslim Americans across the country helped African American churches rebuild after arson. Remember the Muslim Americans in Boston who reached out to victims of the marathon bombing. And the Muslim Americans across the country who raised money for the families of San Bernardino. The Muslim Americans in Chattanooga who honored our fallen service members, one of them saying, "In the name of God, the God of Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, God bless our fallen heroes." We are one American family. We will rise and fall together. It won't always be easy. There will be times where our worst impulses are given voice. But I believe that ultimately our best voices will win out. And that gives me confidence and faith in the future. After more than 200 years, our blended heritage, the patchwork quilt which is America, that is not a weakness, that is one of our greatest strengths. It's what makes us a beacon to the world. It's what led that mother who wrote to me, the one who worries about her young daughter, it led her to end her letter with hope. Despite her fears, she said, "I still believe in one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." May God's peace be upon you. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, everybody stand. It's the press forward moment.
Please remain seated. The president will be serving a gift shortly.
Some rest in Arlington National Cemetery. Our television show.
Look at me, now look at you. is a fighter? To me, a fighter is someone who won't give up.
To me, a fighter is someone who's passionate about what they believe in and that will make a difference in people's lives.
Before the Secretary of State, Senator, First Lady of the country. She was just a caring, young, bright, creative student who cared about children and those left behind. Hillary came to work with the Children's Defense Fund when we were a fledgling, beginning organization.
The children I met lived harsh lives. It was so overwhelming because people were being treated like they weren't even full human beings.
There are no miracles in all of this. It's hard work. It's sticking with it. It's perseverance. And over the years, she has made a cumulative, I think, significant impact for children.
In September 1995, I was at the UN conference in Beijing.
The history of women has been a history of silence.
Many people in our own government, in our Congress, did not want me to go to Beijing, but you don't shy away from confronting human rights abuses.
It is a violation of human rights when babies are denied food or drowned or suffocated simply because they are born girls.
The entire conference hall exploded in this energy and enthusiasm.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There were no limits to what I could achieve.
Bill asked me to lead up our efforts to try to see if we couldn't get quality, affordable health care for every American.
Now is our chance to beat the historical odds and give the American people the health security they need.
We worked really hard. We weren't floor, and you keep fighting. So I got to thinking, let's see what we can do to help kids.
You want universal health care for children. You seem to be swimming against the tide.
Well, that's because I think the tide is not going in the right direction.
I was very proud when the Children's Health Insurance Program passed.
We have reports this morning that a plane has crashed.
I'm very proud of being part of the recovery work at Ground Zero.
One of the firefighters just said to me, you know, Senator, please, please don't let anybody forget what happened here, and don't let anyone forget us.
I was so overcome by their courage and their compassion. I knew that I had to also pay attention to what happened to those brave men and women.
She stood up day in and day out, fighting for our medical treatment. It has made a huge difference in my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I was a Foreign Service officer for 26 years. The fact that she was willing to work for a former rival, President Obama, restored my faith in the political process.
He won and I lost, and then he asked me to be
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hillary Clinton.
Thank you all. It's great to be here. Thank you. Please, everyone. I am so glad to be back here in Dover. It's a great afternoon, and to be here at this great facility. I got to meet the owners on my way in and congratulate them for putting this together. Thanks to each and every one of you for coming out as we are moving toward the primary on Tuesday. It's time for voters in New Hampshire to have the opportunity to express your opinion about who should be our Democratic nominee, our next president and commander-in-chief, and I hope to earn your vote between now and Tuesday. I'm delighted that Carol Shea Porter is here with us, you know, the once and future Congresswoman. Thank you so much, Carol, and friends of mine like Sylvia Larson and Terry Norelli and other leaders of this state. I just want to start by making a point about what we're doing this week and how important it is. And I'll be really candid with you. A lot of folks said, well, you know, she's behind in New Hampshire. Her opponent is from the neighboring state. Maybe she should just skip New Hampshire and go on to the states that come later. Well, I read all that. I saw, you know, all the pundits talking about it, and not on your life. I would never quit on New Hampshire. I would never do that. I feel so fortunate to have spent a lot of time here, made some great friends over the years, and I respect this process too much. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to be fighting as hard as I can. I'm going to be going everywhere in the state, talking to as many people, answering questions to make my case. And this afternoon, I want to make a few points, and then I want to take your questions because I want you to know what it is I believe the next president should be doing, what you should look for in deciding who amongst us, between us now, Senator Sanders and myself, should earn your support. It's really clear to me that the most important mission of this year, I would say for any American, is to make sure none of the Republican candidates is elected president of the United States. There is no higher priority, my friends, and that's because what they represent, what they are advocating for our country is just so wrong. It would send us back to where we were before President Obama became our president. It would return failed economic policies like trickle-down economics. It would possibly create an atmosphere for the erosion of hard-won rights by people. There's just a long list of what we just cannot take a risk in seeing ever happen. For me, this campaign is first and foremost about how we create more good-paying jobs and get incomes rising for Americans. That's the number one job on the domestic front for our next president because too many people are still not back to where they were before the Great Recession. And a Democrat in the White House, historically, means a better economy for Americans. And we can't take a chance. You know, when my husband was there for 8 years, we not only had a lot of new jobs, 23 million, but most importantly, we had rising incomes for everybody. People felt like they were getting ahead because of their hard work. And it wasn't just the people on top, it was middle-class folks, it was working people. It was poor people. More people were lifted out of poverty than at any time in American recent history. That's what we need again. We were on the right track. Unfortunately, when the Republicans came back, they came back with the same trickle-down economics that hadn't worked before. And once again, look at what happened. We had the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And when I think back to all of the reasons for that, I put a lot of the responsibility right at the door of the Republican administration because they slashed taxes on the wealthy, they got out of the way of corporations, they quit regulating Wall Street, they didn't care about the mortgage market, And we ended up with the Great Recession. I look back and I think about going to see President Obama shortly after the '08 election, and we were sitting there talking. He asked me to be Secretary of State, but we spent a lot of time talking about the economy. We were losing 800,000 jobs a month. And he just looked at me and said, it's so much worse than they told us, and it was. And everybody in our country really had to work hard to dig ourselves out of the hole that the Republicans had put us in. And I don't think President Obama gets the credit he deserves for doing everything he did to make sure we didn't fall into a Great Depression. So job one is to build on what we've achieved but not be satisfied, keep going, new jobs. The government has a role to play. I think we can get more infrastructure jobs. We can get more manufacturing jobs back to places like New Hampshire, advanced manufacturing with the right tax incentives. We can combat climate change with clean, renewable energy jobs, something that could put millions of people to work and a lot of new businesses on top of it. We can raise the minimum wage, and we can guarantee equal pay for women's work. Now, everything I've just told you, the Republicans disagree with. They don't believe we need more infrastructure jobs. They don't believe we could bring back manufacturing. In fact, they have no policy for that whatsoever. They don't believe in climate change, or if they do, they won't tell you because they don't want to alienate the Koch brothers, and so they won't do anything. And we won't get the clean, renewable energy jobs that can make us the 21st century clean energy superpower. So I believe in a positive economic agenda. They believe in letting the market do whatever it chooses. That's a big difference. I believe you have to fight to make progress in order to improve the economy. And you have to fight against some pretty strong interests. Companies that are not doing what they should to support America, like Johnson Controls, a company that all of us bailed out in the 2008 recession because they made auto parts and they were going down. And the Republicans said, let the auto industry go down, take those millions of jobs. And President Obama and the Democrats said, we can't lose millions more jobs, we have to save it. So you and I, we bailed out those companies. It turned out to be a good deal because they all paid it back ahead of time. And now Johnson Controls, that was bailed out, comes and says, you know, thank you very much. That was then, this is now. We're going to pretend to sell ourselves to a company in Europe. We're going to pretend to move our headquarters to Europe, and we're not going to pay taxes to the government that saved us. You know, under the tax code, they call that an inversion. I call it a perversion, and I'm going to go right after that. We are not going to let companies do that who have been made successful because of our American system. So we have work to do. And here's what I want you to know. I have been focused on how we create jobs and opportunity for a long time. I know the economy has changed. I know that we've had to adjust to it, but I was wholly supportive of what my husband did to help towns in New Hampshire with programs like the New Market Tax Credit, a program that said, you're having economic problems, we want to be your partner. We're going to provide incentives for private developers and businesses to come in, like in Claremont, or in Plymouth, or in Berlin. I believe there is an active, positive role for the government to be a partner in job creation. And I will do what I can to find new ways to promote that. And I'm particularly concerned about communities that are being left behind, that haven't recovered from the loss of industry jobs, haven't been able to make a transition from like coal country, the energy of the past to the energy of the future, Indian country where some of our poorest people live. So I think it's important to know what you're against, but I want you to know what I'm for. I am for a positive, progressive economic agenda that can actually put people to work and raise incomes. That is what I will do as your president. And I am the only candidate on either side who has made this pledge to you. I will raise your incomes. I will not raise middle-class taxes. I do not think we should. I do not think we need to. Because I've got this old-fashioned idea for the investments I want to make in America, and clean energy and affordable college and paid family leave and early childhood education. I think we should go where the money is. And the money is at the top. People who've done very well over the last years, who have figured out every possible gimmick to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. So we got to go after it. Well, here's what I will do. I will implement something called the Buffett rule. If you make $1 million, you should have a 30% effective tax rate. You shouldn't be paying a lower tax rate than your secretary or a teacher or a firefighter or a police officer. You should have to help support our country. And I want to go further than Warren Buffett has suggested. I was proud he endorsed me. He said it didn't make him very popular with his rich friends. I took that as a real badge of honor because he and I agree that we've got to get back to where people are paying their fair share. So I want to impose what I call a fair share surcharge on incomes of $5 million or more. Because the folks making that much money, they hire the best tax lawyers and accountants and lobbyists, and they just manipulate the tax system. You know, they pretend to send money to Bermuda, to the Bahamas, in order to avoid paying taxes. And the only way I know that we can really catch them and make sure they can't hide it or shelter it is to have an across-the-board surcharge. Because I want us to make investments that will make all of us richer and safer and stronger, to bring back inclusive, broad-based prosperity. That's my goal. And I know that we've got to take on, you know, those special interests that are out there that keep trying to game the system for themselves. That is something that Senator Sanders and I absolutely agree on. We can't let this continue. But we have a different approach. He has been very focused on the big banks. I agree with that. I actually spoke out about this before the crash. I'm on record of calling for a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau before it was started, calling for changes in CEO pay, calling out the abuses in the mortgage market. So I share the rage, the anger at what happened in 2008. But here's what I want you to know. We already have the law necessary to deal with the big banks. This is not something a new president has to do. Dodd-Frank, the toughest regulations on Wall Street since the 1930s that President Obama signed, sets up a process for holding the big banks accountable. And I have said, if any bank poses a systemic risk to our economy, they will be broken up because no bank is too big to fail and no executive is too powerful to jail. So the authority is there. The process has been established. But here's where I part company with my friend, the senator from Vermont. That is not enough. And here's why. It wasn't just big banks. You know, we can't just fight the last war, my friends. It was an insurance company called AIG, an investment bank called Lehman Brothers, a mortgage company called Countrywide, another smaller bank called Wachovia, and others who were in the financial system, part of the shadow banking system, who were just as big a group of culprits. So I've put forth the only plan on either side to go after what most experts say could be our next challenge, all of these other elements in the financial system. And I'm proud that my plan has been called the toughest, most comprehensive, effective plan put forth by people like Barney Frank, who's endorsed me and traveled with me, like Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, because like me, they're worried about what can come next. We don't have the tools for what we need to do to stop that kind of financial misbehavior. And I'll tell you who knows that my plan is the best besides these esteemed experts. Those are the Republicans and Wall Street. They are running ads against me to convince Democrats not to support me next Tuesday. It started with 2 hedge fund billionaires. You know, guys who thought to themselves, whoa, we better stop her. So they formed a super PAC, began running ads against me. And then along comes Karl Rove. Karl Rove collects money from the financial markets, starts running ads against me. Then another billionaire jumps in. You know, I have to say, it is perversely flattering to be considered such a threat to the very interests that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure they are stopped. It is a great experience running for president because you get to meet so many people to hear their stories. And it has been just an incredible joy for me because I want to know what is the result of the changes I'm advocating. You know, I understand the importance of laying out an agenda, of giving speeches and rallies. That's all part of the process. But at the end of the day, I judge whether or not we actually get something done that can help people. And I've been proud of the campaign we've run because it's been on issues. And I hope it stays on issues because it's a big contrast to the campaign of insults being run on the Republican side, isn't it? And so I was a little disappointed when, I think it was yesterday, Senator Sanders was asked a question, and he was asked whether he thought I was a progressive, and he said something to the effect of, well, maybe on a good day. And I thought to myself, well, I think it was a good day when I helped to get health insurance for 8 million kids in the Children's Health Insurance Program. And I think it was a good day when I teamed up with some of my colleagues in the Senate to stop George W. Bush from privatizing Social Security in 2005. And it was a good day when my friend and colleague, Senator Patty Murray, and I forced the Bush administration to let women have Plan B over the counter and contradict their efforts to prevent that from happening. I thought it was a good day when I went to Geneva and stood up for gay rights, and when I went to Beijing and stood up for women's rights. I think there were a lot of good days when we took the fight to the gun lobby to try to prevent them from having their way and making it impossible for us to have common sense gun safety measures. There were some good days when Planned Parenthood Action Fund endorsed me, and the Human Rights Campaign endorsed me, and the Brady Campaign and Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly, who have traveled with me, endorsed me, and when 24 labor unions representing 11 million members endorsed me, because we have been waging the progressive fight together for a lot of good days. And I thought it was a good day when I helped push through a treaty to lower the nuclear weapons between Russia and the United States. So I'm very proud of the many good days where we've made progressive reform. And I'm going to continue to do that. But it's also fair to say that those days take a lot of work. Those days require the slow, hard boring of hard boards, as Max Weber described politics. In our democracy, the way it's set up, that's the way it's supposed to work. Our founders created a pretty complicated system, didn't they? Checks and balances, separation of powers, a Supreme Court, obviously an executive and congressional branch. So you have to get up every day to make progress. You can't order it. We don't elect dictators. You gotta work at it every single day. That's what I have done my entire life. That's what I will do every single day in the White House for you. I also believe strongly that when you listen to people's stories about what they're going through, we need a president who will not only go for the big days, where we get the economy working again, where we get our country to be on the right track when it comes to dealing with a lot of the issues in our communities, all of that, when we keep our country safe. But we've got to get up every day and try to help people have a better chance where they start from. And there's nothing more important in doing that than health care. I've been working for universal health care coverage for many years. You know, before it was called Obamacare, it was called Hillary Care. And we lost. We took on the insurance companies and the drug companies. That was one tough fight. We got a lot of incoming fire, millions of dollars spent against us, but we never quit. We just kept going. And then when it wasn't successful, we said, okay, what are we going to do now? And that's when I said we have to create the Children's Health Insurance Program. And I was so happy when President Obama finally got what we had been working for since Harry Truman, with the Affordable Care Act passed and signed into law in America. We have to do all we can to protect and defend it. The Republicans want to repeal it. They have voted 62 times to do that. And they will. If they get the White House, it'll be gone in a month. We're at 90% coverage. Our goal of universal coverage is within sight. I want to improve the Affordable Care Act. I want to get costs down. I want to go after the skyrocketing prices of prescription drugs. Senator Sanders, who shares my goal of universal coverage, wants to start over, wants to begin a new contentious national debate about health care, which is a sure recipe not only for gridlock, but for postponing the positive changes we need to make to help people right now. People can't wait. I meet them everywhere I go throughout New Hampshire. And when you hear the stories that I have heard, where people thank me for the Affordable Care Act, you know, the grandfather who says, I don't know what my family would have done. Our little girl was born with congenital heart problems. She's had 5 open heart surgeries. Before the Affordable Care Act, we would have hit our lifetime limit on insurance. Because of it, we haven't. Or the mom who said, thank goodness I could put my daughter on my policy because of the Affordable Care Act. She got brain cancer when she was 25. And we were able to take care of her. That never would have happened. She would have been uninsured. I am so proud of what we have achieved. I want us to defend it and to improve it. I've laid out plans to get out-of-pocket costs down, deductibles and copays, to get the price of prescription drugs down. We're going to go after all those predatory pricing companies that are taking advantage of the drug market. The worst offenders are the hedge fund speculators who are buying up little drug companies, getting a hold of drugs that are essential for life and quality of life, and then just increasing the price as high as it will go. We've got to go after them with every legal tool at our disposal. And I'm very pleased that today there is a hearing in the Congress to begin that process, which I wholeheartedly support. We also have to give Medicare the right to negotiate for lower prices and get us finally what every other country has, the chance to sit across the table from a drug company and hammer out what you'll pay for it, as opposed to just being handed the bill. We also have a chance to invest more in medical research. I'm all for that. I've laid out a plan to see if we can't come up with effective treatment and cure for Alzheimer's in the next 10 years. And a lot of experts tell me a $2 billion investment a year would make a big difference. So I have no complaint about drug companies getting a fair rate of return. But it strikes me as odd that drug companies actually spend more money on TV advertising than they do on medical research. So I want to take away their tax benefit for advertising and instead have them put more money into research to be a good partner with us in trying to help people. So we've got a great opportunity. And very simply, it is easier to get from 90% coverage to 100% coverage than to start all over and try to get from 0 to 100% coverage. Stick with me and stick with the Affordable Care Act. We're going to make it work. We're going to make it affordable. We're going to improve quality. and we're going to get to universal coverage. That has to be our goals. So there's much to discuss, and just let me briefly run through some of the other issues that I worry about when it comes to the Republicans, because they have had a sort of a bidding war on their side about who can be as anti-human rights, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, voting rights, you name it. And it's a little bit concerning. So I want you to know where I stand. I support a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, and I will defend Planned Parenthood against these partisan attacks coming from the Republicans. I will defend marriage equality and move toward ending discrimination against the LGBT community. I will defend voting rights and work against efforts at the states to try to restrict the voting rights of people of color and the young, people with disabilities and the old. It's wrong. I will work to overturn Citizens United. I have said if it takes a constitutional amendment, we should work to do that. I still favor a path to citizenship with comprehensive immigration reform. I will work for criminal justice reform and the era of mass incarceration, continue my fight against Republican efforts to privatize Social Security, the worst idea that they have come up with yet, because what they really want to do is to take the Social Security Trust Fund and turn it over to Wall Street. If you listen to them, they call Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Well, last time I looked, that was a lot more common on Wall Street than it was with the Social Security Administration, and we're going to protect it. We're also going to protect the services and benefits provided by the Veterans Administration from being privatized, from being cut by Republican plans. And I will continue to stand up to the gun lobby for common sense gun safety measures in our country. This is a real passion of mine, because for too many years I have met with, I have visited sites of mass killings. When you do that enough, it just tears your heart out. You know, to sit and talk with a young mom who sent her first grader off to Sandy Hook Elementary School, and the next thing she knows, she's hearing there was a shooting at her child's school, or to go to the funeral of a minister who led a Bible study and a young man filled with hate and racism came into that Bible study, sat there with those people who welcomed him into their midst, and then murdered 9 of them. Or going to the movies one night with some friends, or going back to community college. There's something deeply wrong when on average 90 Americans a day are killed by guns. Homicides and suicides and terrible, tragic, avoidable accidents. That's 33,000 people a year. So I am going to keep pushing on this, because, you know, there are a lot of powerful lobbies in Washington, financial lobbies, drug lobbies, oil lobbies, insurance lobbies, but probably none is more powerful than the gun lobby. And we need more people willing to stand up and hold our ground against their continuing efforts to incite fear and divisiveness to sell more guns. That's what it's about. This is not complicated. We can do this consistent with Second Amendment rights. We just have to have the guts and leadership to take it on and stay with it until we actually get something done. You know, among the things I've heard the last few days about the contest between Senator Sanders and myself is this idea that you have to either vote with your heart or with your head. All I can tell you is I hope you use both. I hope you feel in your heart what you want for yourselves and your family, for our country and our world. I hope you listen to the stories of others who are maybe coming to their decision from a different perspective because of their life experiences, but to really take this responsibility to heart. I certainly do. I just have such a sense of obligation to all those people who share their stories with me. In those small encounters, those intimate moments, where a mom will grab my hand and say, please, please help me. My son just died of a heroin overdose. We have to prevent other families from going through this. Or a grandmother who asks me, is there any help for me? My daughter's addicted to drugs and she's left her baby with me, and now I'm raising a baby again. Or the young man I met in Manchester who said, you know, I have mental health problems and I can't get help. What can you do? How can you help me? I'm bipolar. I need help. The families that come to my events like this and in a town hall setting or afterwards say, is there anything you do on Alzheimer's? Today, earlier in Derry, I called on a young woman who said, I have autism. I got through high school. Do you think I can get through college? People share their hearts because they're hoping someone will respond. That's what has motivated me throughout my entire career, from my early years in the Children's Defense Fund to today. I think a lot about what I owe to all of these people who have been so honest to just hold their heart out to me, show me what's in it, and ask what help they could get, what could they do to help somebody else. But we also have to roll up our sleeves and get to work, think through these problems, find solutions for them. I wish that just by recognizing a problem, talking about it, holding up to public view, we would get results. That's not been my experience. This is hard work to change systems, to get help for people, to move us in a different direction. I have no doubt we can do it, but we have to really marry our hearts and our heads together. So as you think about making your decision leading up to the primary on Tuesday, I hope you will think hard about which person can do all parts of the job, who can be both a president and a commander-in-chief on day one, who has both the heart and the head, the experience and the results, to go to work for you every single day to make a difference in your lives, in your communities, in this state, and our country, and the world. And I promise you this, if you go out and vote for me on Tuesday, I will stand up and fight for you as hard as I can through this campaign and into the White House next year. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Well, we've got time for some questions. If you have to leave because you've been so patient, please don't hesitate. But I will take some questions. I think we have a microphone or two, don't we? Do we have a microphone anywhere? Yeah, we do. Okay, so I got to step down because the light is right in my eye and I can't see anybody. Okay, there's a woman with a baby right there. You just stood up. Okay, why don't you stand up? And here comes a microphone that you can ask your question.
I'm very nervous. I don't speak English very well, but I will try to do my best.
You speak English better than I speak Spanish.
Thank you so much. The other day I was walking in the street and a man stopped to me. And he said, where are you from? And I said, from Mexico, but I am US citizen now. And he said, so you must be democratic. And I didn't understand very well why. But I believe it's because Democratic Party is helping immigration. I want to answer to that person this time. I'm not democratic because of that reason. I support immigration, but in the right way, because that is where I came here legally. I'm democratic because of you have the head, the heart, and the pants to to lead this country. And I believe what happens in U.S. is going to have the domino effect to other countries. Once you change this country, it's going to change and affect other countries, especially my country where I'm coming from. I congratulate you, and I thank you for coming to Dover once again.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. Thank you. I would be very honored to have your vote. It would mean a great deal to me. And you're really right in that the entire world watches our election. I really was so surprised. You know, after 2008, when I agreed to be Secretary of State, after our hard-fought campaign between then Senator Obama and myself, and I started to travel for the president, it was stunning to me how many people around the world talked to me about the 2008 campaign. They watched it, they followed it online, they had opinions. One of the most common questions was, well, you ran against him, he ran against you. How did you end up working for him? You know, they really were interested in that. And I said, well, you know, he ran a great campaign. He won, I supported him. He was our president, he asked me to serve, I agreed. But I tell you this because what's being said now in the Republican primary has real consequences. The world listens when somebody is introduced as a presidential candidate, and they give weight to the words of that person. So if that person insults people from Mexico, insults Muslims, insults people with disabilities, makes comments about women, all of that, you've got many, many people in many countries wondering, what does that mean? Does that mean America is changing our values, changing how we interact with the world? Because they think there's something official about what people say when they run for president. So it matters what you say when you run, and it really matters what you say when you're president. So we will certainly do everything we can, I will in this campaign, to keep a clear focus on what the United States can and must do, first and foremost for our own country, to give our own citizens a chance to live up to their God-given potential, to keep Americans safe, to solve our problems, but also to continue to lead the world. And I really appreciate your observation. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. Let's see, the gentleman right there in the aisle. Yes, sir, right there. Yes, sir. Yeah, you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to talk about Damascus for a moment, because when my family came from Damascus, they left an orphanage there. It's a girls' orphanage, and I'm sure they're all dead in Damascus. And Vicki Kennedy's a dear friend of mine, Elizabeth Warren's a dear friend of mine, but Damascus is very serious, okay? And I knew that those Isaac people were there because they're the ones that got the Romans way back then. And someone's gonna have to go in there and clean them out and rebuild the Middle East all over again. Don't blow up Moses Valley or Mount Nemo or where Jesus came from. It's very serious.
It is very serious, and I am so grateful that you would stand up and share those feelings. Americans need to understand that, yes, what's going on in Syria is a horrible tragedy for the Syrian people, but it's much more than that. It really is a crisis in the Middle East that is having wide ramifications. The millions of refugees, the many hundreds of thousands killed, the displaced people inside Syria, the rise of terrorism, the claim by ISIS to control territory in the Syrian state, the continuing refusal of the government to try to figure out some way to resolve this, although they are at peace talks right now. Maybe something will happen. But it's also a direct assault on our common history, our history of humanity. So much of it started in that part of the world. And if you are a believer in any one of the three great religions of the book, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, that's where it started. And there is a concerted effort by ISIS and other terrorist groups to wipe out that history, to murder to the extent of genocide Christians, Yazidis, other minority groups that are in the region. And I certainly believe we have to move on several fronts at the same time. I've laid out a plan to defeat ISIS because they must be defeated. They are a cancer that cannot be allowed to metastasize. They are a clever cancer because they use the internet to spread their hate, their propaganda, to instigate violence, to radicalize people. But we also have to keep pushing to try to get some kind of resolution of the internal war. Iran and Russia are supporting Assad, and Iran wants to have as much control over Syria as possible, to hook up with their proxy in Lebanon called Hezbollah, to be literally on the doorstep of Israel in the Golan. So I don't know that one could construct a more complicated set of challenges. And I am very focused on keeping informed, up to date about what is being done by our country in concert with others. I have said that we need an air campaign to try to destroy ISIS on the ground, to take back territory. But we have to support the Arab and Kurdish fighters because it would be the biggest gift one could imagine if we were to put American combat troops back into Syria. And I will not do that because I don't think that's the smart, right way to defeat them, and we have to defeat them. But I will support Arab forces, Kurdish forces. I will do whatever I can to cut off their foreign funding, their foreign fighters, and to take them online. So this is one of the most consequential events going on right now in real time that is reshaping the map of the Middle East. And there are so many people who are just caught between these forces, just trying to figure out how to stay alive. I was meeting with a group of Syrian Americans and recent Syrian refugees about 2 weeks ago, and they have family members who are American citizens trapped in some of the towns in Syria. Can't be rescued, can't get them out. So I appreciate your raising it because I don't want people to forget how dangerous this is, how terrible it is. Of course, first and foremost for the people there, but for our common history, for what's happening in the Middle East. And we're going to have to stay with this until we rid Syria and Iraq of ISIS, and then we've got to figure out how to bring people together, if at all possible, to rebuild Syria. That has to be our goal. Thank you. Yes, I see a little hand right there.
I wanted to come here because I wanted to know what laws you might change if you become president, because I think some of the laws aren't very fair to some of the girls, and some aren't fair to women, some aren't fair to men, and I want you to change those laws, please.
Thank you. Could I ask you, before you sit down, is there any law that you're thinking of particularly that you would recommend I change?
there's lots of different laws.
That's true. Well, I'll tell you one law that we need to enforce, and that is women and girls deserve to get paid for doing their work the same as men and boys. Do you agree with that? Yeah, I think that still is a big problem. And I know it still happens because, again, people tell me their stories and we check them out and they're true. They do the same job. Like the young man I met in Manchester came up to me and said, I want to tell you why I'm for you. And he said, because my very first job, I got hired at the store where my mother worked as a cashier, and I was so excited because I'd never had like a real job before. I mowed lawns and things. And I went, I had to put on a short sleeve white shirt, and I had to get to work on time. He said it was a great experience for me. And I brought my first paycheck home after 2 weeks, and he said, I was so excited. I showed my mother. And then I saw her face fall, and I asked her what the problem was. And she said, you are already making more an hour than I'm making, and I've been there 4 years. I said, how did that happen? He said, she didn't know, I didn't know. I said, well, did you try to find out? He said, well, I waited a while. I was kind of worried that if I asked anything, I might lose the job. He said, but eventually I did talk to the manager, and I said, hey, I noticed that, my mom and I are both cashiers. We work hourly. She works more hours than I do because I'm still in school, but she gets paid more per hour. Why is that? And, the manager just looked very matter of fact, and he said, we're always on the lookout for talent. Young men like you can go far in this company, and so we want to make sure you're going to stay with us, and we can groom you for a trainee program, maybe a manager eventually. And I said to the young man, what'd you say? He said, well, I didn't say anything. I said, what'd you think? He said, I think my mom's pretty good, and I don't know why they wouldn't give her a chance. So these stories are real. So your question's important because I think people should be treated fairly. And I want to do everything I can to make sure that every boy and every girl has the same chance to live up to your God-given potential, whatever you might decide to do. We're going to try to knock down those barriers. I'm going to try to break that hardest, highest glass ceiling so more little girls can think about being president of the United States if you want to. Okay, my goodness, I don't want to shortchange the people over here. Let's see, back there, I see a man with white hair and glasses, right?
Hi, Senator and former Secretary Clinton. My name is John Doerr. And apropos of what this gentleman just asked, one of the things that has been going on in this country for a very long time is the erosion of the union base, union negotiated pay, union negotiated benefits, union negotiated use of dispute resolution procedures so that you have a fair, impartial way of resolving disputes between employers and employees. And I say this as an arbitrator. And I wonder how you see us being able as a country to address this problem, because it is one of these hate-filled, hate-generating things that the Republicans are so good at exploiting. And they mask the fact that the system that we have is a system, particularly with the dispute resolution stuff that I've been able to explain to people overseas, is one that the world has looked up to and has adopted all over the place. And it is important to us as a country to understand that this is serious stuff. And it affects individuals, it affects families, cities, states, country.
I'm really glad you asked it. I'm glad you put it into the broader context because that's often left out in this discussion. I just want to reinforce what he said and tell you what I believe. I believe that the American labor movement, unions being able to organize and bargain collectively for better wages and safe working conditions helped to build the American middle class. I think that is a historic fact, and it also is part of the way our system operates. Because remember when I was saying our government is sort of checks and balances? Our economy needs to be checks and balances. If there's too much power, whether it's on one side of the equation with capital and business, or too much power with labor and workers, it gets out of balance. You need a balance of power because everybody has to understand we will go further, we will be better off if we figure out how to accommodate our competing interests and needs. So I am proud to have been endorsed by the vast majority of labor unions this time around because I believe we've got to get back to a revitalized American labor movement. It's not the 1930s. It's not the 1960s. We need a modern, effective labor movement that can attract people, that can represent their interests, that can be part of helping to make the new economy. And we have examples of how that works in Europe, but we have to do it the American way. We've got to make it uniquely American. So I want to enforce the laws that are on the books, and use the authorities that the Department of Labor has to do that. But I also want to work with business and labor to try to figure out what is the American partnership that we need here. And the whole dispute resolution issue or arbitration, mediation issue has been, as you say, looked to by people around the world. How do you resolve disputes without tying up your courts or having some kind of labor unrest or business overreaction? So you've got to have a way of resolving disputes. And I think that we've got to understand that what we built up in so many areas of our economy and our society over the last decades has really worked well for us. And it just infuriates me that people like the Koch brothers and their Republican allies want to tear down instead of reform, revise, improve our labor systems, our economic understandings that have worked well for generations. So I am an advocate of getting a better dialogue going between business and labor, empowering labor because they've lost so much ground over the last years, taking a hard look at how we resolve disputes so that they are not one-sided resolutions where you sign your rights away if you go into arbitration. But this is a big piece of business because wages will not go up the way they should unless there is some countervailing power in the economic system. And it will also be the case that you will not get to wage equity because part of our problem getting to wage equity for women or for minorities or for any other group of people that are left out is that it's not transparent. If you work for the government, it's transparent. You know how much you make and you know what others make. If you work for under a union contract, you know how much you make. But in much of the private sector, you have no idea how much anybody makes, so you have no idea you're not being treated fairly. So we've got some work to do here, and I think it's not the kind of work that's going to get in the headlines, but it's really important if we're going to get our economy, once again, to be producing broad-based, inclusive prosperity for everybody. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for your question. Okay. Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm always looking to see people in the back because I always feel bad that they're left back there. Okay, I see a hand right there. It's got a white shirt attached to it. Yes, right there. Yes, on the aisle. Right. Hi.
My name is Barbara, and I'm from Maine, and I came here to support you. I was a delegate for you way back. You're my idol. We have a big problem with drugs. Everybody knows it. But, however, we also have a big problem with lots of rehabs being closed down, federally or state, local rehabs being closed down, and what's taking over is the methadone clinics. Methadone clinics we are supporting, and we're supporting all the people that go, not all. Most people that go there with their housing, their food, their medical, and their transportation. Is there any plans anywhere to do anything about this?
I have a plan because I'm hearing what you're saying, Barbara, from people. We have, by our best estimates, probably low, but our best estimate is 23 million people with substance abuse addiction problems. That's alcohol and drugs. But the fastest rising problem is drugs. And it's fueled by opioid prescription drugs. And it leads all too often to using heroin. And we now have more deaths by overdoses than we do by car crashes. So this is a serious epidemic. And of those 23 million people who are facing this kind of addiction challenge, there's only treatment programs for 10%. So we need more real recovery programs. We need more real treatment programs. Yes, I mean, you know, methadone is a maintenance program, basically, right? You come, you get it, and then but you're not necessarily working toward recovery. And we need more recovery programs. And I'm going to do everything I can. And I've laid out a plan as to how the federal government would work with states and local governments. I am thrilled that Senator Jeanne Shaheen is leading the charge in the Senate to try to get more resources to help people right here in New Hampshire deal with addiction. Governor Hassan introduced a program here in the state. But this is all hands-on-deck time because the numbers are frightening. And the human toll, the lives lost, the lives damaged, the families broken up, the children's left. You know, I was at a big town hall a couple of weeks ago here, and I called on, it was you know, many, many hundreds of people, and I called on a little girl who was standing on a chair way in the back, and she said, what can you do to help children whose mothers are addicted to heroin and they end up in foster care? And I said, do you know something about that? And she goes, yeah, and it turns out it was her. You know, her mother lost custody because her mother got lost to drugs. And so the little girl is in foster care. So these problems are everywhere around us. And I think we've got to do more for more treatment, more recovery. We've got to help divert people from prison and jail when they are users to get them into recovery. And that would actually save money. Here's the thing that I want people to understand. You send somebody to jail or prison because they're a drug user, that on average in our country is like $30,000 a year. You divert them to a drug court where they have to show up 3 times a day to be drug tested, where they have to go into some kind of recovery program, that's about $3,000 a year. So we've got to get off the criminalization of drugs because it doesn't help end the drug problem. It just gives people access to more sophisticated drugs and drug gangs and all the rest of it. So I feel very strongly about this. That's why I was the first candidate to lay out a plan about what we can do. And thanks for coming from Maine because I'm going to need your help in Maine. Thank you all. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, these lights are so strong. Okay, where am I? Where you're pointing? Okay, right there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mrs. Clinton. Thank you so much for coming back to Dover. It's nice to see you again. One of the things that I've heard a lot about in your campaign is obviously equal work. And as someone with a disability and someone that works for a disability services nonprofit, I'd like to hear a little bit about how you would apply your beliefs in equal work to folks with disabilities who are perfectly willing and able and desiring to work, but having trouble getting through all of the challenges with benefits that make it so hard for some folks to get out there and share their talents with the workforce.
I'm so glad you asked that question because I think that's the next piece of unfinished business when it comes to Americans with disabilities. We need more employment opportunities. We need more independent housing opportunities. And in order to have employment opportunities, we have to change the benefit structure because the way it works now is so perverse. You know, if you get certain benefits because you're not working, if you try to work, you either lose those benefits immediately, or if you make any money above a certain level, which is pretty minimal, you lose those benefits. And so it traps people. Instead of saying, look, we know you've got special challenges to be in the workplace. We want you to be in the workplace. We want you to be self-sufficient. So we're going to change our benefit structure, so we're going to give you some help in order for you to make it. We're not going to take it away once you start working. And I feel very strongly about that. So that's something we're going to look at to try to provide more opportunities for people with disabilities to work, but also so that you don't automatically lose your benefits that enable you to pay your rent, do child care, continue your education, whatever the other means of your advancement might be. So that's going to be a big piece of business for me. Thank you. Okay, I know. Okay, we've got one more. Oh, my gosh. All right, I always make Mike, who's running my campaign here in New Hampshire, when he stops me, because I could literally be here all afternoon, I make him pick the last person, because I only have one more. Okay, he shuts his eyes. I have no idea where he's going to end up. Okay.
Hello, thank you for being with us this afternoon. You have taken many strong stands and actions for human rights, women's rights, and education in your campaign. These are actions which Republicans have often overlooked or ignored. You've also said that you support renewable energy in our country, but have taken over $150,000 from the big oil and gas industries. These are industries which are in direct conflict with your interest in renewable energies. And I'm wondering if you'd be willing to take one step further away from the Republicans and take a stand against any more campaign contributions from them.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're referring to, but Big Oil knows I'm not their friend, so I can't imagine. They must have put it in the wrong envelope because I've been very clear about that, and I want to take away all their subsidies. I've been public about that. We're going to move those $6 billion a year into clean, renewable energy. I will certainly take a hard look at that. It is not something that I've paid any attention to because they know where I stand and they know what I will do. And I want to say a further word about that. You know, I believe strongly that we need campaign finance reform. We need to get back to a system that we had for a while, but the Republicans, unfortunately, challenged it, took it down in the Supreme Court, where we have more citizens contributing smaller amounts of money, where we have, remember the checkoff we used to do? If you wanted your money to go into the presidential campaign, it could go there, and we had public financing. And the Republicans went after it. I voted for what was called McCain-Feingold to impose really tough restrictions on campaign financing. They got themselves a Supreme Court that basically said money is speech. And because of that, it just has led to the dissolution of a sensible campaign finance system. And the fact they went further and came out with the Citizens United decision has just made a mockery of campaign finance. And we're in a real bind because we've got to figure out how to win an election, get the votes we need in Congress in order to change the system back, and then, if necessary, have a constitutional amendment to prevent the Supreme Court from undoing it all over again. That's my goal. And that's what I need your help in doing, because otherwise, you know, we're just playing on the margins, because there is going to be even more and more and more money, and worst of all, money we have no idea where it comes from. You know, under these rules that the Supreme Court has allowed to go into effect, you don't even have to disclose where some of the money comes from. And in the 2014 election, when a lot of good Democrats lost, a third of the money that went into the campaigns was never disclosed. You have no idea. It could be a foreign government. It could be a criminal cartel. It could be a drug cartel. You don't know. This is cancerous. This is so pernicious and corrupting of our political system. I'm going to do everything in my power to reverse that and get back to a sensible campaign financing system. Thank you all very much.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends
battling big money, that the United States government doesn't represent them or their interests anymore and may now be turning to extremists as an outlet for their anger and personal struggles. Even if they don't agree with us, we know that Bernie's plan and this movement will help us and them. So come help. Help us get those Bernie supporters to the polls on February 9th. Come to an office, sign up to ask supporters if they need a ride to the polls. It's not about you, it's for them. So to start, get out your phones right now and text NH to 82623. That's NH to 82623. Then, when you leave here, stop by 44 Opera House Square. We have 7 days. The other campaigns laugh at us. But if you get involved, and only if you get involved, they can't laugh anymore. So now I am so proud to introduce the next President of the United States, Senator.
Thank you, Claremont. Thank you all. What a wonderful turnout on such short notice. And let me thank Lindsay for her beautiful introduction. Last night was an important step forward in the fight for the political revolution. Last night in Iowa, we took on the most powerful political organization in the country. Last night, we came back from a 50-point deficit. Last night, we showed that working people, lower-income people, and young people are prepared to stand up and fight for fundamental changes in the way politics and economics is done in America. That was last night, and the political revolution continues next Tuesday here in New Hampshire. So as Lindsay said, I hope that all of you will do everything you can to bring out as many people as possible. Let me tell you a little bit about what this campaign means, I think, to this country. Last November, Lindsay mentioned, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. Why didn't they vote? They didn't vote because they are discouraged, they are disillusioned, and they don't believe that their vote matters. They don't believe that people in Washington are hearing their pain, and they're giving up on the political process. So let me just say this at the outset. I am the only candidate for president who will tell you that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can deal effectively with the major crises facing our country. No president can do it alone, because the powers that be in Washington and in this country, Wall Street, which has unlimited amounts of money and incredible political power, corporate America, whose greed has gone a long way to destroying our economy, the corporate media, which selects what you will hear and read and see, huge campaign contributors who make outrageously large campaign contributions with the full knowledge that those contributions will end up benefiting their own interests. This is what we are taking on. And the only way we can effectively bring about the changes that this country requires is when millions of people, including many of whom have given up on the political process, many of them have turned away from our democracy, when those people re-engage and say loudly and clearly, enough is enough, our government belongs to all of us and not just the 1%. That's not rhetoric, that is reality. That is the only way we deal with the real problems facing our country. Let me just give you an example, a few examples. The other day, article in the Wall Street Journal. What the Wall Street Journal said is that Wall Street, the executives of Wall Street, are pouring huge amounts of money into Republican candidates and into my Democratic opponent. If you want to know why we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, understand that the pharmaceutical industry contributes huge amounts of money into the political process. If you want to know why we are not transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel in order to combat the international crisis of climate change, understand that the Koch brothers and other magnates from fossil fuel are pouring hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into the campaigns that they support. So what we have got to do is make it very clear that we are going to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. There is no issue more important, because a corrupt campaign finance system, which is undermining our democracy, impacts every aspect of our lives. We bailed out Wall Street against my vote because the banks were too big to fail. But the banks today are bigger. The major banks are bigger than when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. Elderly people in this country cannot afford the prescription drugs they need. Costs are outrageous. We pay the highest prices in the world. 1 out of 5 Americans can't afford to fill the prescriptions their doctors write. Why? Because the pharmaceutical industry contributes huge amounts of money and has lobbyists all over Washington, D.C. And on it goes. And unless millions of our people stand up and say that our government must start representing a disappearing middle class, unless that happens, the rich will continue to get richer and everybody else will get poorer. And that is what this campaign is about. What this campaign is about is saying that we have got to understand that we are the richest country in the history of the world. Richest country in the history of the world. And yet we have millions of seniors trying to get by on $12,000 or $13,000 a year Social Security. Why is that? We are the richest country in the history of the world, but we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Half the kids in public schools are on free or reduced lunch. We are the richest country in the history of the world, but I know in Vermont and here in Claremont, New Hampshire, how many of our people are working not 1 job, but 2 jobs, 3 jobs, trying to cobble together some income and some health care. We are the richest country in the history of the world, but most Americans don't know that because almost all new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. Now, my opponents and the establishment media says, you know, Bernie Sanders, his ideas are too ambitious.
We believe in you.
Well, well, more importantly, I believe in you. You know, if we were a poor country, and there are poor countries around the world, and somebody said, you know, everybody should be able to get a college education, we should have health care for all people, people would say, well, you're being too ambitious. It's a poor country. We can't afford to do that. We are not a poor country. But what has happened over the years is they have driven down the expectations of what the American people believe they have a right to expect. Today, the minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. Okay? You can do the arithmetic as well as I can. Multiply, be generous here. Let's give $10 an hour, multiply it by 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. You have a total that no family and no individual can live on. Together, what we have got to say is that in this great country, if somebody works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. And that is why, together, we are going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour over the next 3 years. Now you're going to hear all kinds of reasons from the establishment and others as to why we can't do it. Don't believe it. Of course we can do it. And when we talk about equitable wages, I hope that every man in this room will stand with the women and fight for pay equity for women workers. There is no rational economic reason why women are making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. Together, we are going to change that. And when we talk about the economy, let me tell you what a rigged economy looks like.
We have one.
You got it. You sure do. You already know what it looks like. Let me amplify it just a bit. Now, I want you just to think about this. We all grew up believing that our great country, the essence of what America was about, was fairness, was justice. That's what America has always been about. Let's talk about fairness today. The United States has more wealth inequality than at any time since 1928, and it is worse than almost any major country on earth. Listen to this. The top 1/10 of 1% today owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Got that? I'm not talking about 1%, I'm talking about 1/10 of 1%. Okay? The 20 wealthiest people in this country now own more wealth than the bottom 150 million Americans, half our population.
And that's us.
Okay, and when you talk about a rigged economy, I want to give you one very clear example. Today in America, one family, the Walton family of Walmart, one family, richest family in our country, owns more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. That is obscene, but let me tell you what is even more obscene. You know, here my Republican colleagues running all over the country talking about welfare cheats and welfare abusers. Do you know who the biggest recipient of welfare in America is? It is the Walton family of Walmart, the wealthiest family in America, which is the largest welfare recipient in this country. Walmart pays wages that are so low that many of their workers are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing because they are not earning enough to survive. A rigged economy is when the middle class has to pay more in taxes to provide benefits for the employees of the wealthiest family in America. That's a rigged economy. So I have a message for the Walton family. Get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. The middle class taxpayers should not have to subsidize the wealthiest family in America. Now, when we talk about the economy, we can talk about the grotesque level of wealth inequality. Let's talk about income inequality. How much money you made last year? You all know. Vermont, New Hampshire, and neighbors, very much the same kind of states. Our people are working just incredibly long hours. Mom is out working. Dad is out working. Kids are out working. Turns out that our people in the United States work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. The Japanese are very hard workers. We work longer hours than the Japanese do. And yet with mom working, with dad working, with marriages struggling under stress, with parents not having enough time to spend with their kids, guess what? 58% of all new income generated today is going to the top 1%. That's a rigged economy. You want a radical idea, guys? All right, you ready for this? Together, we are going to create an economy that works for working families, not just the top 1%. And when we talk about the economy, you know that every month the federal government comes out with a number of reports regarding unemployment. And one report, the report that usually ends up in the front pages of the newspapers, says that official unemployment is 5%. Anybody believe that? No! Smart group of people. There's another report that talks about unemployment plus the millions of people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time, and others who have given up looking for work. That number is 9.9%, a very serious problem. And let me tell you another problem that is even more serious that we do not talk about at all, and that is youth unemployment in this country. Youth unemployment. I asked some economists to do a study for me regarding kids who graduated high school between 17 and 20. Here is the report. The kids are whites. 33% of those high school graduates are unemployed or underemployed. Latinos, 36%. African Americans, 51%. Now, that is a tragedy unto itself for a lot of reasons. You know, kids want to stand up on their own 2 feet. They want to go out. They want to leave home. They want to be independent. They want some money coming in. Millions of these kids can't do that. But there's another tragedy that is related to that. We have more people in jail today than any other major country on earth. We have more people in jail than communist China, country 4 times our size. And if anybody in this room does not see the connection between very high youth unemployment and so many of our people in jail, you are missing a very important connection. So here is radical idea number 2. You ready for this one? How about investing in jobs and education for our youth rather than jails and incarceration? So far, you got 2 radical ideas, and now is the first promise. You ready for the promise? At the end of my first term as president, we will not have more people in jail than any other country. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We are going to be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We are going to create a cutting-edge, superlative child care system in this country, which means hundreds of thousands of new jobs as well-trained, well-paid teachers work with the youngest Americans. And this is what else we are going to do. When our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, water systems, wastewater plants, rail, airports, levees, dams, you name it, in many parts of this country, including our own, are in need of major repair, we are going to invest $1 trillion to rebuild our infrastructure and create 13 million decent-paying jobs. Now, some people say, well, it is true, our infrastructure is collapsing. It is true that our child care system is inadequate. You want to hire all these people. That's a great idea. Where are you going to get the money? I will tell you where we get the money. Right now, you have major corporations, multi-billion dollar multinational corporations who in a given year make billions of dollars in profit. What they do with their profits is they stash their money in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and in other tax havens. And at the end of the day, in a given year, some of them pay 0 in federal income tax. It is outrageous after making billions in profits. Well, you know what? We're going to do away with that loophole. They're going to start paying their fair share of taxes. We're going to use that. And we're going to use that money to invest in our infrastructure and create millions of decent-paying jobs. That's what we're going to do. Now, what this campaign is about, and it's tough stuff, and we're getting attacked by the entire establishment, but what this campaign is about is understanding that we have got to tackle the basic problems facing our country. We cannot just sweep them under the rug. We can't talk about reforming this and reforming that when you have candidates who take huge amounts of money from powerful special interests. Real reform is not going to happen. Now, I want to tell you, if I might, just a short story of what, in fact, is going on in this country, and all of you really know it. And this is not only what a rigged economy is about, it's not only about a corrupt campaign finance system, but it is a broken criminal justice system. All right, this is what you got. A couple of weeks ago, a financial institution called Goldman Sachs. Have you heard of Goldman Sachs? They're one of the larger Wall Street companies. Goldman Sachs reached...
Hillary goes there.
Goldman Sachs reached an agreement with the U.S. government, a settlement, to pay $5 billion. $5 billion. Now, why did they do that? Well, they did that because during the 1990s and the 2000s, they were selling packages which were basically worthless and ripping off investors and Americans. They were selling a worthless product. And they reached a $5 billion settlement with the United States government. That's point number one. In other words, what does that tell you? It tells you that Goldman Sachs and other large banks who also reached huge settlements with the government in many ways are using fraud as their business model. So you got that? So that's the first point. The most powerful economic interest in this country, their business model is essentially fraud. Now, it would be nice to deny it, it would be nice to ignore it, but these guys keep reaching settlements with the government for billions of dollars, not because, they want to donate money to the federal government. Okay? That's issue number one. Number two, issue number two. This is what political power is about. In the last 25 years, 2 executives from Goldman Sachs became secretaries of the Treasury. Got that? This is called the revolving door of politics. You work on Wall Street, you then go into government, you do Wall Street's bidding in government, and then you go back to Wall Street. That's what it's about. 2 secretaries of the Treasury and dozens of other important officials in government came from Goldman Sachs and other Wall Street firms. That's political power. More political power. A couple of years ago, the CEO from Goldman Sachs, who is a billionaire, came to Congress and he said, you know what? I think you guys need to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, and give tax breaks to large corporations. That's political power. Fourth point, criminal justice system. All right, listen to this. And you know this to be true. Today, some kid in Burlington, Vermont, or in Manchester, New Hampshire, gets picked up with some marijuana. That kid will have a police record for the rest of his life, which is serious business because you go out and want to get a job, somebody will ask you about that. So kids get arrested possessing marijuana, a police record. But apparently you can be an executive at a large Wall Street firm whose greed and recklessness and illegal behavior cost the jobs of millions of people, result in people losing their homes and their life savings. But if you are an executive on Wall Street, no prosecution at all. So it turns out that we have a system in which banks are not only too big to fail, the bankers are too big to jail. And when you have a system like that, the American people understand there is something profoundly wrong, and they kind of retreat from the political process. They say, hey, this whole system is rigged. My kid gets arrested, for shoplifting, gets arrested for marijuana. He has a problem. CEOs know. People instinctively understand that. And that is why we need to reform a broken criminal justice system. Justice for all. Justice for all, even if you are an executive on Wall Street. All right? What this campaign is about is thinking big, not small, is rejecting all of those people who say, no, we can't do it. It's too bold, it's too aggressive. We can't do it. I believe that when the American people stand together and when we don't let the Trumps of the world divide us up, I believe there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Let me give you an example of something that I believe we not only can accomplish, I believe we must accomplish. Everybody here knows that if our economy is to succeed, if our democracy is to thrive, we need a well-educated workforce. No one debates that. And what most of you know is that 30, 40 years ago, the United States had the best educated workforce in the world, the best educated population. That's no longer the case. And what many of you also know is that today a college degree in many respects is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 40 or 50 years ago. 50 years ago, somebody got a high school degree, they can go out and get a decent job, they can make it into the middle class. But to a large degree, that is not the case right now. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, what we must be talking about is making public colleges and universities tuition free. Is this a radical idea? I don't think so. It exists in many countries around the world today, and guess what? Used to exist in America 40, 50 years ago. Okay? And not to mention that great piece of legislation called the GI Bill, which allowed many of your grandparents who fought in World War II to go out and get the education they need to help create a great economy. In addition to making public colleges and universities tuition free, we've got to do something else, and that is deal with the crisis of student debt. Anybody here dealing with student debt? All right, let me hear it. What kind of debts do we have out there? How much? 135,000. Oh my God. Yeah. 50,000. All right, you're all hearing this. And let's, again, when I talk about where we want to go as a nation, it is so important that we do not accept today's reality as the way it has to be. Take a deep breath. Just think about it for a moment. Think about it for a moment. What I believe, and I think most people in this country believe, is education is an essential part of being human. You need more and more education. It's part of who we are as a people. Second of all, in today's economy, to get a decent job, you need a higher education in many respects. Why should it be that a woman right here is $130,000 in debt? For what crime did she commit? Did you blow it all in Las Vegas? She wanted to get a higher education, not a crime. It is something that we should respect and appreciate. Why should people be punished, and in some cases punished very seriously? Why should it be that they can't get married and have kids because of a debt? Buy a car, buy a house. I talked to a woman in New Hampshire a number of months ago. She said, Bertie, I'm not just paying off my daughter's student debt, I'm paying off mine as well. I talked to a guy in Nevada a month ago. He said, I've been paying off my student debt for 25 years. I am more deeply in debt today than I was when I took it out in the first place.
All right, everybody, we're going to pause this event to go to a live event happening right now. Ben Carson is talking.
Values and principles that have characterized America in the past, or are we settling for what we consider to be the best that we can get? We can get complete excellence, and we should settle for nothing less than that. Thank you. Let me open it up for questions.
Dr. Carson, are you calling Ted Cruz a hypocrite?
I didn't say a word about Ted Cruz. What I said is what we need to be able to do is look at a person's life, look at the way a person does things, look at the way a person treats other people, and make a judgment.
But you're obviously talking about the rumors that were out there that some in the Cruz campaign were putting out there on caucus night. So this is the reason why we're here today, correct?
Well, it's clear that there were people who tried to take advantage of a situation, who tried to distort information. There's no question about that. Senator Cruz told me that he was not aware of that when I talked to him, and that he did not agree with that kind of thing. And we'll wait and see what he does to demonstrate that.
But you don't believe him if you are here talking about the way people conduct themselves.
Well, he could very well have not known about it, but it's obvious that there were people in his organization not only knew about it, but who carried it out, who executed it. So, you know, we have to look at the obvious things that are going on.
Dr. Carson, do you think it obviously affected the result, your result in Iowa, what you're describing?
I think it did, yes. I was getting a lot of intelligence from a lot of different places saying that I was going to do extraordinarily well. And I do think it affected that. There was one instance where my wife went to a caucus, and my representative had already spoken, but the Cruz representative had spoken and told people that I was, in fact, not going to be continuing. And the people wanted to actually hear from my wife. So she was an unscheduled speaker, and she obviously disabused them of that notion. And they were extraordinarily happy, I must say, gave her a standing ovation, and I won that precinct. Who's to say what the outcome? I don't think we can say what the outcome is, but we can say whether or not we take something like this and just sweep it under the rug and say, it's just the way it is, or are there consequences?
What do you think of Donald Trump wading into the fight? He's been defending you on Twitter most of the day and attacking Ted Cruz for it.
Well, I have a tendency, as you've probably noticed over the last several months, not to talk about other people and what their intentions are and what they do. I will continue that now.
Dr. Carson, how do you evaluate the state of the campaign at this point? You said you're going on to New Hampshire and South Carolina. What sort of showing do you need to show in those states to continue?
Well, I want to continue to make progress. You know, I base what I do on the support that I see, the monetary support, you know, the tremendous support that I have on social media, and what I see in the crowds and in people that I encounter. Those are the things that will tell me, because again, you know, this was not something that was on my bucket list. This is something I'm doing for the people. And so many people everywhere I go say, please, 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 please don't drop out. Please don't stop. We need you. So I will continue to be a voice as long as I feel that that is the case. And the other thing that I really need to emphasize, you know, one of the things that they say represents America is baseball. Have you noticed that in a baseball game there are 9 innings and you don't call the game after the first inning or 2? There's a reason for that.
Just to be clear, we are here because of what happened with the Cruz campaign.
I suspect that that's the reason you're here.
Well, you're the one who called the press conference.
That's why I'm here. I don't know why you're here.
Okay. Using faith as a way of criticising what Ted Cruz's campaign has done, can you elaborate on that? Why do you use a Bible verse to talk about what Ted Cruz has done?
I'm talking about what Everybody does.
No, but
When
you
I
said
say,
then you were talking about Ted Cruz.
by their fruit, you will know them.
Right.
Okay, that was the Sermon on the Mount.
Right.
And it was in the context where Jesus was saying, there's some people, who aren't what they seem to be, who say one thing and do another, but you can always tell who they are by their fruit,
And it seems
how
to
they
be
act.
that's Ted Cruz.
So you're the one.
I know the one. You're saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen carefully. Don't argue, just listen. Okay. What I'm saying is that you, the press, and we, the American people, have a perfectly good way of evaluating people. We've always had a good way of evaluating people.
You've mentioned that people in Ted Cruz's organization were doing this. Should he fire those people? Should he terminate all ties with those people?
Well, let me put it this way. When I discovered that there were things in my campaign that I couldn't agree with after really doing an investigation, I made changes. And I think that's what a good leader does. If there are things that are going on that you don't agree with, you have to make changes. Now, if he agrees with it, he doesn't need to make changes. That would be, it would be hypocritical, wouldn't it, to go against your beliefs. So if he agrees with it, not a problem for him.
Carson, you're asking others to make a judgment on whether Ted Cruz is who he says he is. Do you think he is who he says he is?
Well, I guess you have to preface that by telling me, who does he say he is?
Well, he says his campaign is a revival, which will turn America back to God.
He says he's the choice for evangelical voters. Are you saying that they should reconsider their support for him, given what you're alleging?
I'm saying that evangelical voters, just like everybody else, should listen to what I just said and evaluate a person on what they do, how they treat other people, and that includes myself. I want people to evaluate me on that basis also.
Did Ted Cruz apologize to you?
Yes, he did.
What else did he say?
Well, he said obviously he didn't know that people were doing this kind of thing in his organization, and he didn't agree with it.
Do you regret announcing that you were going to be going back to Florida and spurring some of this confusion?
Well, I didn't make that announcement. I guess somebody talked to other people. I didn't say it, so don't blame me.
But you're here telling us that people should know what's going on in their campaign and hold people accountable. I mean,
Is
you
it,
regret that
well, let me ask you this question. Is it okay after being on the road for almost 3 weeks to go home and get a fresh change of clothes? Or is that a problem? Does that make somebody into an evil, horrible person?
Try to call this fraud. Do you agree with that term?
Again, I think I've said what I want to say on that. I know you guys like to create a mud fight because that's fun.
No, we're just wondering what you
This is the problem with America today. We've become like ancient Rome. Everybody wanted to go to the Colosseum and see the blood and the gore. Oh, this is exciting, while their society was crumbling around them. I think I've stated very clearly what people need to look at and how they need to make their evaluations.
Dr. Gupta, two more questions. Have you spoken to anyone else from the campaign, in particular Congressman Steve King, who tweeted out that you were dropping out on Monday night?
I haven't spoken to him. I did speak to Rob Taylor. He's a state representative in Iowa and was our campaign chairman there. And he has called upon Representative King on multiple occasions to clarify, to apologize, and he says he has not heard a word from Congressman King.
Dr. Carson, tomorrow you're...
I hear a voice way in the wilderness over here. Where is that? Okay.
Dr. Carson?
You mentioned, or you asked, are there consequences for this kind of behavior? I guess just to follow up on that, are you suggesting that there should be, and what should they be?
Well, I think I just said, when I did a deep dive in my organization and I found that there were problems, I made changes. That's what you have to do, unless you agree with it. Again, if he's in total agreement with it, then he doesn't need to make any changes.
Tomorrow you're going to be returning to a venue that perhaps helped launch this campaign. Can you talk about that?
Well, the National Prayer Breakfast, I assume you're talking about, because I'm going to a number of venues tomorrow. But, you know, it was a very interesting thing that happened 3 years ago at the National Prayer Breakfast. But one of the things that I'm going to be doing tomorrow is meeting with a number of state leaders from other places and just, you know, talking about America, the world, their countries, what things we have in common, and how do we make progress in the world. That's going to be one of the main focuses of my going there. All right, thank you all.
For your interest, Dr. Carson, your attendance today.
And he's worried, he's 55, that when he gets Social Security, they're going to garnish his Social Security to pay for his student debt. This is crazy stuff. We want to encourage people to get an education, not discourage them. In my view, what we should do is to say to people who have student debt, many of whom who have high interest rates, 6, 8, 10%, you will be able to refinance your student debt at the lowest interest rates you can find. Now, some people say, well, that's an expensive proposition, and it is. You know how we're going to pay for it? We're going to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. When Wall Street's greed drove this country into a major recession, the middle class bailed them out. Now it is their time to help the middle class. I am a member of the Senate Energy Committee and Environmental Committee. I have talked to scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. It is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. We have the moral responsibility to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We have the moral responsibility to make certain that the planet our children, grandchildren, and future generations are getting will be a planet that is healthy and habitable. This takes us right back to campaign finance. Why do you think it is that there is no candidate, Republican candidate running for president, who even recognizes the reality of climate change, let alone wants to transform our energy system? And what it comes back to is the Koch brothers and ExxonMobil and the coal industry will say to them, if you want to listen to science, if you want to protect future generations, we are going to cut your campaign financing. So I say to my Republican colleagues, stop worrying about your campaign funds, worry about your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. I am a member of the Health Education Labor Committee, and we wrote the Affordable Care Act. We needed 60 votes to pass it. We got 60 votes to pass it with no Republican support. Now, in my view, the Affordable Care Act has done some very important things for the American people. We ended the obscenity of pre-existing conditions. You remember that? I think years from now, 20 years from now, people look back and they say, I don't understand what pre-existing conditions mean. How could you go to an insurance agent and say, we will insure you for all of your health care needs except what you need the most? You know, it's like going and getting fire insurance, except it won't cover you when you have a fire. Same thing, really. Okay? So we got rid of that. We added to the ranks of the insured some 17 to 18 million people, big deal. We also did away with discrimination against women who were forced to pay more for health care because they were women. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All of that is extremely important, but, and here is the big but, and that is that today the United States remains the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. We're the only one. Today in America, 29 million people have no health insurance, and many more, including many here tonight, are underinsured with large deductibles and co-payments. Anybody here with a deductible? Okay.
Good luck paying that off.
Well, what happens with deductibles, if you don't have a lot of money, you got a $5,000 deductible and you get sick, what happens? You don't go, exactly. And then here's what happens there. Every year in America, it's not talked about a lot, thousands of people die because they don't go to the doctor when they should, or they end up much sicker than they should have been. Furthermore, today, we spend by far more money on prescription drugs than do the people of any other country. Do you all know that? Some of you may remember that a number of years ago when I was in the House, I took a busload of women from northern Vermont over the Canadian border. Remember that? And the reason I did that, and here's what so these were women by and large were dealing with breast cancer, working class women struggling for their lives with breast cancer. We went up to Montreal. I'll never forget this as long as I live. They went walking into the drugstore there, and we had arranged all of this. And they bought the same medicine that they were taking in Vermont for 1/10 the price they were paying in Vermont.
Same company, too.
Same company, same medicine, not a generic, same damn thing. Okay? And right now, what you're seeing in this country is 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford to fill the prescriptions that their doctors are writing. Old people are dividing up their pills in half because they don't have enough money to buy the medicine that they need. Now, after all of that, 29 million uninsured, more underinsured, highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, guess what? We end up spending far, far more per capita on health care than do the people of any other country. We spend almost 3 times more than the British, who guarantee health care to all their people, 50% more than the French guarantee health care to all their people, and much more than our Canadian neighbors who provide health care to all their people. Now, I have been criticized for saying this, but let me say it again so my critics can hear it loudly and clearly. And that is, I believe that health care is a right for all people, not a privilege. And if we can pass, and I believe we should, a Medicare for all single-payer system, not only will we cover every man, woman, and child, we will also save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year in their health care costs. Now, the issue here is not whether that is the right thing to do. Of course it's the right thing to do. How can you live in a wealthy, civilized society with millions of people having no health insurance and others who have insurance but large deductibles? Nobody thinks that it's right that we pay the highest prices for prescription drugs in the world. What does it come down to? It's not right or wrong. What it comes down to is whether we as a people have the courage and have the determination to take on the insurance companies, who are enormously powerful, to take on the drug companies who spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year on lobbying and campaign contributions. Everybody knows that people should have health care, but that's not what the insurance companies want. That is not what the drug companies want. And that gets back to money in politics. It gets back to a political revolution. Same thing with the fossil fuel industry. Every scientist tells us that climate change is real. We have got to move aggressively to transform our energy system. That's not what the fossil fuel industry says. They love it the way it is. They love the profits that ExxonMobil and all these other guys are making. And the same thing with Wall Street. You got large banks today that were bigger than when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. You got a half a dozen banks now having assets equivalent to 58% of the GDP in America. We've got to break them up. But Wall Street disagrees. They don't think it's a good idea if we break them up. They don't think it's a good idea if we reestablish Glass-Steagall type legislation. So that is what the issue is. It's not what's right or what's wrong. The question is, who does the federal government work for? Does it work for Wall Street and their lobbyists and their campaign contributors? Does it work for the pharmaceutical industry, who, by the way, the 3 top drug companies last year made $45 billion in profit? Okay. So you got Wall Street, you got the drug companies, you got the fossil fuel industry. Who is going to stand up to them? Who is going to stop them? You won't. So this is a very different type of campaign. What we are attempting to do, it's not, I'm not here to say elect Bernie Sanders and everything will be happy. No. I appreciate that. That's why I'm here. But I got to tell you something. We can't accomplish it just by electing Bernie Sanders. You need to be involved. Tens of millions of people need to be involved in the political process in a way that we have not seen. We can do it. It will not be easy because these people are incredibly greedy. You know, you might think that if you were the Koch brothers, and by the way, the Koch brothers are very, very upset. They are only the second wealthiest family in America. Hey, it is, you guys don't appreciate it. No, it is very tough out there.
All right, folks, we are going to pause this while we go to another live event happening right now. John Kasich, Town Hall meeting.
It was a busy week.
$50, $60 billion.
And we'll wait till that shot comes back.
In this day and age, how do you make it on $50, $60 billion? It's tough. You know, I don't see a lot of love here. These guys are struggling. They want to catch up to the Waltons. All right? But we don't make the changes that we need unless we have the courage and the organization and the determination to stand up to them. Now, what does this mean? It means that in this great country, we do not have to have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. We don't have to tolerate it. We do not have to tolerate having the highest rate of childhood poverty when we're seeing a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires. We do not have to tolerate this woman being $130,000 in debt for the crime of getting a higher education. And we don't have to tolerate hundreds of thousands of kids who can't afford to go to college in the first place. We don't have to tolerate institutional racism and the fact that we have more people in jail, largely black and Latino. We don't have to tolerate being over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. It is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. We have the moral responsibility to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We have the moral responsibility to make certain that the planet our children, grandchildren, and future generations are getting will be a planet that is healthy and habitable. This takes us right back to campaign finance. Why do you think it is that there is no candidate, Republican candidate running for president, who even recognizes the reality of climate change, let alone wants to transform our energy system? And what it comes back to is the Koch brothers and ExxonMobil and the coal industry will say to them, if you want to listen to science, if you want to protect future generations, we are going to cut your campaign financing. So I say to my Republican colleagues, stop worrying about your campaign funds, worry about your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. I am a member of the Health Education Labor Committee, and we wrote the Affordable Care Act. We needed 60 votes to pass it. We got 60 votes to pass it with no Republican support. Now, in my view, the Affordable Care Act has done some very important things for the American people. We ended the obscenity of pre-existing conditions. You remember that? I think years from now, 20 years from now, people look back and they say, I don't understand what pre-existing conditions mean. How could you go to an insurance agent and say, we will insure you for all of your health care needs except what you need the most? You know, it's like going and getting fire insurance, except it won't cover you when you have a fire. Same thing, really. Okay, so we got rid of that. We added to the ranks of the insured some 17 to 18 million people, big deal. We also did away with discrimination against women who were forced to pay more for health care because they were women. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All of that is extremely important, but, and here is the big but, and that is that today the United States remains the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. We're the only one. Today in America, 29 million people have no health insurance, and many more, including many here tonight, are underinsured with large deductibles and co-payments. Anybody here with a deductible? Okay.
Good luck paying that off.
Well, what happens with deductibles, if you don't have a lot of money, you got a $5,000 deductible and you get sick, what happens? You don't go, exactly. And then here's what happens there. Every year in America, it's not talked about a lot, thousands of people die because they don't go to the doctor when they should, or they end up much sicker than they should have been. Furthermore, today, we spend by far more money on prescription drugs than do the people of any other country. Do you all know that? Some of you may remember that a number of years ago when I was in the House, I took a busload of women from northern Vermont over the Canadian border. Remember that? And the reason I did that, and here's what so these were women by and large were dealing with breast cancer, working class women struggling for their lives with breast cancer. We went up to Montreal. I'll never forget this as long as I live. They went walking into the drugstore there, and we had arranged all of this. And they bought the same medicine that they were taking in Vermont for 1/10 the price they were paying in Vermont.
Same company, too.
Same company, same medicine.
Yeah, is it Mia? Mia. Well, me, about 6 years, before I was sworn in as governor, so I've been governor now going on my 5th year, and so it was 6 years ago, I was down in southern Ohio, and these ladies asked for a meeting with me, and they came in and they were carrying picture frames with their kids' picture in it, boys and girls, and they all had something in common. Their kids were dead, and they asked me if I would help them. And frankly, what shocked me was, why wasn't anybody helping them up till then? So I moved quickly and worked with other people, as I always do. We went down there and we shut down pill mills. You know what a pill mill is? Yeah, we shut them down. We also took the licenses away from these, quote, doctors. And I strengthened our medical board. This was a thing that needed to be fixed as well, because I think our medical board had gone too easy on some physicians that were not acting responsibly. And then, let's see, we busted a bunch of drug dealers. We busted more drug dealers than ever in our history, with the Highway Patrol being very alert to all this. And then I realized there's a lot of other things that need to be done. So we have created protocols, voluntary protocols established by the health professionals themselves. So if you have acute pain, there are limits to what you should prescribe. If you have chronic pain, the same deal. There are now protocols as to what we think is appropriate, because I happen to believe it's the prescription drug problem that has led the gateway to heroin. And I actually believe that we had almost an entire generation that we have lost on this prescription drug thing. See, when I was a kid, when you and I were kids, Carl, okay, and let me give you an example. When I got my wisdom teeth out, I remember going home and, I was in pain, and I laid there and I moaned, get some special care from my mother, and she brought me Jell-O and ice cream, and then I went to bed. I woke up the next day. I could have gone to school, but I moaned and whined a little bit more, and then at noon I finally went. We didn't have any OxyContin. Now you go get your wisdom teeth out, or you had, and they give you 25 pills. And this is really crazy. And everybody that I know that ever goes through surgery, I get really, really upset about. Be careful, because you can develop an addiction, I think, relatively quickly. Or I'm not a doctor, maybe it's not relatively quickly, but let's not spend a lot of time on OxyContin or any of these other pills. So that was a good step forward. And then we strengthened our pharmacy board so that they would be in touch to find out how all these prescriptions were going. And then we shut down the ability of people to emergency room shop, because they go from one emergency room to another emergency. We changed that. And then, let me see, then we did something that I think is going to be really significant. See, if you go into the pharmacy and you order, the pharmacy board has to log out of their computer, log into the pharmacy board, then log back out and log back into what you're doing. So we now have an interface. I think we spent about $1 million. And you can take this interface and you don't have to log out to communicate with the pharmacy board, because we want to see what's happening out there and being able to see who's doing the right things and the wrong things. And then we're in the schools with a program called Start Talking. And that's where we go in there, and we actually have a program called 5 Minutes for Life, where we send our highway patrol dressed up in their uniforms, all polished up, and they go and meet with students who are athletes. And then we recruit them as ambassadors to go into the school and keep their peers from, not doing drugs. And then we're in the schools trying to get the teachers and the parents to talk about don't do drugs, because there's a 50% chance if you hear that, the kid won't do drugs. And now I'm thinking, because I learned this from New Hampshire, and we're checking this out because we don't understand exactly where we are now, but I would love to put drug education in the health education, which you're doing in this state, which is really good. Our people have met with your folks. They've shared all the information that we know, and we listen. And then finally, we have a lot of money to rehab people, because we don't want to flush them down the drain or have them be in a revolving door of being in and out of prison. It's pretty comprehensive. There's a lot of stuff there, but it is a very tough battle. And now we've got this problem with fentanyl, where people apparently smuggle this stuff out of the hospital. I don't know if any of you know what it is, but it is a drug that they administer to people who are dying of cancer. And they figured out if you take it and lace it with the heroin, you have a longer high, and people are dying from that. And that's our newest problem. I think look, it's tough, but we're doing everything we could possibly do. And that's what I think we should be doing nationally in every state, because we have to win this battle. We have to. I don't know that we'll ever win the war, but we can win a heck of a lot more battles, and we can have a heck of a lot more kids whose lives will be saved. Okay?
Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
I think I've done like 4 packages. Not real, because I think the last one I put a flashlight. I got the brain. And I think with that pack, like, I'll give it worse. I'm like, here you go. That's what it is. Yeah, gotta talk to
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting of the Phoenix City Council. We're going to get started with the meeting. Our invocation today will be given by Dr. Charles Johnson from Victory Community Church.
How you doing, sir?
Dr. Johnson, are you here? There he is. Please be quiet for the invocation. If you're able to, please rise.
If you can stand, please stand. And I would ask you to do one other thing. If you can, would you please hold hands if you desire. Father, we're so grateful and thankful for your loving kindness, which is better than life, and how you have blessed us all to live in this valley of the sun. We thank you, Father, for our city council. We thank you for the diversity, and we thank you for the opportunity you present as you've brought us all here from different places and different walks of life. Spirit of the living God, we invite you to come in, to touch the hearts of our city council and the people that are representing people all over this valley, that we would be an example to the rest of the world of unity, of power, of peace, and of productivity. We thank you for the challenges that adversity has presented, because we thank you that you birthed us for a time to be an answer. We thank you that in this session today, our mayor and our city council will walk in the wisdom of Solomon and give peace to the valley, that everywhere people will look at Phoenix and say, we want to be like them. We thank you for grace. We thank you for faith. We thank you that we're here to do your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Johnson. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Waring.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're going to begin today's formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Before we do have a meeting of the Assisted Housing Governing Board. That board is made up of members of the City Council plus one citizen leader, Amador Lopez. So now I will open the meeting of the Assisted Housing Governing Board. Would the City Clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember DeCiccio. Board Member Gallego.
Here.
Board Member Gates. Board Member Lopez.
Here.
Board Member Nowakowski.
Here.
Board Member Pastor. Board Member Waring.
Here.
Board Member Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Valenzuela. Here. Chairman Stanton.
I'm here. Do we have a motion on the minutes for the June 17th, 2015 meeting of the Assisted Housing Governing Board? Mr. Lopez?
Move so, approve.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second? We do have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Do you have a motion on the item number 4 on this agenda, which is the resolution authorizing the city to apply to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Rental Assistant Demonstration Program. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, move so.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any comments by members of this board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. With no further business before the Assisted Housing Governing Board, the meeting is now adjourned. Mr. Lopez, thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Now I'll call to the formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council to order. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilwoman Gallego.
Here.
Councilman Gates.
Here.
Councilman Nowakowski. Councilwoman Pastor. Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Here. We have an interpreter here with us for those citizens who may need her services. Ms. Holm, would you introduce yourself?
Buenas tardes, me llamo Judy, soy intérprete de español. Si alguien necesita el equipo, por favor venga conmigo o con el personal de la ciudad. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holm. Next, according to our City Council rules, we have citizen comments. Citizens will have up to 3 minutes to address the City Council. We're not able to dialogue with this because these are on non-agendized items. So now have citizens. Do we have citizen comment cards? Right in front of me. The first speaker for citizen comments is Mr. Leonard Clark, up to 3 minutes. And as he's walking up here, followed by Mr. Kim Baker.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Leonard Clark. Thank you so much for speaking to me, and thank you for my fellow veterans and the soldiers right now who are serving in our United States Armed Forces. It's because of them that I am even able to speak to you right now. I just want to speak as a citizen, all of the controversy that's going on with prayer. I'm not ashamed to say that I hope that there is a God. I'm an agnostic. I believe in good and evil. But the problem is, when you officially get up on the diocese and you say people have a choice, but you are unofficially okaying the fact that a religious entity or group can use the city government to tell me what I should do. Yeah, you can say, Mr. Clark, you didn't have a choice. I mean, you had a choice. You could have sat down or you could have stood up. But the thing is, basically, you're shaming, you're causing the potential for the person who is disagreeing with that policy in front of all their peers. That's the same reason why in school, they don't say, Johnny, okay, everybody get up and pray, in public schools, because if, Johnny doesn't get up because his parents said, no, I don't believe in that type of religion, whether it's polytheist, monotheist, whatever it is. I personally don't agree with the views of the other religion that wants to speak today, but you know what? You let all the other religions speak. You let a polytheist priest get up. I'm not sure if it was a member of the Sikh faith, which I'm not against. In America, we can worship God in our own way. But you, by officially allowing it from up there on the diocese, then you have to say, okay, I allow one religion, I do the other. This is exactly what our forefathers wanted. And I know the argument will be made, well, the forefathers, Leonard, they did not want God out of our government. But they would also be the first to tell you they weren't perfect. And in the old world, we had Catholics and Protestants killing each other, and a lot of them, that's what they came here for, and the Puritans and all the rest of them. So I just think a solution is you either continue on making the city manager, who you let pray when the preacher didn't show up, mayor, make him the official high priest, or maybe a better compromise would be, if you want to have a prayer, Councilperson Sal DeCiccio, Thelda Williams, Mayor Stanton, Mr. Waring, you're all holding hands symbolically, in your prayer. Hey, we can have a prayer meeting after this. We can do it. I believe in God. If you don't like that, go jump in a creek. I'm all for that, but you should not be officially telling people, hey, we're going to have this preacher up here, bow your head if you want, and then publicly, if that person doesn't stand up, that's like a type of shaming. But I know, Mayor, that you are a moderate Republican. I mean, after all, we know what a moderate Republicans are, conservative Democrats. So, you can get up there and you can side with the big churches because that's how you're going to get elected. But there's a new spirit in this country, and it should be the old spirit. Worship God in your own way. Don't be shamed by you folks getting up there, whether it's a person of the Sikh faith, the Hindu faith, the Christian faith, the Muslim faith. Just let us pray on our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. For the record, I did ask the city manager to give that prayer, and he very reluctantly agreed to do so. All right, Mr. Kim Baker, you're next, and then followed by Greta Rogers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Kim Baker, Avondale, Arizona. I think in light of all of the controversy that has manifested itself here in the city of Phoenix and throughout the state of Arizona, I think it's very important that we bring the one entity involved that is adamantly opposed against this. There is a Constitution greater than the American Constitution, and it is substantiated or sustained by God Himself. And I just want to read something for you out of the book of Isaiah for the council. Isaiah 14, starting at verse 12, and it's 5 verses. And it says, "How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations. For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation. On the farthest side of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet you shall be brought down to Sheol, to the lower depths of the pit. Those who see you will gaze at you and consider your sin. Is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook kingdoms, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who did not open the house of his prisoners?" I think it's very important that this council consider what is at stake here. There is a destructive attitude out there that would love to destroy this city. But I'm hoping and praying those, and I applaud those that have taken the proactive stance to stand up and say, I'm not for this. I'm hoping and praying that there will be more that gain that same courage. God is not mad at this city until we disown Him.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Baker. I'm going to make a request that the additional folks that are submitted cards for citizen requests, if you wish to provide testimony on the issue of the City Council formal meeting invocation, that you save those comments for the item itself. That actually is an agendized item, and there will be opportunity for discussion. So this is not the time for comments on that. We'll have plenty of time for that later on in the meeting. Ms. Greta Rogers, good to see you.
This is in regard to the same overall subject.
But if you want to talk about the invocation...
This is public comment. I have a right to make the public comment.
City Attorney?
I've also submitted a card on the item.
Okay, so I think the time to talk about the... I'm going to cut you off. You're going to talk about the item now, because the time to talk about the item is during the agendized item. This is not the appropriate time to talk about the agendized item.
I'm not talking about the agenda item specifically.
Ms. Rogers, the floor is yours, and then I'll use the chair, the discretion of the chair to determine.
I'm going to read the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance. This situation that came to the attention of the public, I believe it was on Friday that I first heard about it on TV. Satanism is not a religion, it's a cult. Satan, in the American Heritage Dictionary, which is the dictionary I have at home, is defined as devil. Satanism is adherence to a belief in the devil, synonym evil. This is not a recognized established religion, it's a cult, and therefore is not eligible for a religious invocation at a council meeting. You, Mayor, and you, Mr. Holm, as the city attorney, should have had the spine and the courage of conviction when the request was received by the party who requested to have explained it in this manner and told them our meetings are open to the public, both formal and policy, and you may come and speak. Up to 3 minutes is allowed during the public comment period. End of explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Rogers, with all due respect, I gave you a fair warning, so I'm going to ask that her card be removed to provide testimony on the agendized items, since she did provide her testimony already. Mr. Carnicle, Gary Carnicle, and then followed by Diane Barker. Again, same thing. If you came to testify on that item, that's great. Please wait for the agendized item. If you provide testimony now, then you will not have the opportunity to provide testimony on the agenda. You don't get 2 bites of the apple. We have a lot of people here to speak, and it's unfair to give people 2 bites of the apple. Sir, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm here to speak to you about the use of my tax dollar to people that are doing union or association, labor association business. It's happening in all the bodies in the city where we have contracts. Probably one of the biggest offenders that affects all of us in here is the Phoenix Police Department. You know, they're real short on people. And yet we've got 4 officers that are attending to union business. Supposedly they're doing some work too. I challenge you to check and find out how many hours per day and week that they're putting in doing police work. Also, we have some people on duty. If certain things happen, they have to respond for the union, but they're getting paid by the city. I don't want my tax dollar paid for their wages, their benefits, their retirement. I will have to admit, I'm one of the guys, the prime guy that got Ed Cirillo to pass that thing that's putting all the cities in bankrupt, where the police officers get that drop program. Sorry to say, we expected that thing to go out after the first 5 years, and it never happened because, as usual, all good things stick around. Now, evidently, you folks left it to your staffs and stuff for the 2014-16 contract, at least the plea contract. I've been through it. Because if you'd have sat down and read it yourself instead of having your staffs do it, I just can't believe one of you up there would have voted for it. Now, right now, they're in the process of renegotiating to renew that contract. Please, review that contract. It's a violation of the Constitution, state Constitution. You know, we've been to court, we lost on some items, and we need to get it straightened out. If you don't have the time, you have my info, send me a copy. I'll review it for you. That's all I have, sir. I would like to thank Jim Waring, the only member up there that responded to my emails, because every one of you got emails from me. And also, Mr. Zucker, he and I have had numerous correspondence, but I didn't even get a go to H from anybody else. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Carnicle. Diane Barker is the last speaker we have for council comments. I'm going a little longer than I normally would for citizen comments, going through all of them, because I think there are people outside still trying to get in, so I'm trying to get as many people inside the room as possible in advance of our voting agenda. Ms. Barker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Stanton and Council. And my name's Diane Barker, and I will be brief. And I am in District 7, and my councilman is over there. And I'm here today, and I am glad that you're upholding the First Amendment. I believe in that very much so. If I've not agreed with some of your processes, what I did was to fight to see that a rule or a law was changed. What we do is we live within laws, and if we don't like them, we fight to change them. So I thank you for the First Amendment. I hope that this body will, whatever their belief, and that they will talk here or later on in the agenda appropriately, that they will respect another person's free speech. Without that, America really would be nothing. And so what I would like to say, that I've taken some of your comments about transportation and the need to work with the other levels of government, such as Thelda Williams saying we should like to have ADOT, and my councilman saying there is a big bottleneck at I-17 and I-10 over to Maricopa Association of Government for the spine study, and I'm still working with them because they seem to think, oh yeah, we had that. But guess what? We want to look at it from a multimodal. We want to move people
in the appropriate way, and that's what the Phoenix Charter said. It's a public good for mobility, and that's number one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. So that's the end of the citizen comment portion of our meeting. Mr. City Manager, my understanding is there are people outside still trying to get in. Could we get some reasonable estimate from the professionals who are trying to provide security, let people know how long it's going to take? I'll try to get to the non-voting portions of our meeting now, but to give people as much time as possible. Otherwise, I may even take a short break. Maybe next time we can have an extra security line out there as well. Okay, so maybe we can find out what the reasonable estimate is to get everybody inside the room here. Next on the agenda, City Clerk, would you please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G110 and G6117 through 6130, S42275 through S42299, and resolutions number 21403 through 21407.
You got it? Okay, thank you very much. Next on the agenda is meeting minutes from past meetings. Councilwoman Pastor, have you had a chance to review the formal meeting minutes from January 6, 2016?
I have, and I move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Those meeting minutes pass unanimously. Next we have boards and commissions. Do we have a motion on the mayor's proposed boards and commission nominations?
Motion to approve mayor's boards and commissions nominations.
We have a second? We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. How about city council member recommended board and commission nominations?
Motion to approve city council boards and commissions nominations.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We have many citizens who have agreed to serve on key boards and commissions to be sworn in here today. So I'll come down on the floor and issue the swearing in. And then afterwards, members of the public will come behind the dais, and council members would like to say thank you in advance for your service. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of, according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Thank you for your service. Very much appreciated. All right, thank you very much. Thanks in advance for your service on Boards and commissions for the city is one of the most important service members of the public can provide, and your time is appreciated. Next on the agenda are recommendations as it relates to liquor license applications. Vice Mayor, do we have an omnibus motion as it relates to liquor license applications?
Motion to approve items 1 through 17.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Are any cards on those items? Or any members of the council have any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those pass unanimously. Next on the agenda, I think that's all the liquor licenses. We didn't have any recommended for dispo. Okay. So the next on the agenda is ordinances, resolutions, new businesses, planning, and zoning. Mr. City Clerk and Vice Mayor, are we ready for an omnibus motion on those items?
Yeah, we're ready. Motion to approve items 18 through 68, except the following items. 18D, 21, 24, 29, 43, 43.1, 43.4, 50, 51, and 68, noting items 43.1 and 68 will be held until the end of the meeting, and item 43 is as corrected, and item 55 as amended will be with a revised site plan and agreement with property owner and neighbor, and item 67 is being requested by the applicant to be continued to February 17, 2016, and excluding these items for public comment. 19, 43, 43.2, and 51.
Mayor, could I ask that 43.3 be held? I'd like to make a comment, please.
Yes, that item will be held as well.
43.3.
Are any council members like to hold out any additional items for? Give it a shot. Ready? 18D, 19, 21, 24, 29, 43, 43.1, 43.2, 43.3, 43.4, 50, 51, and 68. Did you want any other ones held out?
Nope.
Any other holdouts for the members of the council? So that's the motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so those items pass unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 18D. 18D is a proposed membership to the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. Do we have a motion on 18D?
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any cards on 18D? Any comments by members of this council? Questions? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so by a vote of 7-2, the motion to have membership of the National Association of Clean Water Agencies passes the City Council. Next item on the agenda is item number 19. Do we have a motion on item number 19?
Item 19.
We have a motion on 19. Do we have a second?
Yes.
We do have a second. Item number 19 is the proposed 17th Avenue and Bryles Road annexation. We have a few cards on item number 19. It may take a few moments for not everyone who wants to participate in the meeting is physically in this room. They're in other rooms, so we'll have to give people a little extra time to get here. But Allison McKee, are you here? You wish to provide testimony, followed by Diane Habener, followed by Kathy Doucette. And that is all. I have other cards opposed, not wishing to speak. Those are the three that wish to speak. Each of you have up to 2 minutes to provide testimony. Ms. McKee, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison McKee. I'm opposed to the annexation of the property in my neighborhood at 17th Avenue and Bryles Road. My husband and I sought out a home in an unincorporated area of Maricopa County. We enjoy living in the county and the privileges it provides us. We are much more self-sustainable with a private well water septic. We provide some of our own food with the animals that we are permitted to keep. We have a garden fertilized with composted manure from all of our animals. The encroachment of the city of Phoenix is not welcome. We have learned from city lawyers that historically, Phoenix has not annexed county islands that do not wish to be. However, we do know that the city has the power to do so. This is a threat to my family, our lifestyle, and the value of our home. Only properties bordering the land currently in the city of Phoenix can request annexation. By annexing the property in question, the city would be opening the door to other properties in the area to annex. This could have a domino effect on our neighborhood and make blanket annexation more appealing to the city. If my personal property was annexed, I know that we would be able to keep our current privileges we now enjoy. However, in the event that we sold, some of those privileges would be lost, as the city of Phoenix S1 zoning differs from county RU 43. This would bring down the monetary value of our property. I would also like to bring to your attention that the owners of the property in question lied to residents and city workers at a public meeting on October 7th. The owners claimed that they did not know that the property was not buildable with the current zoning. Public documents signed upon the purchase of the land prove that the owners had full disclosure on this matter. The owners claim to want to build a single-family home. However, they have already worked with Taylor Morrison Homes to bring city water to the edge of their adjacent property. The lie told at the meeting, paired with the partnership with Taylor Morrison, stinks of a housing development to me. Ladies and gentlemen, the only stink I want to smell in my neighborhood is that of horse manure. I ask you all to vote no on the annexation of the property at 17th Avenue in Bryles.
Thank you, Ms. McKee, very much. Ms. Habener, Diane Habener, did you provide testimony up to 2 minutes?
Yes. Good afternoon. I live at 25312 North 16th Avenue. I chose this piece of property to live at. It's 2.5 acres so that I can have my horses and my animals and specifically be in the county and have less regulations from the city. I'm a licensed real estate broker in 2 states and have been practicing residential real estate since 1980. When I lived in another state, I had a similar piece of property that was in a county island, and I watched it being encroached on gradually until there was no place for me to have my horses. And I can see the same thing starting to happen here, and it creates a domino effect. I agree with Allison. There's absolutely no reason to allow this to go through. The people knew when they bought the property that it wasn't buildable. And that was disclosed to them, so that should have some value as to how you look at this. Anyway, I'm very opposed to this, and I hope that all of the council members will also be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Habener. Next speaker is Kathy Doucette, up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Kathy Doucette, and you've all gotten an email from me, and you've also gotten a petition that was signed by 28 of our other community neighbors explaining many of the things that were just talked about previously. So I kind of find it ironic that I'm sitting here asking the Phoenix City Council to not force me to be a member of the great city of Phoenix. But don't take it personal, because it's really more about I'm a private property owner and right next to my property is I'm adjacent to the property that is adjacent to the property that you are voting on today. The piece that's next to me also cannot be built on. So if you would approve today, then you can count on that being the next piece of property that's coming up for annexation, because it's not the full acre that's required. And Taylor Morrison put that water in, and there's deals happening under the table, and I'm here to say, please protect my rights, and please protect my property, and please preserve our county island.
Thank you very much. Also opposing but not wishing to speak, Ms. Valerie King, 1732 West Yearling. Linda Slay, 25411 North 16th Avenue. It appears that the annexation, if successful, will be in District 1. So, Councilman Williams, I will turn to you. Do you have a motion on Excuse me, any comments on 19?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. This property owner came in last fall to ask about annexation. They needed this triangle of property to build a house. What we are doing is annexing that piece of property only. It does not apply to any of the other area that's still in the county. In my district, there's a large swath of county property still there that goes back to the 40s. And we are making no attempt to initiate any annexation of that property. But as property owners have come in on an individual basis, we have approved zoning, or not zoning, but annexation. They have not asked for any zoning changes for it to be developed in, suggested, a housing development. They don't have the zoning to do that at this time, and that would have to be a whole other formal process, and I have not agreed to that in any way. But I do move approval of this annexation.
Second. Any additional comments by members of this council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is item number 21, acceptance of the Gila River Indian Community Gaming grants. Do we have a motion on 21, Vice Mayor?
Motion to accept item 21.
Second.
A motion and a second. Councilman Pastor has a potential conflict of interest and will not be participating in the item. Any cards in this item? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes unanimously, noting Councilman Pastor's potential conflict. All right, next item on the agenda is item number 24. This item was continued from a previous council meeting. It concerns a license with Cemex Construction Materials. Do we have a motion on item 24? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
I have a motion to approve item 24, amending the license with Cemex Construction with the amendment that the royalties received are allocated back to the Phoenix Parks Department.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any cards on item 24? Inger Erickson wanted to make sure she did not lobby for this. All right, roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Yes. Will the new parks money only be spent in District 7, or will it be distributed around the city?
Mayor, and the project that they used it for.
Exactly. Whatever's the best for the city. All right, good. Next item on the agenda is item number 29. Item number 29 is a request by professional staff to approve an award contract for sports facility consulting services to Barrett Sports Group. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on item number 29?
Motion to approve item 29.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Are there any cards on 29? Any members of the council like to make any comments on item number 29? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, so the item passes on a 8-1 vote. Next item on the agenda is item number 43. We have a motion on 43.
Motion to approve item 43 as corrected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have one card on item number 43. Ms. Greta Rogers, did you wish to provide up to 2 minutes of testimony on item number 43? This is allocation of Proposition 104 resources for for street overlay projects throughout the city. Please get her mic.
Is this on? Yes. Hooray. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor, and all people in attendance. My name is Greta Rogers. This is essential item. There's nothing, there's no fluff, there's no option of should we or should we not. We must. My only stipulation is that all these be scheduled and financed adequately to meet National Transportation Safety Board standards. We can no longer fund the Street Transportation Department with the equivalent of cheap tips at Denny's for a lousy cup of coffee. Do what is essential, that is right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Comments by, let's see, did you make comments? Councilman Gates, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This deals with some of the first streets projects under the Transportation 2050 item that was approved by the voters last year. Of the top 59 projects on this list, only 4 of the 59 are in District 3. The residents of District 3 are going to be paying a lot of this tax. They deserve more projects than what have been provided in this listing, so I hope to see much better moving forward, but based upon the paltry number of projects in District 3, I will be voting against this item today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilman Gates. I would ask our professional staff maybe to give a sense of how the street improvement, street overlay projects were selected. Was consideration given to districts, or was based on the highest need?
Mayor, members of the council, I'm Mario Paniagua, Deputy City Manager. With me here is Ray Dovalina, Street Transportation Director, and Assistant Director Keeney Knudsen. Just as a quick overview of the process, I know we have a busy agenda today, but Streets is here to discuss more details about the process if needed. But essentially, there is a pavement condition assessment that's done using a streets van that's driven around. It's attached with cameras and sensors and sophisticated computer system that assesses the condition of the pavements. It's driven around the city on every road, on every street, and gets updated every 2 years for every street. That data that's collected gets built into a database that generates a pavement condition index. And once that index is established, staff begins to put together the recommended list of maintenance projects and cross-references that list with other factors like the timing of road cuts and road maintenance that's going to be performed, road cuts by water services and other utilities, to ensure that there's coordination and that there's no unnecessary recutting of the streets, essentially. The process is meant to ensure that the maintenance list starts with an analysis of the roads that are in the worst condition throughout the city. And so, generally speaking, over multiple years, the roads throughout the city, when you look over multiple years of projects, are going to be more proportionally distributed among the districts. On any given year, it might not be exactly spread out among the districts, but over the years it is proportional to the amount of roads that are in the districts. And also, generally speaking, the age of the roads does impact where those projects are going to be. So some of the older roads are going to be the most in the worst condition and be where those maintenance project priorities are.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Warren?
Thank you. To comment on Councilman Gates' comments. So I'm also unhappy. I was unhappy with Prop 104 and the division of money to begin with. I've been given statistics by our transportation department. I believe it's $9 billion of the $31 billion roughly goes to light rail, and only about $1.2 billion goes to actually building or redoing streets over the 35 years. I mean, that's the statistics I was given. If I'm wrong or misstating, please let me know.
Mayor, Councilmember Waring, the amount that's going to be allocated toward the street over the 35-year period is about $2.3 billion in total.
But a lot of that is making them more walkable and bike lanes and so forth, right? I'm talking about actual street improvements being redone, the stuff that people call our office to get fixed.
So that does include improvements to sidewalks and extensions of bike lanes and those as well.
Which is great to have, but crumbling streets is a bigger problem to my mind.
The $2.3 billion does cover the maintenance in addition to the completion of streets that are in needs of upgrades or completion of extensions as well. So it's in total.
And to Councilman Gates's point, so $9 billion to light rail, which doesn't come anywhere close to my district. In the 35 years, it'll still be below the current southern boundary, not even considering population increases and redistricting. So my residents will really, in their lifetimes, unless they are very young, they will never have light rail in their district. But they will have a lot of streets. And we're spending a lot less on streets than we're spending on the light rail, which is how you get to a situation where Councilman Gates only has 4 projects in his district, and I have whatever I have in mind. So this issue comes up repeatedly. I go out with the streets guys all the time. They do a great job with the resources that they have. But that, for argument's sake, we can take $1.2 billion or $2.2 billion, regardless. You got to divide it by 8, because the districts that are light rail heavy and have all that spending in their districts, they also get their 1/8 of all the money for streets. Basically, that's the way it's been explained to me, and that pretty much is congruent with what you just said. We are also, I found out, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, wherever we're doing light rail, we're redoing those streets too, just because. So the people who have light rail are not only getting the 1/8 of their spending, they're getting the light rail money, and they're also getting other streets thrown in besides. It's not fair to my district, which is why I voted against that plan, or argued against that plan. It's very frustrating to hear. It's very hard to explain to constituents that they're paying for something they're not going to use. Now, a lot of them might have voted for it, and I would characterize that perhaps as an altruistic move. I was criticized at the time for being too parochial in basically supporting the needs of my district, but I think now my concerns about this are certainly bearing fruit. It's extremely frustrating that we're in this situation. Does this item 43 in front of us right now, does this contain money for light rail? This is just money for the street improvement? I believe it's
just street maintenance.
So I am going to support it because I'm not going to vote against projects in my district on this. But I will say I also want us to be careful about the money. So the other day we went out to an area where we had redone the streets last year. They were in bad condition. So they went in, they put in the crack seal, then they did the overlay. The street was perfect. The constituents were happy. And you know what we did? Because it was still on the list to do crack seal, I guess this fall, they went back and did the crack seal again over the top of the old crack seal. Oh, it happened, Mario. I was there, and it's been confirmed now. So I guess I was surprised. The record keeping was such that they would crack seal the same streets twice. The constituents actually went out and talked to the guys doing it and were like, no, we're good. It's already fine. So for those who are unfamiliar, you have cracks in the streets, you fill it up with a dark material, then you do the overlay. I think that's the correct terminology. Well, they went back and put more crack seal, so now it's all sort of pockmarked again. We can't undo it, but that is hard to explain to constituents. I certainly don't want that to happen again. I'm not sure how that happened, particularly since constituents were waving their hands apparently at that time and saying, don't do this, terrible thing, but it happened anyway. So we have very limited resources, and it's embarrassing for me to have to explain how that happens. So you guys do a great job with the resources we have, but got to make sure that there's communication in situations like that, because that was embarrassing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Leary, maybe you could explain what type of work is going to be done with the resources for Proposition 104 for arterial major collector overlays.
Mayor and council members, regarding the types of work, there's a series of different elements that we're going to be doing, starting off with the major overlays. That's the arterials and major collector overlays. The second type is the arterial and major micro sealing that we're going to be doing for the next batch, and then followed with treatment of tire rubberized asphalt treatment. So all of these treatments are providing longevity and preservation for our roads. The last piece is, as noted, it's crack seal. So we are always looking at prolonging what we have out there with these types of roads. So those are the types of treatments that we're going to be using with this program.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Waring, did you have some additional questions?
I just want to make one statement. So I don't want what I said before about the screw up on the re-cracking the already fixed street, or re-crack sealing the already fixed street. Mark Lockwood goes out with me regularly to look at our streets, does a great job of giving the statistics I provided about how much money from the different programs and so forth, explaining it. He's very good at turning bureaucrat ease into actual human language that people can understand, including me, so I appreciate that. So I'm no way holding him responsible, but somewhere down the line there was a communication screw up. We can't afford it with the frankly de minimis amount of money we're spending on streets compared to the light rail. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Additional comments? Councilman Gallego, please.
Wonderful. So this is just one of many votes we will take related to streets. It does not include new builds of streets, many of which will be in our quickly growing northern regions of the city. It also does not include the dramatic expansion of public transit options, including options for our senior citizens who cannot drive, who will now be served by dial-a-ride and other services. So this is a dramatic expansion to our entire city, including the northern regions. So there's a lot in Proposition 104. This is just one aspect of the streets program. There are many other funding sources for the streets program. And I think it's important that we recognize that this is an ongoing project. This addresses the older areas of our city, but there will be a lot of infrastructure upgrades, including some new streets that we've just voted to bring in, that will bring in hundreds of new jobs with the economic development potential. And I believe this is a doubling of the streets funding. So could you speak to that?
Councilwoman Gallego and Mayor, basically this is going to be 2.5 times the number of streets and the major streets and arterials for this program. Overall, compared to the current program that we have right now in the fiscal year 2016, we're actually doing about 65% more. So it's leveraging what we already have right now and actually doing 2.5 times more on the major streets and arterials.
Wonderful. So we've gotten some low grades from civil engineers about our investments and the cycle on which we replace streets, and now we are making a big change in that. So this is a good news vote for the city of Phoenix, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation today and for the comments. Jim Waring he and I always agree, and so I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things he said, but let me just sum up basically where we're at on that. I'm not as concerned, and I am, I'd like to see in my district, so if anyone from my district, don't get me wrong on it, but at the end of the day, my biggest concern is that it be done right. And what some of the things that Councilman Waring was talking about literally were done when the federal government was just dumping money on us, and the comments this is before you, Ray, and things have improved an immense amount under your leadership, and I appreciate it. But when you start throwing a lot of money at something, then they started really creating a lot of waste. That doesn't do anybody any good. They were ripping up streets that literally just got paved, and the comment I got back from some people was, well, we got to spend the money. Well, no, you don't. Whether it's the federal government, our money, whosever money it is, it's still all of our money. It doesn't matter whether it was money that was designated for another part of the country. Let them have it rather than waste it. It doesn't make sense to us. The one thing I want to make sure I get on the record is that each of these projects are going to be competitively bid. And I know the answer, but I want to make sure it's on the record.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, with our pavement preservation and our pavement overlay programs, we use on-call contractors that are job order contracts. So we go through and negotiate each one of these projects with those contractors. So they've gone through a competitive process to get these job order contractors on board, but they're on call for up to 5 years that we use these contractors to be more efficient in how we deliver the pavement preservation work.
And one of the things, if I could, and this will be the last one, Mayor, I know we got a big agenda, but I want to make sure you just get this down too. There were, in the last bids that we looked at some of these things, a lot of it dealt with, these are mechanical things that get done. It's no different than, basically putting down a rock on some of these issues. I know it sounds basic, but when we were competitively bidding, price was the primary factor when it came to this, correct?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, on these particular job order contracts, we used competitive processes that include other things other than price as well. So
Other
Yes.
things, but price was a main factor in how this was competitive. I remember we went through this in my office. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other comments by members of this council? Councilwoman Williams.
Mayor, may I make a comment based on
Please.
letting these contracts? Ray, I want to make sure that whoever gets this, that in that contract, that you hold them to a quality standard, because I know that you've come in and repaved some of my neighborhoods, and the edge has crumbled, especially in cul-de-sacs. And it hasn't been repaired yet, but I want to make sure that doesn't happen in the future as we go forward, that we hold them responsible, and if it's not done right the first time, they go out and do it a second time at no cost.
Mayor and Councilwoman Williams, certainly, we're always looking at trying to upgrade our delivery of those projects, and we do have some challenges when we have different types of treatment. So we're looking at how we're delivering that service and construction aspects to that to minimize those issues that we're having on the cul-de-sacs.
Are there any other comments from members of this council? I'll just add that I'm very excited that the first resources allocated from Proposition 104, which is overwhelmingly supported by the people of the city of Phoenix, is going to major arterial and major collector overlays to street improvements. Obviously, during the worst of the economic times, unfortunately, our budgets for major street overlay, street improvements went in the wrong direction, where we're not able to do nearly as much. With some of the challenges that our friends in the legislature dealt with, HERF money was cut from cities across the state, and that was a significant source of resources that we use for street overlay. So we said we've got to roll up our sleeves and do more ourselves. That's exactly what Proposition 104 was all about. And I just want to make sure it's clear. I support our professional staff using their best judgment about going to the areas of highest need. We can always be parochial, and that's probably the very easy thing to do when you are in elected office. When I represented Ahwatukee Foothills, I can tell you, some people in my district get frustrated because they thought more police services went to other parts of the city more than in my district. And I had to explain to them that I trust the police chief to allocate resources based upon the greater good of the city. You can imagine how often I heard from my friends living in South Phoenix when tens of millions of dollars was allocated for Pecos Park, a major regional park, suggesting, well, why should that go to the newer parts of the city when the older parts of the city have been waiting for decades for parks of that quality? Reach 11, I would say, is in the same category. Some question why the city was spending tens of millions of dollars on a major regional park. Isn't that unfair? And my suggestion was, I hope and pray that people from all over the city will come to Ahwatukee Foothills and use this public resource. By the way, including from across the entire Valley of the Sun. We want people to utilize these investments. And so I might politely suggest, respectfully suggest, that as we make these investment decisions, we look at what is the greater good of the entire city. I was an unabashed supporter of downtown Phoenix and took a lot of heat for it when you represent the far-flung parts of the city. But having a great downtown makes for a great city. And every elected official has to realize that. So at least for me, I would always stand for the proposition that we don't want to politicize police resources and services. We don't want to politicize street resources, that we go to the areas where the greatest need is in the community. And that is the right approach as we continue, fortunately, to be able to allocate resources from Proposition 104. All right. With any other comments from the council? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
No.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes on an 8-1 vote. What is the next item? 43.2. Okay, we said we're going to move 43.1. We're going to hopefully whip through most of this agenda. I know there's a lot of cards here. We want to get through the other items as quickly as possible. 43.2 would, if it's a successful vote, will authorize professional staff to sell the downtown Sheraton Hotel. Do we have a motion on 43.2?
Motion to approve item 43.2.
We have a motion. We have a second. There is a few cards on 43.2. In favor of the proposal is Brent Kleinman. Brent, did you want to provide, are you here in the room? There you are. Good to see you. Up to 2 minutes of testimony. Ms. Greta Rogers, you could come forward now and provide 2 minutes after Mr. Kleinman is done, followed by Ms. Diane Barker. Mr. Kleinman, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I just want to commend the city in putting this deal together. The price is more than I think any of the members of the city or the council envisioned getting for the hotel when they agreed to this $300 million price tag. And this hotel needed to be built when it was built, and I know it's been a burden on the city, and I know some of the money that's gone into this has been a point of contention for the City Council, but without this, I don't believe the city would have progressed to where we are today in 2016. So I commend the leadership for taking that risk when you did, and now, I don't want to say reaping the reward, but concluding this project in a way that is not harmful to our finances and not harmful to the city. So I'm happy to support this sale of the Sheraton and look forward to where we can go next as a city in the downtown area as a result of concluding this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleinman, for your testimony here today. Ms. Rogers, Greta Rogers is next, followed by Diane Barker.
Mayor and Council, my name is Greta Rogers. I'm glad you're getting rid of the dead horse. It stunk for a long time. How can you get nonprofit status for a hotel and a convention center, both of which make money, and the hotel hopes to make a profit, which it hasn't? But that's the purpose of private enterprise. What kind of nonprofit number is given to this kind of a situation? Mr. Holm, do you have an answer?
I'm not sure. First of all, Ms. Rogers, I appreciate the nature of the question. I don't think the city attorney is the right person to direct it. Do you have a particular question about the financing of the hotel?
I want a complete audit published of this hotel through 1/31/16. Don't give me general figures. That isn't the truth, and you know it as well as I do. And this city and these citizens are sick and tired of being BS'd by the city and the council. I want a full audit published in the Republic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Maybe someone from staff can direct her. I know it's been undergone significant audits through the Hotel Corporation. As it results, they're publishing in the Republic. That is a private entity. We can't control what the Republic publishes. Ms. Barker, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Diane Barker in District 7. And some of the things that Greta Rogers was talking about was online yesterday of people asking, about the offers and how they were done. It's my understanding that the City Council asked the Downtown Hotel Corporation to make the offers. And they asked if it was public record. And I said yes. Then I provided the link that the City of Phoenix has for the audits for many years. And although I did not look at all the audits, it looks like there's a vast amount of information that is public that can be accessible for the Downtown Hotel Partnership through www.phoenix.gov. Now, what I do know, and I've talked about with several people, that the city will receive monies from taxes from the room rents. We're not getting property tax. We have given a $1 ground lease. The city wants to control the fact that these purchasers would not change, demolish, and maybe build something else. These purchasers, looks like that it's a mitzvah. We're very lucky to get this offer. These people are off $300 million cash. The city renegotiated the debt from $330 down to $306. The closing costs are coming out of the facilities management, which we have money in there for this deal. And the big thing about it is if these people that are operating this, they're backed by an international company that's worth $200 billion. Now, if they're coming to the Valley, maybe they'll do some other good things. And catch this, Mayor, you might want to accept that KFYI thing because Mike Broom had said, this is a gorgeous hotel. He says, you know, I want to come down to downtown Phoenix, and his partner on radio says, I do too. We never seem to get there. We need to get more people to want to come downtown and see what's going on down here. Meet me downtown Monday.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. I have no other cards on this item. I'll now turn to members of the council. Does any council member have any comments or questions? Councilman Waring, please.
Thank you. So I guess for staff, why is he sitting there? We are losing $34 million on the hotel overall. Is that a fair figure when all is said and done?
Mr. Blue?
Councilman Waring, Paul Blue with the City Manager's Office. I will turn that question over to our Chief Financial Officer.
As Mayor, members of the council, as we've stated, we have lost $29 million through the Sports Facilities Fund to date. That's money that we've considered to be lost. We also are anticipating losing about $3.2 million where we're going to have to write a check when we close this transaction in June. There are, as we're going through all the accounting from 2005 when we issued the bonds through today, there are some instances where the city has fronted some monies in hopes to be repaid through operations of the hotel. And so we're assuming that if you're looking at what we've lost, if we sell the hotel in June versus selling the hotel in a couple of years, we're probably going to have to write those receivables off. And we're looking at probably an additional $14 million related to that.
Okay, so it's actually it's a little different than I think I heard before. $29 million plus, did you say 3.2 plus 14?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're losing, for anybody who says it's a big success, you know, over less than 10 years of having the hotel, we're going to lose, you know, $40, $50 million, something like that.
Yes, and Mayor and City Council, one thing that I'd like to stress is we were going to recover that money through the hotel operations because we have refinanced it and had very low debt service payments. What has happened is now we've got this deal to sell the hotel for $300 million. We were anticipating selling the hotel for maybe $225, give or take $20 million. So we're still in a much better position financially to sell the hotel today.
Well, I'm not complaining about selling the hotel. I'm pleased as punch that we're getting this off the books. If the following question can be answered in the affirmative, the 40 to 50 million, whatever it turns out to be with the accounts receivable and so forth, that's it? There's no more obligation for this hotel after this with this deal?
That is correct.
So the bleeding is stopped, even though maybe we could have rolled the dice and held it for a couple more years and got some of that 14 million roughly back. That's certainly not worth the risk that we would suddenly only have an offer for 225 million. I mean, you know, I think we are maybe perhaps a little surprised that we're getting this kind of offer, but at the same time it is costing some money, but I definitely think it makes sense from this perspective when you lay it out like that. So I'll be supportive. We never should have got into this in the first place. I disagree with speakers that said we should have. Just the size of the loss, I mean, $40 to $50 million, that's a lot of money that could have been spent on just about anything else and probably more productive. So, but I appreciate your guys' work on this, and it's good you're bringing us this. And again, just to repeat, we have no more obligation with this after this. There will be no more losses once the deal is officially done, which will be when, by the way.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, we need to enter into a purchase contract, execute a lease. We expect sometime no later than June.
Mr. City Manager, you have some comments on this?
So I was going to say, Councilman Waring actually summed it up correctly. When we originally were contemplating selling it, we thought we could sell it within 3 years for a number, as the Chief Financial Officer said, of somewhere between 225 and 250. The fact that we got an offer now for 300 makes it worth that, what she said, and I think you summed that up correctly.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman DeCiccio, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Only in government could you declare a multi-million, $40 to $50 million loss a victory and run a victory lap. I mean, that's the insanity of this hotel goes back into the 1990s. I want to walk people through a little bit of the history here and how much money that is and what that means. Now, you can be told, and you've been told, well, it's not really city taxpayer money. No, you own this hotel, and unfortunately, that decision to build this hotel is now going to have an impact on everyone here. The purchase price, the original price of this hotel was about $350 million, correct? About $350. We're selling it for $300 million. You know, I like the fact that we're getting out of this. This also tells you and gives you an example of why government should never get into the business of something that's none of their business. You know, we should be funding streets, parks, things like that. That is where we should be. I know there's other issues going to be heard today, but this is a significant issue at the City of Phoenix. It's not just this, it's other things that that the city's gotten involved in that we should not be in. It's because we lack a strategic plan, a strategic direction at the City of Phoenix that a few of us up here have been asking for many years. What is important, what isn't? What is strategic, what is not strategic? What is a function that we should be doing? What is a function we should not be doing? Or should someone else be doing those functions? Believe it or not, we're a $3.5 billion operation. We don't have that. We don't have that direction here at the City of Phoenix. A few of us up here have been demanding that. It's gotten nowhere. So what I want to do is walk us through just a little history because I think it's important that this public understand exactly how this hotel came about and how the City of Phoenix does things sometimes that I think they're just not right. Back in the 1990s, I fought against this hotel, but the City of Phoenix went forward with it. In the 1990s, a court ruled that the scheme put together was illegal, and it stopped the first hotel. I left the Phoenix City Council, and then in 2003, miraculously, this came up again with a new scheme. Whenever you create a scheme to get around the law, you have a problem, like they did with this hotel. Okay? So literally, if you look at it, what occurred back then, there was not one, I wish there was at least one, but there wasn't one private sector partner that wanted to invest in this. Not one. Okay, so that should tell you something. So it's not just this, it's other issues that we have to deal with over here. It's the lack of strategic focus, the lack of direction, and the lack of the will to do the right thing and stay focused on those things that we need to get accomplished. I'm going to be voting for this because it gets us off our books, but I think everybody in here needs to realize how much $50 million means. Think about that. That's how much the City of Phoenix lost on this bad, horrible decision. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman. Any additional comments by members of this council? So the motion is to authorize the sale of the hotel. We have a second. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Yes. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Yes. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes on an 8-0 vote. Next item, I believe, is 43.3. Is that right, Vice Mayor? We have a motion on 43.3, authorization to enter into a development agreement with Farmers Insurance Exchange. It would create 1,000 jobs in District 1, I believe.
I believe so. And I'm very excited and can't tell economic staff how appreciative I am. They have worked on this. We were in tough competition with 2 or 3 other states and cities, and they pulled it off. It's been known as Tiger. That's the secret code word we've had for several months. I was sworn to secrecy and crossing my fingers, and to know that they're going to put in a headquarters here in District 1, over 1,000 new jobs plus construction is very exciting. So I thank you, and I move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any cards on this item? Any additional comments by members of the council? Councilwoman Gallego.
Just wanted to congratulate Councilwoman Williams. This is a big win for District 1, and thank you to our staff as well for their hard work to deliver high-wage jobs. We don't have a lot of high-level headquarters-type employment, and the more we can get this, the better. So congratulations to all who have worked hard on this for many, many months.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? I'll just add, I know our economic development team has worked really hard on this, so congratulations to you. Thank you for putting in the additional time and strategy on major projects like this. It ain't easy, but worthwhile. and it's going to do very well by District 1 and the entire city of Phoenix. Any additional comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passes unanimously. Next item is item 43.4, a proposed resolution supporting a 3-day music and arts festival at Steele Indian School Park in District 4. Correct. Okay. All right, so do we have a motion on 43.4?
I move a motion.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Comments or comments? We have a couple cards, but not wishing to speak. In favor, Steve Feener. Kathleen Santon. Where's Kathleen? Or if she is, thank you for her great. Oh, there. Good to see you. And David Kreider, CEO of Downtown Phoenix, Inc., also in favor. Do we have any comments by members of this council?
I'd like to thank our
Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank our city staff and also the 3 people that you just mentioned. 3 people that I remember first hearing about this from Kathleen Ms. Santon, and this is one of those things that help put Phoenix on the map, and it's very exciting. I think if you were to speak with any one of those 3 people that you just mentioned, Mayor, they would be quick to give the credit to someone else, but that just kind of tells you about the coalition that's been built. And Phoenix is just an exciting place to be, and this goes a long way with our arts and culture as well. So this is a big deal for all of us. It's going to be a great time, and it's going to do wonders for our economy as well.
Councilman, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Pastor, it's in your district.
I'm very excited that Indian Still will be up and rising, or it has been rising, but it will be known for the center and the heart. In addition to that, the fact that Superfly and the City of Phoenix and all the neighborhoods will be working together for the mitigation of all the traffic and be able to make sure we're using our light rail and our transit system and demonstrate what a great city Phoenix is. So I am super excited for the 3-day festival, and also will attract the arts and many people from out of state too, within our state, but then out of state. So appreciate having this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? I'll just say Superfly doesn't do anything half-hearted. Every project they're involved in around the country is a very, very successful music and lifestyle festival. And we are lucky that they realize that Phoenix was a target of opportunity, that we're such a large community, a music-loving community, and did not have a music and lifestyle festival of this nature. It is not going to be easy to organize inside the fence, if you will, with all the wonderful activities going to go inside the fence. It will not be easy to organize outside the fence. There's a lot of issues there as well. But I've said that one of the great things we're trying to do at the City of Phoenix is make the heart of our city the heart of fun in the entire Valley of the Sun. And this work, I believe, is going to pay off, and it's going to be an awesome music and lifestyle festival. So thank you, Kathleen, David Kreider, Stephen, the entire team, and I would add on my staff, Nicole Pastor, who's put in a heck of a lot of work representing my office at all of the meetings, and she's had a chance to visit some of the other music festivals to see. So a great team, and it's going to be an awesome success. With that, roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, item passes on a 7-2 vote. Oh, I'm about to do it. Yeah. All right, next item on the agenda, I believe, is item 50. Is that correct? On our planning and zoning agenda. Item 50 is a proposed motion to, it's an abandonment hearing officer's decision on a alley abandonment.
That's right, Mayor.
And the hearing officer decided to disallow the abandonment, and now there's been appeal of that, is my understanding. Maybe our planning director can better describe what the case is about. So we'll start out with a staff report on item number 50. That I'll hold the public hearing and hear any cards that we have, and then I'll see if there is a motion on the on this item. Mr. Stevenson.
Mayor, members of council, I'll be brief here. I do have a quick presentation. The two sides have reached agreement. There's a memo with some revised stipulations that were handed out at the back earlier, and so I believe a couple of people may want to make comments, but both parties are in support. This is a request to abandon an alley around the intersection of 32nd Street and Campbell as shown on this map, and 7 feet of additional right-of-way for Campbell Avenue. Here's an aerial picture showing the alley as it exists today from 32nd Street. Here's an aerial showing the site again. The alley goes around this commercial center. There are residents on both sides of it right here. This just shows the middle part of that area. The abandonment hearing officer did recommend, this one here, recommend that it be denied. However, since that time, the applicant and neighbors have undertaken a series of discussions. They stand before you with an agreement that covers all of their issues, and I believe Mr. Baugh here is on behalf of the applicant, and Mr. Robert Warnicki is here on behalf of the neighbors to answer any questions on this item.
All right, thank you very much. That is the staff report. The next item will be to hold a public hearing. I do have a few cards in favor of the item. I'm guessing that Councilman DeCiccio has a motion prepared that reflects that compromise. So you have up to 2 minutes, but you don't have to utilize the entire 2 minutes under those circumstances. We'll now open the public hearing. First speaker is Robert Warnicki, attorney representing the neighbors. Mr. Warnicki, did you wish to provide testimony, or is everything covered in the motion? It's up to you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Robert Warnicki. I was going to have, actually, Adam Baugh was going to speak first on behalf of the applicant, and I think we've got everything together, but I might speak just a moment or two after that.
That's perfectly fine. I do not have a card, but that's fine. Wait.
Surprisingly, I always have it in my pocket.
All right, we'll come grab it. But anyway, Mr. Baugh, you go first.
I'll be brief, and I don't need 2 minutes, but I just want to say I appreciate the council's deliberation on this matter. You certainly heard a lot from this case, and appreciate your patience with this. More importantly, I'm very grateful for the work that we've been able to compromise and work together with the neighbors. I found them to be pleasant in this process. And at the end of the day, although sometimes things do come down to the wire, the deal was cut and we have an agreement in place, and grateful to move forward with the support of the neighbors on this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baugh. Mr. Warnicki, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Mayor, I do. I just wanted to also thank each member of the council who we met with, and we appreciate the time and attention you gave to us. We believe that at the end, while we would prefer to have the alley, we got to a reasonable compromise, and I think that's where really the city wants people to go. The applicant has made some statements to us about the intended use of the property. It won't be a drive-through. They hope to have a sandwich shop. And we have a site plan, and we have agreements for buffers and other restrictions that will protect the neighborhood. And once again, I really appreciate the council reaching out to both sides and making it clear that you need to talk and you need to come to a deal, because sometimes I feel like I'm saving my city 1 foot at a time. And in this case, I saved it 5 feet on one side and 8 feet on the other. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warnicki. Mr. Stephen Pasco, you're in favor of the item. Did you wish to provide any additional testimony, or just want to register your support? You okay? Okay, how about Mara Cordova? Mara, did you provide testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just want to thank you and your staffs, and also Alan Stevenson and Ms. Hoffman. They've been very understanding. This has been an excruciating experience for the neighbors, and all of you have taken your time to listen to us and help us come to this compromise. So we appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else here in the audience wishing to testify in item number 50, 32nd Street and Campbell Avenue? Ma'am, I see your hand up. Did you wish to provide testimony? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Then you have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, Lavana Buttram, 3215 East Meadowbrook. I just want to tell you all thank you very much. This has been grueling for us as neighbors, and you have been really terrific to speak and spend time with us and hear our concerns and give us some great advice. So I just want to thank you so much for everything that you've done, and for the developer for working with us and putting all this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind words. Is anybody else in the audience wishing to speak on item number 50? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is now closed. Councilman DeCiccio, do you have a motion on item number 50?
I do, Mayor. And then before I do that, I want to thank all those that were involved in this. It was a very tough, it was a very grueling experience, I think, for everybody. This was a case that had it had at least 4 lawyers on it. And getting attorneys to agree to anything sometimes is very difficult, but they did a remarkable job on that. I want to give special thanks to Vanessa Salinas in my office, Sandy Hoffman, and Alan Stevenson. Thanks for putting in some late hours. A lot of these negotiations went on to 11, 12 o'clock at night. And then I don't think that there was a finality on this until just this afternoon. So for those that were involved in this, this is the way it's supposed to work. I know it's tough, but when everybody comes out feeling like they won, that's a good experience, especially when it comes to these types of developments. And I think this is a good example of how things should work, Alan and Sandy. Thank you for all your work on that. My motion is going to be the motion to overturn the abandonment hearing officer's decision and approve per the stipulations in the February 3rd, 2016 memo from the Planning Department and Development Director, with the following change in stipulation number 9. This is the change I would like to have read into the record. There shall be no building encroachment within the former 20-foot alley except for trash enclosures. The trash enclosure shall be located as shown on the February 3rd, 2016 site plan, which is this one here, which is attached with the documentations that each individual on this council has, including staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any members of the council would like to comment on that? If not, roll call on Councilman DeCiccio's motion.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item number 51, which is an abandonment at 3rd Avenue and Flynn Lane. Would our city staff first provide a short report on this item, and then we'll hold the public hearing.
Mayor, members of council, this is also a request to abandon an alley. This one is just south of Glendale and 3rd Avenue. You see it shown on the aerial here in the crosshatch color. This one is just within a residential area, as you'll see, and there's not a development project as part of this request. This is a picture inside the alley as it exists today, closer towards that northern end. Here's a picture of the neighbor who I believe you'll hear from here in a few minutes, who's opposed to this request. That's his property, and his concern is that access to get his boat through the alley as it sits today. This is another picture of the alley as you enter it. You see on this aerial here, here's all the residents around here. It's supported by all of the residents. The only known opposition is this one resident right here. The request was denied by the abandonment hearing officer, and with that, staff's happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments by my colleagues? All right. Actually, we open public hearing. So I will open public hearing. We do have some cards. We'll begin with Jeff Porter. A few others have donated time to Mr. Porter.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't think I'll need the full balance of the time, but if it would be all right with you, I'll hold some time for after to respond to opposition. Thank you. As you may remember, on November 18th, you, the council, voted unanimously in favor of a conditional approval of a request to abandon the alley behind our homes. It's been continued twice, I think, because of procedural issues. We're asking you to vote in favor of approval again and help us abandon the alley for the safety of our neighborhood. We think that the stipulations that were included in the conditional approval from November are a reasonable compromise and would help resolve the situation. Every day that passes without us having abandoned the alley is another day that one of us is substantially more likely to be a crime victim at considerable cost to the city and police time. I think in the past 13 months, we've had 4 burglaries, including 2 burglaries just since we started the abandonment process. We're asking you to help us abandon the alley and have it never be a city problem again, either for us or for the police department. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions after.
Okay. And you obviously have some more time that's would be afforded your way if you choose to take it. All right. We'll go on to the next card. Linda Johnson. followed by Mrs. Mary Barker, then John Banker. No.
Hello, my name is Linda Barker Johnson, and what I'd like to tell you is that I bring a little bit different perspective. Just right off the bat, I think that the Barker family was approved during the Planning and Hearing Commission, and that this is actually an appeal of that process. Now, my name again is Linda Johnson. Mary Barker is my mother, and I said I wanted to bring a different perspective to this. I, too, have been part of this property for 55 years. I grew up there. I raised my children there, and I'm very lucky to have grandchildren that will also be there. This is the focal point of our family. This is coming home. What I don't think the Planning Commission showed you this, there's a flag area back there. And this is not about the use of our flag area. This is about access to it. Our family for 55 years has used this land. But I like Councilman DeCiccio. I'm not from here. I used to be. But back a long time ago, before there were any homes here, when it was put up and it was platted, my mother is the only one that's saying I don't want this because she's the only one with the exceptional lot. She was deeded a piece of land called a flag, and back then the city said in 1960 during common law applications, and again in 62 during applying a statute, that she would always have access over a public alley to her land. That is what's being taken away from her. It was grandfathered into her. She deserves to keep it. We deserve as a family to be able to keep it, to continue our life, the activities we've done as a family, and to carry on with more activities as we've done for a family. But why are they doing this? Well, if you've been to our neighborhood, I don't know if you've driven by, some of the neighbors along that axis where you showed the signs were posted have a small backyard. If they get 8 more feet, they can add an extension. And they can circle our lot. Well, we will not be able to use our lot anymore. They will have taken away our lot. Now, many people in the past have asked to buy my mother's lot, and she has continuously said no. But this action, what they're doing, with the help of their attorneys, we don't have an attorney right now, can't afford one, but they're going to take our land, my mother's land. It actually put her in the hospital. She had a stroke the last time this was brought up. You can't take something away from someone just because you want a bigger yard. That's not how we're made. We're made to do the right thing, and it's really, really hard to know. I mean, it's really easy to know what the right thing is, but having the courage to do it, this is not a good thing. And Councilman, my mother and brother have called you, and I love how the last group came up and said, you work together. They never talked to you. We don't know. We didn't know what was going on. So please, please, deny this abandonment. Do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms.
very
Johnson.
much.
Next speaker is Mrs. Mary Barker, followed by John Barker.
Hi. I'm Mrs. Barker. That's the one that all this confusion is about, I guess. Anyway, I'm not in favor of having a roadway across my backyard. Some of the reasons why I'm against all this, as my daughter explained, I have 13 pine trees in my yard. 13 pine trees, 2 big trees, a fig tree, which is next to the alley. Then I have a bevy of hibiscus and a bevy of pittosporum, numerous trees and things in my yard like that. So I've lived in this house since about 1960. In fact, I was living there before any of these neighbors were born. I lived there from 1960 until the present time. I've never moved. I've always been there with my children, with my family, with all those trees, and I worked for 40 years. Thank you, miss. Never missed a day of work in 40 years now. I've been sick lately, but I've had kind of a heart attack and all that stuff, but I'm resting and trying to take over that. Now, we've used the property a great deal. I have, other than my family and children coming out all the time, I have brothers, 4 brothers, and they hunt and they fish and they park their gear and stuff and come up the alleyway to the flag lot. They park their stuff. Everything is safe there. And everything is just fine. And so in summation, my children and I, we like the yards, we like the place, we're satisfied with things the way they are. I don't want anything from anyone. I want them just to leave myself and my property alone. I'm happy there, I always have been. I have no complaints about the city, so I'm just fine. They have their own homes, live there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come down for your testimony. John Banker, did you wish to provide testimony on this item? Followed by Brenda, is it Allow? And then John, John, did you fill out 2 cards, maybe? Is it John Barker? Is there a John Barker?
That would be me.
Okay, same person. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. You have the 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm John Barker, 318 West Flynn Lane. At the onset, I realize the time period is really abbreviated from the last city council when I noticed that even the Roosevelt district, they spoke for hours, but we'll try and make the most we can in 2 minutes. Because of that, I'm going to limit what I want to communicate to you today to our legal concerns for this conduct. But before I begin that, I want to say directly, Mr. We do not want a driveway in our backyard proper. Prior to the first adoption of the Streets and Sidewalk Ordinance in 1962, Brentwood Park subdivision was created in February of 1960, including a public alley, which at that time provided unregulated vehicular and pedestrian access to all abutting private property owners pre-1962 under common law authority. Now in 62, the city first acquired their statutory authority, specifically under provision 3143, which expressly provides continuing express permissible right-of-way over a public alley from the public roadway of 3rd Avenue for the benefit of abutting private property owners. Now, the applicant has taken the position that we never had any rights over the alley, but their conduct is not consistent. Under 3143, this permissible right-of-way access has been indispensable necessity not just to our gated entry, but to the driveway, carports, garages, and buildings, which all actually front on the public alley. This roadway access to all abutting owners first was adopted in 1962, and that is the only express provision. The code expressly defines a private shared driveway as a roadway, and a driveway shared is defined under the code as a private roadway which provides secondary access to 2 or more lots. Under 3164C5, no portion of a roadway upon vacation shall accrue to an abutting property owner. In the event of reversal of the denied abandonment application under the express related code C5, no shared private driveway nor private vehicular access way would be accruable to provide secondary legal roadway access to any property off 3rd Avenue. Currently, pre-abandonment, all abutting private property owners maintain this legal vehicular roadway solely as a mechanism of 3143. Finally, I want to refer you to Phoenix City Code 3164.1, which is a subdivision of 3164. Now, although I understand the planning department is consistent and they still oppose this, it's very clear in this that it says no roadway shall be vacated so as to leave any land adjoining such roadway without an established public roadway connecting that land with an established public right-of-way.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. I gave you extra time because I wanted you the opportunity to create a record in case there is an appeal from this body, but it's probably been about 3 to 4 minutes at this point.
Could I wrap it up in 1 minute?
Please, yep.
Okay. What I'd like to say then, this provision under 3164.1, if they don't maintain any further roadway access, including our property, off this public alley, which is a roadway, then none of the owners would have any further access, legal access vehicularly, to their properties for secondary access. I don't know that the city has contemplated this in this action. Finally, I want to say, because my sister did touch on this permissive right-of-way provided by the configuration of our flag lot relocation would render the land utility we've enjoyed from that access to be a loss of substantial value. Curb cuts, driveway aprons, building permits, bond expense, tree removal, regrading elevated driveway pad above irrigation grade, dust proofing, relocating irrigation infrastructure improvements, existing building improvements, gradation variation. All this would have to be done if we follow Mr. DeCicio's suggestion and move our vehicular access way to another roadway which does not adjoin the land that's contemplated to be vacated. So I'd ask you to consider all of this together with the Planning Department's recommendation that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barker. Brenda Allow, is that the right? Please, good to see you up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's Brenda Allen, but it's Brenda Barker Allen. I'd like to thank you for your time today. I left a job in the medical profession to come here. I'm also a volunteer for the probation department in Los Angeles, California. And the reason I'm here today is because I feel there's really a disservice that's happened to my mother here. They've tried to do this legally the right way, and they prevailed. I'm here because my mother had a stroke when this all came around the first time and was very ill, and I'm very concerned having to go through all this time. So I appreciate your time, but I'll be very brief. Number one, I'd like to say, Councilman DeCicio, that I'm here to say that our family, and I want to make clear, we do not want a roadway through my mom, Mrs. Barker's backyard proper. Secondly, we are trying to maintain our property that we have used for 55 years. It's part of our family. My mother's house is a foundation of our entire family. We have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and this is where we all come together. The boat, my boat, our boat that's on that flag lot, I have no intention of moving into my mother's backyard. My mother's backyard, especially since she had her stroke, is her sanctuary, where she goes and she relaxes. She likes to look at the birds. She finds peace. She has barbecues. We enjoy croquet with our grandkids. Even though my mother's having a hard time walking right now, our backyard is exactly that, a backyard. The land that was given to her over 55 years ago is where we have not only put boats, camping trailers, bicycle trailers and bikes, motorcycle equipment and motorcycles. We've used this. This is part of our life. By taking away the alley, we can't get in to do what we plan to use it for and what we have used it for. I have a trip this coming April where we are bringing a motor home. My girlfriend and I give clothes and help the poor. We have a trip planned. Now it's like, what are we supposed to do? We have always used this property. And I just want to say, really a big reason I came is because I do work with young people at juvenile hall. And one thing I always tell them is you do the right thing. You follow the law. Many of these kids don't want to because their life's been hard. They don't believe in the law. They don't believe in the justice system. But you know, as a mentor and a volunteer, I work with them. And I tell them, you must obey the law. You must follow the law. As hard as it seems to do, you must do that. And the law will work for you if you follow and obey it. And I'm asking you today, my mother prevailed twice. I ask you to stand behind the decision and not abandon the alley so she doesn't lose her way of getting into the alley. Because without that alley, it's worthless. And it ruins our family's life because we're very athletic, and we have lots of recreational uses, and we've used for
Thank you.
55 years. Thank you very
Thanks so
much for
much.
your time.
All right, speaking in favor of the proposal is Jeff Porter, and you've had a few people donate time. Zach Sheridan, Mike Yancey, and John Bearer.
Yeah.
So you have a little extra time, but be as reasonably brief as possible.
I'm back. I won't take too much time. Just to clarify a few things, it might be misleading from the number of speakers. 8 out of 9 residents support this abandonment. It's one homeowner who does not. The city code allows you to dispose of an alley if it is no longer necessary for the public use. 8 out of 9 residents who abut the alley agree that it's not necessary and that the alley is dangerous. I've gone through, we've had 4 recent burglaries. The other side has never touched on that problem. The only homeowners who oppose the abandonment, the Barkers, are opposing because they think the alley should be maintained for their own private benefit. There's never been any analysis of what is best for the public and the neighborhood on their side. Despite our disagreement, both before and after applying for the abandonment, we made several efforts at compromise, including footing the bill for alternative access, including all kinds of accommodations that none of our opposition have mentioned in their allotted time. We just wanted you to consider that, and we think that Councilman DeCicio's proposal from November 18th was a very fair and reasonable compromise. There's no roadway going through the Barker's lot. I'm not sure what that contention was. I think when this is all wrapped up, at least 8 out of 9 homeowners in the area will be very pleased and will be happy that they can live in a safer neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porter. I have no other cards on this item. Is anyone else here to speak on item number 51, proposed abandonment, 3rd Avenue? And please come forward as quickly as possible. State your name and address for the record, and you have up to 2 minutes to provide testimony. Is anyone else here on this item? All right, please.
Hello, John. John, can I speak in rebuttal?
No, you may not. Yeah, I gave you more than 4 minutes. We have a huge crowd here on a line of agenda items. I've tried to be.
He brought up issues.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Barker. I gave you more than enough time. Much more than 2 minutes. Is anyone else here to provide testimony? Item number 51. Going once, going twice. The public hearing is now closed. Councilman DeCicio, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. But first, just a short explanation of what this is that we're discussing right here. The City of Phoenix has control of this property. This is an abandonment. We're basically saying we're going to give this property up. In giving that up, then the property goes to the rightful individual who owns the property. That individual will then have to pay for that land. So what's occurring here is a neighborhood dispute between who owns the property, but the City of Phoenix is not making that determination today. All we're saying is we're going to abandon it, then it's going to go to the rightful owner. So the motion I'm going to be making today, Mayor, is that the motion to overturn the abandonment hearing officer's denial decision and approve the alley right-of-way abandonment request per the stipulations in the final abandonment staff report and the following additional stipulation. The abandonment applicant will offer to pay the property owner at 318 West Flynn Lane for the purchase and installation of a new RV gate for their 4th Avenue frontage. The cost shall not exceed $4,000. That means the applicant's paying for this. Whoever wins, or the applicant is the individual putting the application in. The applicant will obtain 3 quotes for installing the RV gate. Planning and Development Department staff will select the company to be used. So it's done through a neutral third party.
That's Councilman DeCicio's motion. Is there a second on that motion? All right, I'll second the motion. Any comments?
I'm just a little confused. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Well, first off, I second the motion. Now would be the opportunity to make questions on that motion. Councilwoman.
Okay. First, I have a question for Alan. Is there anything on record that gave that property to them, that they own that property?
The deed.
So,
in the 60s, I think it was?
Mayor, members of council, so this alley was dedicated when the original Brentwood Park subdivision was developed. So when the plat was approved, back in the 50s, they at that time provided this alley and the lot lines as they exist today. So when you look at this, This is one lot. This red area just highlights that area where the boat is, but it's one lot that goes here, another lot here. The alley goes through all of this and is not used at all for any trash collection anymore today, so it has sat in that overgrown state with some of the pictures that I showed beforehand. And so the other neighbors are wanting to abandon it because of security. But we have reviewed the issues that were raised by John Barker with the law department, and they meet all the requirements that we bring this forward for you today, and the council is free to act.
Right. Then I have a second question to the councilman. Who's paying who?
The individual who ends up winning, this is not a determination today. This is just an abandonment. So then it goes through a process of determining who's going to be the individual who ends up getting the property. That determination, then the applicant, well, then they pay for the property, they'll pay for the land, but also the applicant who put in the application for this is going to pay $4,000 toward the owner of the one property. It was just a way of compromising it.
Oh, ma'am, just a moment. I'll give you a chance in just a moment. I want to make sure the councilman has a chance to fully explain what his motion was, please.
It's not completely necessary to do that. It was just something that they needed, I think it was just a nice move by the neighbors to pay the $4,000 for the RV gate.
No, I take it so they have a
come up.
place to park the vehicles they were telling us about.
Yeah, in
Okay.
case they become adversely impacted by the decision.
Thank you.
And that is a part of the motion is the $4,000 payment.
That's correct.
Okay. Any Councilman Pastore, do you have questions?
Alan, the abandonment, can you point where the abandonment's going to be with your little...
Yeah, so this is the aerial here today. You see this red area is the area to be abandoned. And so that's the alley as it exists today. There's a little flag piece that was highlighted off that last slide. That's the part of the flag lot where the Barkers live that you heard from the family today. So it's this access that the picture I showed, here's the entrance into that alley, and then here is the little portion of the flag lot on the Barker property with the boat on it today.
Can you go back to one more? Right there where the red is, that's the Barker's property?
Correct.
Correct. So
Yes.
that's the Barker's property, and as we abandon that area, you can go back to the other slide, please, because I'm trying to... That's that entryway that we're speaking of.
Correct, Mayor, Councilwoman Pastore. So this is the alley as it exists today that goes into this back portion of the lot where they can park the boat. So it's the loss of this access that the Barkers are concerned about. The stipulation proposed by Councilman DeCiccio would require the applicant to put a fence up here so that they could have access through the gate to park a boat or RV or whatever they wanted to back on that portion of their property. That way they would have access.
Okay, and I'm going to add more clarity. I need more clarity. Where do they park the boat now?
Now they're parking the boat in this little area here,
Okay.
which is the little flag portion of the lot.
Okay. Third question. They mentioned moving irrigation, all these other expenses. Do we know anything about that, or what are they speaking of?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastore, I believe they're speaking of concerns that other issues would have to be addressed by parking the boat up front and building a new gate in this area here. We don't have any knowledge of what those costs would be or anything related to that.
And they would have to incur that cost, the owner?
Well, as currently proposed with Councilman's DeCiccio stipulation, it would be up to that maximum dollar value that was associated with it, but it's putting in a new gate.
Okay. Fourth question. I just lost it. I'll get back to it right now. Let me.
Councilman Waring is going to ask a question, and then if you think of it, we'll come back. Councilman.
That's fine. Thank you. So it's not the Barker's property now where they're storing the stuff. It's the city's property.
No, Mayor, Councilman Waring, it is private property where they're storing it. The public property is the right-of-way through the alley to access their private property.
Okay, I was a little confusing. All right, thank you.
That's what I was going to ask. So
I knew that.
who goes to court? Because we're going to go to court to see who owns the property once we abandon it.
I'm assuming if this
That
council
was fine.
supports Councilman DeCicio's motion, then the Barker family have the opportunity to appeal to Superior Court.
Okay.
Mayor, members of council, you are correct. The Barkers could appeal to Superior Court. The way the ordinance works today is the adjoining property owners would each get a right to a first purchase for the half street of the alley adjacent to their properties. So in this exhibit right here, so you have two properties on this side of the street. It is a 16-foot wide alley, and so they each would have the right to purchase 8 feet. And then, because the city can't give away right-of-way, so we have to charge for that, so we don't have a gift clause issue, they would purchase it, and then they could extend their fences in the back. If, let's say, the owner on this side here, on the west side, chose that he did not want to have his 8-foot, he could sell it to this person here, but he would have to elect not to do it to allow that person to do it. The Barkers would have the ability to purchase their portion of the alley that abuts their little flag lot if they so chose as well.
Got it. Thank you for the
Any additional questions by members of the council? Okay, so Councilman DeCicio has a motion. There was a second to that motion. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you end the public hearing? I didn't catch it.
I believe I did, yeah. And then I went to the motion.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no problem. Thank
Mayor,
you for Councilman DeCicio.
Just one last point for clarification so that everybody understands what's occurring. Everybody gets to purchase what would be rightfully theirs, and it's generally half and half. And then that's where the dispute has been, is what is, who gets what out of this. But it's generally, all these things are decided on a half and half. This is not a determination today. This is just an abandonment where the city of Phoenix says we're relinquishing our control over this property. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have a motion. Oh, ma'am, a very short statement, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I don't want
Well, let's get our mic on, please.
Oh, is it on?
Now you're on.
I don't want anyone to be confused about who can buy what part of the alley. The alley is not the concern. It's access to our property. When they abandon the alley, we cannot use our property anymore. They want to give us money to put a fence to our backyard, to park our cars in our backyard. Would any of you like me to ask you to park your cars in your backyard? We cannot access from 3rd Avenue that little strip of land because it is an isolated property, because there's over a 75-year-old fig tree, an irrigation system, so we cannot exit from the backyard. Putting a gate in there does not solve the problem. Keeping our access over this public alley will allow our family to keep our land. If you grant this abandonment and let everybody buy their part of the alley, and yes, we too can buy a portion of our alley, but we will lose access to our land. This is America. You don't take people's land.
All right, thank you very much for the additional information. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Councilman Waring has an additional question. Please.
Alan, so they come in through the red corridor to the blue square or rectangle.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, correct.
So the houses to the north and south would each be eligible to buy half of that alley.
Correct.
Correct.
Have they tried to work out a deal where the Barkers just buy that alley? They could, right? I mean, if they wanted to negotiate that.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that is correct.
But that hasn't been discussed, or
right? That's a subsequent discussion of how they wish to divvy up who's going to purchase it. The ordinance provides for those who have that adjacent property to have the first right to purchase it, but they don't have to. And so that would be a discussion between the residents. They'd have to figure out who was going to do that.
The neighbors abutting the alley have the first option, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Sir, did you provide testimony on this item? Well, you have to go to the microphone if you're going to do it, so please, Hertward. Well, I appreciate you doing that, but we are televised, and folks at home have an interest in what you have to say, so you have to get to a microphone.
I'm actually not even here for this
this, but there's a lot
Sir,
of
who are
emotion.
you? And then,
There's a lot of emotion
What's
here.
your name, sir?
Eric Morelli. I'm with Surprise. I'm actually with doing something for Councilman DeCiccio regarding the religious groups. Plan to pray on the 14th or 17th of February. But at any rate,
you were moved to provide testimony on this item.
Yes, it just interests me. My theory is that maybe what could happen is it could be abandoned and then become something along the lines of a homeowners association, to where the homeowners are responsible for maintaining the property and for providing access, et cetera, because that's basically what it is. Once the city gives it up, it's private property. So, I think maybe a homeowners association type situation might be something.
That may in fact be what the result is here. If the council supports Councilman DeCiccio's motion, I am guessing it will spark a lot of conversation among the neighbors and a creative solution will be found. Okay, we have a motion. Councilman DeCiccio's motion. We have a second.
I had one thing that was going to touch on.
Please, very quickly as possible. We have a lot of people here.
I know the council members were talking about what the access and the Barker's use of access of the alley. This is a picture of the front of the flag dated July 2nd, the day after we started the abandonment process, showing about a 20-year-old pine tree in the middle of the entrance to that. Since we started the abandonment process, that tree was removed and a boat was placed there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, did you wish to provide testimony? Could someone please provide access, microphone access? Ma'am?
City Council, Mayor, my name is Irma Grote, U.S. Air Force retired Major, Kuwait, OEF, OIF.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. I would just like to say, and I apologize for not following protocol, that if the city is willing to put a gate or pay for a gate, why would they not, in conjunction with these people or the rest of the neighbors in their entirety, put a gate at the beginning of the alley and then let them key card it or pad it, and that would solve the burglary problems. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of very creative ideas and solutions. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Mr. Barker, we are done. I'm sorry. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda, I believe we're on the final two items. We have 43.1, which is the issue dealing with the City Council invocation at our formal meetings, and then we have item 68, which is at 41st Street and Greenway Road. The item to be taken up right now is based upon a proposal by some members of our City Council who had ideas about how we should handle invocations for our meetings. Mr. Brad Holm, our City Attorney, do you have a comment before we begin 43.1?
Just want to make sure whether we've read the title.
We have not yet read the title. I was laying the framework. Then I was going to turn to our city clerk.
Sorry, Mayor.
City clerk.
Forgive me.
You broke my rhythm. All right. Mr. City Clerk, would you please read the title?
Item 43.1, ordinance number G6130, an ordinance amending Phoenix City Code, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-60, Rules of Council Proceedings, to add new Rule 14 related to invocation procedures and instructions at formal meetings and declaring an emergency.
All right. Thank you very much. So the City Clerk has read the title on 43.1, and we had 4 members of the City Council submitted a memorandum to City Management with a proposal for this item. I'll now turn to Councilman Waring, who was one of the signatories on that memorandum, to make a motion. Councilman Waring.
I'd like to make a motion. Make a motion to change the practice relating to invocations at formal council proceedings to allow scheduling of invocations to be done by the mayor and council members on a rotational basis, and those chosen to give the invocation be residents of the city of Phoenix.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Councilman Nowakowski has a second of the motion. Councilman Williams.
I want to make a substitute motion that we change the practice of having a spoken prayer before the council meeting to a moment of silent prayer and reflection, so individuals can each pray in accordance to their respective faiths and beliefs, and for it to be effective immediately.
All right, so the substitute motion has been to have a moment of silent prayer or reflection. Do we have a second on the substitute motion?
Second.
We have a second on the substitute motion. So the motion on the floor right now is to have at the beginning of our council meetings, instead of a traditional invocation, is to move to a moment of silent prayer and reflection. So that is a motion on the table. As you provide testimony on this item, obviously you may support the original motion, not the substitute motion. You obviously make clear you can testify, and either one is perfectly fine. Out of respect from our colleagues representing the members of the state legislature, I think we had 3 of them here, and we wanted to give them the opportunity to speak first because they have important business back before the legislature. We would never, ever ask for a quid pro quo, but please consider this when you vote on state share revenue related items. No.
If the ordinance passes.
So I think Representative Kern, or you'll be first, and then Representative Townsend, and then Representative Fincham. Is that correct? Any order you guys want to go in, it's up to you. And thank you for your patience. We have a long council meeting, hopefully a newfound respect for what we deal with here as leaders of cities. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a profound respect for what you and all members do on the City Council. And if the ordinance passes, the emergency clause, I'll take your recommendation in consideration when we do pass the budget. So
Mayor,
appreciate it.
may we let the representatives know that the motion is for basically the banning of prayer. That's what the motion is.
Okay, as it stands. So
that's what we're voting on right now.
Okay, so you will be voting on the moment of silence, abandoning
that's
prayer.
What this is.
That will be that's a substitute motion, and then if that passes, that will become the practice of this council. If not, that fails, then we'll go back to the original motion, which is what Councilman Waring suggested. Please.
Okay, so can I speak on? Well, I'll speak to either one. Thank you. My name is Representative Anthony Kern. I represent District 20, which encompasses a lot of North Phoenix and a couple of the districts here. I have a letter from my office at the Arizona House of Representatives that is signed by 24 other members, including the Speaker of the House. And it is specifically pointing out the hard work that Mr. Sal DeCiccio, Honorable Sal DeCiccio, Honorable Bill Gates, Honorable Jim Waring, and Honorable Michael Nowakowski has done from what I've read in drafting some of this language on the emergency clause. And so myself and 24 other members of the Arizona State House of Representatives, I want to read this letter to you. It is an open letter concerning council meeting invocations. It says, and I would like to put this in record when I'm done, but it says, we, the undersigned members of the Arizona State Legislature, express our personal support of Phoenix City Council members Sal DeCiccio, Bill Gates, Jim Waring, and Michael Nowakowski as they work to restore dignity, common sense, and decorum to the invocation at the City of Phoenix Council meetings. We laud their efforts as they stand for the values that help found our state and our nation. And I just want to add to that, in my personal opinion, as a citizen of this state, this will, if we do the moment of silence, it's, in my opinion, going to spread to other cities because I think their goal is to silence prayer as opposed to doing invocations. So I would ask that, the amendment to do the moment of silence be voted against, and I would ask that this emergency clause ordinance be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Take your time to come down. It's up to you. Representative Townsend, you want to go next? And then Representative Fincham, good to see you.
Fincham or Townsend?
Either one. You guys decide.
Okay. You sure? Thank you. For the record, Representative Townsend, District 16. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing us to come here and speak our minds. I wanted to talk specifically about the moment of silence and compare what you guys are doing here to what we do down at the legislature. And first of all, I want to say it's kind of ironic that we call it a moment of silence. Interesting, because that's exactly what people are trying to do, is to silence those who want to give an invocation. As a healthcare professional, there's mental health, there's physical health, there's emotional health, and there's also spiritual health. And I think it's important for us to remember that the body of the city of Phoenix as a whole has a spiritual health that needs to be attended to, and it ought to be represented here at the council. So I would like to propose to you an alternative to silencing people, and consider what we do at the legislature. And it's very similar to your, it looks like item 2, in that we take a rotational basis. The actual legislators themselves have opportunity to give the invocation. And they also have the opportunity to choose what type of invocation they want to give. And we've had Christian prayers, we've had Jewish prayers, we've had Native American prayers, and we've had atheist prayers. And there was never a riot in the State House over what prayer was given. Everyone is respectful of each other. Everyone comes up and thanks the other person when they give the prayer. So it can be done. It can be civil. And it can be done without silencing our people. So I would like to present that to you. I also would like to just off to the side mention that when I found out about the issue, my reaction was I didn't come here to tell you you can't have that prayer. I didn't want to come to make your decision for you. But I myself felt the need to host a prayer outside as simultaneously. If you move forward with this and you allow this prayer, it's just a time for us to come together. And on that page, on the Facebook page, I have received notes from the folks themselves saying specifically their goal is to silence any kind of prayer whatsoever. So we are all here. This is this issue is very emotional, and you're going to have some people say some unsavory things to you. And I would just ask you to put that shield up and don't get defensive and make your vote based off of that defense. Know that everyone's passionate, but we all still should have a voice. And please remember the spiritual health of the people and of the city. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Representative Townsend. Representative Fincher, you have comments, please. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Mr. DeCiccio, I just really appreciate the work you're doing. And Mr. Milikowski, Mr. Gates, I just met you, all right, maybe a couple of hours ago. It seemed like a few minutes. There's two things that I want to say. One, we take a Pledge of Allegiance. It's one nation under God. That's not out there by mistake. The other thing that I'd like to call our attention to is goes back to 1774, and that's the flag that flew over George Washington's camps. He directed that fly over every single battle unit, and it was an appeal to heaven. I would just like to leave that reminder with you. If you want to Google an appeal to heaven, you can see what the flag looks like, or you can stop by my office one day and you'll be able to see one yourselves.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming down, and I know you got back to the busy business of the legislature. Thank you for taking the time to come down and see city government at work. We have obviously a large number of cards, people wishing to provide testimony on this issue. I know people marked the cards based upon the proposal by a few members of this council, so I may inaccurately represent what your position is on the motion that's at hand now. The motion at hand now is a motion to, instead of having a invocation, have a moment of silent prayer and reflection. So just if I incorrectly state what your position is, just correct me and move on. Up to 2 minutes per speaker, and if someone has already made the point that you want to make eloquently, you don't have to repeat it. You can, obviously your card will reflect your support or opposition to the proposal. The first speaker will be, is it Miss Noni Roser? Is that correct? I hope I got the Miss Noel Roser. I'm sorry, Mr. Roser. Good to see you. And then we'll follow it with Deborah Smith, followed by Jackie Phillips.
I think Mayor, members of the City Council, I think a little audience participation is needed. How many people actually have a dollar bill or a piece of money in their wallet or their pocket? I do believe it says, "In God we trust." And every time this dollar bill is exchanged with another person, it's spreading God. Okay? And you know what? How many of you on the city council actually attend a church or a synagogue? Raise your hands. Okay, if you're raising your hands, how would you love it if somebody came into your church and said, hey, I want to give a prayer to Satan? How many of you would actually love that? I don't think any of you would. Okay? And as somebody had said in regards to the Pledge of Allegiance, it is one nation under God. We cannot forget that. And I will tell you this, I will stand for God every single time. And I've got people that are ready to demonstrate if you don't stand up for God. Because if you sit there and raise your hands and say you go to church and you allow the Satanist, which is a cult, I don't call it a religion, I call it a cult. And if you allow them to have that invocation, then you're turning your backs on the Almighty. Because our forefathers, that's who they prayed to. When they won a victory, that's who they prayed to. And when any of us actually has something good that happens in your life, do you pray to a person or do you pray to God? We're going to pray to God. That's what we need to do. And we need to make that stand for Him.
I thank you very much, Mr. Roser. And I think Deborah Smith was the next speaker, followed by Jackie Phillips, followed by Monica Dennington. Ms. Smith, good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Stanton and councilmen and women. It's good to be here. Thank you. I am a retired Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force.
Thank you for your service.
It was my honor and privilege. And I took an oath to stand against enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, our domestic enemies seem to be pretty great. And so what I want to say is I thank you and honor each and every one of you for what you do. And the prayers that are prayed here, to me, help you to do what you need to do. Not all of us can pray the prayers we need to pray to give us what we need. And sometimes we need that input. But as leaders, we also, of our own lives and the lives of others, need to determine that those prayers are the right kind of prayers. So having prayers from satanic groups or whatever that is not part of what we want in our lives, because I would not want to see your lives being changed because of somebody speaking the wrong kind of prayers over your life. I am very careful of who speaks into my life, but it still needs to happen, and I don't think we should run from it. I think as leaders, we have the responsibility to make the right decision to continue prayer, but to discern who is going to do that prayer. And I believe that you're going to do the right things because you're the leaders of the city of Phoenix, and that's what we need.
I believe Jackie Phillips was next, followed by Monica Dennington, followed by Brent Kleinman.
My
Ms.
name
Phillips,
is Jackie Phillips, District 1, and I'm here to speak on the original motion and against the moment of silence. I want to speak against that moment of silence and the gentleman, when the first meeting began, that came up and spoke that he didn't want to be offended by prayer and he doesn't want prayer before a meeting. Well, I come to a council meeting or any other meeting and I hear for cons and pros and things that offend me, things I like, things I don't like. That's life. I mean, to silence prayer is against our founding fathers who were faithful to God, and this nation would never have risen without God in the prayer and people surrendering to God and getting wisdom from God. So the silence is an attempt to silence God and silence prayer and silence the voice, and I'm against that, and I'm for the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Monica Dennington, followed by Brent Kleinman, followed by Wes Harris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to say thank you to Representative Townsend, who so beautifully articulated our need to speak. And that is what this great nation is about, not silencing different ideas. And as the representative said, even atheists have given prayers in their gatherings, and nobody has had to have be offended or have a riot. So that's really not the issue. What I want to bring up today is the fact that the Satanic Temple which is obviously the subject of this, brings out the need for this council to be able to use discretion in who is giving the invocation, and they illustrate it very well because they are a hate group, and specifically, they are a misogynist group. If you look on the Facebook pages of Michelle Short and Stu DeHaan, which are the representatives that would like to pray over this council on February 17th, you will see images of Michelle Short in bondage, in nudity, in all kinds of positions that are not appropriate and that are degrading to another minority group, which is women and girls. We cannot stand by while a hate group who promotes violence against women stands up and gives your invocation. That is standing against the God of nature, which our forefathers pointed to. You know, in their wisdom, they knew that we would have varying ideas of who that God is, but we have a common morality. We have a common sense of what is decent. The founder or the national spokesperson for the Satanic Temple recently had arrest warrants issued from Meridian, Mississippi, because he and the Satanic Temple did a desecration of the gravesite of Fred Phelps' mother. He got the idea from Westboro Baptist. So, following in the footsteps of hate, they decided to take revenge by desecrating that gravesite. One of the actions that was taken is that this leader, who is threatening to sue the city, he laid his genitalia on the gravesite and that on the gravestone. Now, these are the people that are wanting to pray.
Each, and we've gone well over the 2 minutes, so I
So
apologize.
all I want to say is thank you for having a common sense of decency, for standing up for that, and understanding that when you stand against hate groups, when you stand against groups that promote violence against women and girls, you are standing for the God of nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, there are a couple of us who would like to ask.
Monica, if you could stay up for a second.
Do you have a question? Please go ahead.
Just so I want to make sure that you understand what's the motion on the table and what you're going to be told, okay, which I'm going to foreshadow this because this is what I do here. I mean, I expected this to occur last week when I was predicting that the city of Phoenix was going to move toward banning of all prayer. That's what this discussion is. This is what that Satanist group wants. When you read that, their bio in there, their main goal was to do what?
Their main goal is to silence any expression, any religious expression in public life, and they do that by creating an impossible choice, which is that we either cannot express ourselves in our spirituality and share those ideas with one another in public, or we have to accept the most extreme, blasphemous, and obscene, according to Arizona law, obscene expressions right next to all of our expressions of faith.
So just to be clear, though, too, from your reading of that, and I appreciate the fact that you actually read it, because I don't know how many people do. When they read that, they will get the same impression that you got out of this, out of that satanic group. And I do agree with you that it is a cult. It's not a real religion. It just isn't. But their main goal, and I want to drive this home, is to silence the other side. And that's done through a moment of prayer, or it's done through a banning. Basically, a moment of prayer, a moment of silence is basically a banning of prayer.
Yes, and so I'm not for the current motion for the moment of silence. I'm for yours.
I just want to make sure
obviously.
people understand that that's what this discussion is. It's to agree to the satanic goal to ban prayer.
Exactly. And to silence women and to promote violence against women. By the way, Michelle Short, who would be presiding, she has a picture on her website of herself beheading another woman. It's bloody. There are gashes, and in the light of the current situation with ISIS and everything else, it's not only distasteful and violent, it could considered to be by a woman like me to be terrorism.
Mayor.
Councilor Nowakowski has a question.
You said that this was a hate group, and you gave some examples. Do you have any other examples?
Yes, I do. There is a podcast with Lucian Greaves is the pseudonym of the national spokesman. His real name is Doug Messner, or one of them, Doug Messner. In that, I have it here. Among other things, he uses racial slurs. He uses slurs against Jews. He uses slurs against gays. And he talks about various ways that are horribly lewd and obscene to use horrors. The host in that podcast is talking about a rape book, which he's put together, which is not anything that's, it is as offensive as it sounds. And he's laughing also, along with the host, as they start out the podcast by saying, on 9/11, we would like everyone to know that we're praying for the victims of 9/11. And then they laugh in mockery, and then they say, we don't care about 9/11. We couldn't care less how many buildings burn. We don't care how many people die. And then Doug Messner pipes up and says, as long as it's a lot.
Right, any additional questions, Councilman Nowakowski? Councilman DeCiccio, please.
One last one, too, just so that you know and you see how this thing is going to be set. You're going to be told that if we ban prayer here at the City of Phoenix, this issue will go away. Well, of course it will, because that's what the Satanists want, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Brent Kleinman, followed by Wes Harris, followed by Moses Sanchez. Mr. Kleinman, good to see you again.
It's good to be in front of you again, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. This is difficult for me. I come to quite a few City Council meetings, and I'm here in time for the invocation. Being Jewish, there are very few times that I actually get to hear a man of my faith or a woman of my faith get up and give the invocation. I stand quietly and I allow it to happen. I don't dispute other religions, other faiths from their opportunity to do this. I believe the government, the City Council, the City of Phoenix has that necessity to allow people who apply to give this invocation to give the invocation. We can't allow the members of the City Council and Mayor to pick and choose who they want to give the invocation and only invite those people. It has to be open. I don't agree with the moment of silence that Councilwoman Williams proposed. I believe the prayer is the right thing to do. I believe part of your motion is correct, Councilman DeCiccio. It should be only residents of Phoenix. That is important. The people who represent the City of Phoenix are the people who should get up here and speak and pray to the members of Phoenix. Not people from Tucson, not people from California, not people from anywhere else. I think it is very important that as frugal conservatives that some of these board members are, that you look and see that if we do go to picking and choosing or making this where prayer stays, but this one group cannot go, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that's unconstitutional. We will lose. And depending on how far the City Council decides to take it, it will be money spent that we will never get back. You talk about the hotel money, gone. Do you want to spend millions of dollars fighting something? You all know, and every lawyer has told you, you will lose at some point and we have to walk away. So let's be prudent here. Let's understand there are things you can do as a City Council. You can require the people to be from Phoenix. That's fair. You can't pick and choose what religions or what faiths you believe are appropriate to come up here and give the invocation at the beginning of City Council meetings. So take this apart, deny the motion of silence, and modify your motion to just say Phoenix residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kleinman. Wes Harris is next, followed by Moses Sanchez, followed by Diane Barker. Mr. Harris, good to see you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Wes Harris. I reside on Coral Gables for 45 years, and I've been trying to get it repaved. I see it is not on the list. Again. I'd like to invoke the words of John Adams. Our Constitution is for a moral and religious people. It is totally unfit for any other. We are not any other. This council is not any other. The City of Phoenix is not any other. I am a Christian. We have Christians in this, which is the majority. We have Jews. We have Muslims. We have all sorts of things. And we have invocations, much like the one that was given this morning or this afternoon, which was outstanding. It was motivating. It was excelling in the spirit that it was offered. And I think it gave us all a tool with which we can move forward. I've known Councilman Williams for almost as long as I haven't. And I'm really surprised that you would offer such a resolution to a moment of silence I go to Phoenix school boards, and they have a moment of silence. I've timed them. They're 15 seconds at the most. 20, maybe. Never a moment, and never about God. And this country was founded on the principles of Judeo-Christian principles. We've been practicing Christianity and Judeo-Christianity here for 400 years, longer than this nation was a nation. And all of the founding fathers prayed to God. Even Benjamin Franklin, who's been called a deist, was really a Christian. And in fact, when there was an impasse in the Constitutional Convention, he got everybody out and marched them down the street. He was carried because he had kidney stones. And he took them to a church, and they prayed. And when they came back, they basically passed the Constitution that we have pledged to defend. This is one nation under God, and for us to be pushed into a corner is beyond the pale. We are not going to practice our religion behind our closed doors and behind the churches. We're going to practice it right here at City Council, and I hope to heck that you vote in favor of the original proposal and against the silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Moses Sanchez, followed by Diane Barker, followed by Pastor Escobar.
Was it?
I think it was Mr. Sanchez first, then Ms. Barker, but if you work out a side deal, that's fine.
Está bien, gracias.
Before he starts,
I won't
Mayor,
need a translator.
Moses is on the school board, Tempe School Board. Thank you for your service. He's a veteran, an amazing American. I want for everybody to know who this individual is. He's a rising star. Thank you, Moses.
Thank you, Councilmember CCO. Buenas tardes, alcalde Stanton y Consejo Municipal de Phoenix. I'm going to repeat it in English, so it's okay. Thank you. Mi nombre es Moisés Sánchez y yo vivo aquí mismo en Phoenix, en la comunidad de Ahwatukee. Vino a pedirle que apoyan la cláusula de emergencia que van a votar en hoy. Es una lástima que estamos aquí pasando esta misma cosa en nuestra ciudad. Esto no es bueno para nuestra comunidad. No es bueno para la escuela, no es bueno para los estudiantes, no es bueno para la economía de la ciudad, no es bueno para el Estado. Tenemos suficiente cosas malas pasando. Esto nosotros no necesitamos. Esto no es bueno para ninguna persona aquí y es importante que nosotros apoyan esa cláusula de la comunidad para que todos saben quién está tomando estas decisiones. As I said before, my name is Moses Sanchez. I'm a resident of Phoenix. I live in Ahwatukee. And I'm here in support of the emergency clause, not the moment of silence that you guys plan on voting on. I'm a little bit embarrassed that we're here and that we're getting this much negative attention without real transparency. We've actually had a lot of negative things happen in the state of Arizona recently, and I just want to take a time out, take a break from all of that, including this. This isn't good for our city. This isn't good for our schools, our state, and our economy, and I ask that you vote in favor of the emergency clause in order to have real transparency. Thank you very much, and may the Lord bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez. Diane Barker, Pastor Escobar, and then K.M. Lude, I hope. Ms. Barker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Diane Barker. And I did apologize to Mr. Sanchez for trying to take his place because I do believe in order, and he was before me. And I believe in law, too. And on that, I've read what our attorney, city attorney, has said, and he's studied the Supreme Court case. This isn't the first time this has come before city councils. A lot of the people here may think it is. It's been very discussed around the United States, and a woman who was Jewish made a case into the Supreme Court because her religion wasn't being heard. When we see the spread of religion in what we call the new order, the new area of the world, it's a North American, South America, and it's basically Christian. And so you'll find the invocations basically across the United States are Christian religions, and she wasn't being heard on hers. But the Supreme Court, interesting enough, most of the justices are Catholic. And so they says, okay, well, we're not going to get rid of it. but because it's tradition, so we'll keep it. However, I think that what's come out of it is you can't be selective. And that's what I'm saying is what's happening if you are going to personally pick and choose, and the legislature even here, if you notice, she said that works real well. They all pick. You know, she never ever said Muslim religion. And it's because either there's, and I'm not saying she was, but we have a lot of hate for that particular one. The thing is that people may carry subconscious feelings about things that they don't know about and they don't understand, so a fear makes them dislike something they don't have. Let's not get into that. And finally, I'd like to say, Brett Kleiman, the attorney here, he spoke what I believe in. You need the modified, and I just realized Brett Kleiman's a Buckeye. I agree with him. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Barker. Pastor Escobar, followed by K.M. Leod, I hope, and then Larry Fraley. Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. 4 months ago, 1,400 Hispanics, millennials, we came and prayed right outside City Hall. And we pray for the city, we pray for the council and for the mayor, for your family, for your safety. And I just want to be short today. I just want to say, please, prayer is good for our city. Prayer is good for our families. Prayer is good for our community. Please do not deny us the right to come and pray and bless you God here inside of City Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is it K.M. Leod? Leod? I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it. How about Larry Fraley, followed by Beth Holgren? Good to see you.
Mayor Stanton, council members. First of all, I want to say that I'm happy to hear the mayor praise, as he mentioned earlier, that he was praying for the people to use the resources of the city. I heard him say that. My name is Larry Fraley, and I'm one of the founding members and pastors at Christ Church of the Valley here in town since 1982. And for many years, our church was a cross-section of residents in the Northwest Valley, District 1, that Councilwoman Williams was elected. Unfortunately, fortunately, that is no longer the case. We now have 6 campuses, and we have over 40,000 of our members who call Christ Church of the Valley our home. But our church is large, but it's only a sliver of the hundreds of churches that are represented here in the Phoenix area. I'm not here today actually to fight for keeping the Satanism out of praying at the council meeting on the 17th. I have something much higher than that. I have my own personal beliefs about that, but I believe that we have elected you to the office because we felt you represent a cross-section of our communities, and therefore we trust your decision. Your job is a difficult one, as you try to be fair, but you are all leaders, and I ask you to lead and not cower when decisions get tough. I strongly urge you to lead, that you, the council members, or the mayor, who believe in a creator, would choose who would come and give an invocation or prayer. So I support the idea of rotating responsibilities to choose the invocation and prayer and who that would be, and that you will represent who you think will serve our community and represent our community the best. If you truly believe that bringing a satanic prayer group into this body of council, then so be it. But I urge you not to cower on making an easy decision by choosing a moment of prayer and shows total disrespect to our Creator. I hold those who will support this moment of prayer in direct responsible for removing the practice that has long endured. Praying during council meetings and other legislative gatherings is a part of our heritage and our tradition, part of expressing who we are, to similar things like Pledge of Allegiance and inaugural prayers and the recitation of God Save the United States in this honorable court, which happens in certain courts. I beg you, do not ban prayer. I understand that many of you, or several of you, may be afraid of a lawsuit. I say do the right thing. I strongly suspect you've dealt with lawsuits before. You can deal with them again. Don't sell your soul on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraley. Next is Beth Holgren, followed by Joe Garcia, followed by Blue, which I assume is Blue Crawley. Ms. Holgren.
Hello, my name is Beth Holgren, and I'm from Apache Junction, Arizona. But I know that our capital city of Phoenix is very important to all of us in the state of Arizona. So as go you, so as go we. That is one reason why I am here today. Our nation was founded on Judeo-Christian values and prayers. Our Supreme Court building, you cannot walk within its walls without almost feeling you're in a church and on holy ground. This nation has been a holy nation. Yes, we embrace everyone, but we cannot forget our heritage. And in banning prayer or a moment of silence, as Mr. Harris stated, you know, it comes to a 15-second, okay, we're done. We must continue to honor the creator of this nation and of this world, because if we abandon him, he will abandon us.
Thank you.
We have seen our schools decline and the violence rise. Could that perhaps, and that is a rhetorical question on my part, could that perhaps be because we have stopped teaching our children that prayer in public places to honor the entity that has been honored in this nation, that has made us a strong people? We must continue that if we are going to continue to be a strong cities and states and a strong nation. It is under God. And I realize that that was added on, but it was added on for a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holgren. Joe Garcia. Garcia is next.
If I may, to confirm, I am against the moment of silence. I am for Mr. Waring's.
We inferred that. Thank you very much for your testimony. Joe Garcia is next, followed by Blue Crawley, followed by Jose Baca Jr. Mr. Garcia, good to see you.
Thank you very much, Councilman, and everyone on the bench. I just want to say that we need prayer. The day that we ban prayer is the day we walk away from God. And I want to also remind each and every one of you behind the counter, what you say yes to, you will answer to God. What you bring into our city, you will answer to God. So therefore, we need to understand, as we exalt the name of Jesus Christ, I am a pastor of Christian Life Church, and I represent Jesus Christ. And I just want to let everyone know here in this room, in this auditorium, when they took prayer out of schools, our schools, as we already heard, began to have problems. Then we take the 10 Commandments out and so many other things that we have allowed in our states, in our nation. We say we are under God, but yet man is taking authority onto themselves. And we need to understand that everything that we say yes to, we will answer to God. And we need to realize that one day we will be in Judgment Day. God is asking us to stand up for what we believe. And if we believe in Jesus Christ, we must stand up to the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Blue Crawley, followed by Jose Baca Jr., followed by Darlene Vasquez.
And I'm going to hold it a little tighter than 2 minutes. We have a lot of people who want to speak, and we want to make sure we're respectful of everybody's time. So I'll be a little tighter on the time.
You want to say my
Blue, you're up.
You want to state my last name again? Crowley. My brother was a magus in the Temple of the Golden Dawn, which is a religion that is based on the teachings of Aleister Crowley. You can look it up. And when I hear all these people talking and they say, under God, well, which God are you talking about? I heard that gentleman just say, Jesus Christ. So if you're a Jew, is it not your God? Or is it a Muslim? Or are we just going with the religions of Abraham? Well, in my neighborhood, I've got Sikhs. I've got friends that are Druids. So, Mr. DeCiccio, is it that your district is only Christian? Because the way you're putting it out, you're saying, why would any of our council members have anybody here other than a Christian? I have a problem with that, because when I look at the Christian religions, I wonder which ones are occults and which ones are pagan, because they point at each other. And this country may have been Judeo-Christian, but this state was Catholic. So when I hear some of the Protestants point to the Catholics and say we're not or they're not or whatever, I find it that what you did, Thelda, was Solomon-like. Because either you have everybody or you have nobody. And when it comes to praying, all of you do it out loud, don't you? All the time it's out loud, because that's the most sincere way you do it.
Mr. Crowley,
when you're meditating
please,
and you're
please
talking to
us.
God, I know. I'm just saying that when people are praying, the most intense prayers are done what? Vocally, so everybody hears you and can appreciate that you're a Christian? Or is it when you're meditating and you're talking to God one-on-one? So when I hear that meditation and a moment of silence isn't up to the standard of prayer that others want, well, let's go back one more step.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crowley. Appreciate your time.
I'm going to cut 30 seconds, and all I'm going to say is that you are not to endorse or condemn any religion, and when you're doing what you're doing, it's that way.
Please go right ahead. All right, thank you. Jose Baca Jr. We just got to keep it at 2 minutes. We have a lot of speakers, followed by Jose Baca Jr. Mr. Baca Jr. here? There he is. Okay, come on down. Followed by Darlene Vasquez, followed by Jose Gonzalez. Darlene, you want to go first? You're up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. It's an honor to be here. My name is Darlene Vasquez, and I'm a Native American from the Gila River Indian community, but I reside here in Phoenix. I'm a pastor on the Gila River Reservation, and I am so concerned about what's going on. And I praise God that, you know, we have it saddens me to hear what's going on. I'm a Christian. I believe in the one true God, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And I'm not for the silent prayer. I want Christians to pray. I want those that believe in God, the one true God, to pray, and it will bring blessings to everyone. The Bible says that my people will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. We need healing in our land. We need healing. We've been praying for healing. My people have been praying for healing. There are too many curses on our land, and we don't need another curse to come upon our land. It breaks my heart to hear what's going on. The Word of God came through you to our people. And we were set free.
Thank you very much, Reverend
I
Vasquez.
believe.
Thank you.
I believe
Thank you.
in God.
Thank you very much.
Can I just...
Ma'am, I've tried.
Can I
You're over
just
2 minutes, and
quickly,
we've got a lot of people to provide testimony. So I'm trying to limit it to 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your testimony. It's very powerful. Jose Baca Jr. is next, followed by Jose Gonzalez, followed by Reverend Eve Nunez. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Stanton. Thank you, City Council. A word can bring life. A word can bring death. A word can bring hope when you feel there's none left. A word can bring peace. A word can bring pain. A word can make you think, or it can drive you insane. A word can bring strength and faith to overcome, or it can leave you speechless, belittled, and numb. A word can bring grace and leave a smile on your face, or it can leave your jaw flat on the floor while it leaves your heart broken, bleeding, and sore. So remember, each time before you speak, your words, they carry weight. So may your hearts be filled with love to dissipate all the hate. It has been said that in the absence of light, darkness prevails. In the absence of truth, aka silence, lies will prevail. Do not silence prayer. We are one nation under God, believe it or not, like it or not. And when we silence prayer, we're calling on behalf of Him. If we silence prayer, it says we don't need Him. Remember, you're held accountable to Him. You all raised your hand. You're held accountable. Foretold is forewarned. You don't want the ramifications of silencing prayer in this great city. Do not silence prayer.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Jose Gonzalez, followed by Reverend Eve Nunez.
I'm Pastor Jose Gonzalez. I'm going to speak just a little bit about freedom of religion, but from the viewpoint of our founding fathers. When you read the history of the United States, when you read about Abraham Lincoln or George Washington and our founding fathers, you clearly see that what they meant by saying religion is a group of people believing in God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not any other kind of another group. When you see clearly in the history of the United States or in the Constitution saying freedom of religion, and you clearly see that they did believe in the God of the Bible, in God Almighty, then what they meant is this: a group of people believing in God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in the Bible as the Word of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Gonzalez. Reverend Nunez, good to see you, followed by Joanne Scott Woods, followed by Antonio Vasquez.
Hello, Council and Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. And I love what our state constitution says, that we, the people of the state of Arizona, are grateful to the Almighty God for this, our liberties, and do ordain this Constitution. So our state constitution, thanks God. I'm going to read this from a dear friend that's here in the audience. It's Bridge Builders that represents thousands of ministers throughout the state. And it's an invocation is according to the Oxford Dictionary. This is written by Hal Sachs. The summons of a deity or the supernatural, the action of invoking something or someone for assistance. Traditionally or historically, an invocation has been the opening prayer of a meeting or assembly, calling upon Almighty God to give wisdom, guidance, and for decisions to be divinely inspired. Why would we want to invite anything or anyone less than Almighty God, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to guide our city, especially an entity that opposes God and His goodness in every way? I believe a Satan worshiper would just bring curses, and I believe that we need to continue to support the amendment that Sal DeCiccio did, and I oppose the silence and a prayer. I believe that we need to continue to pray. I have been a minister for over 30 years here in the city of Phoenix. I have 3 children that were born in the city of Phoenix. I live in the city of Phoenix and have had many children from the city of Phoenix that have lived in my home, and have been praying for the city of Phoenix since 1974. And this is a word. I want to read something that I have prayed over the city since 1974. It's actually in a book written by my good friend Deb Welch. It's called Unlocking Arizona's Prophetic Destiny. The righteous cry in the last day, says the Lord, and he spoke this to me in 1974, and I pray this over our city. I make a declaration that I will visit your city of Phoenix. A baptism of fire will baptize both young and old. It will start like a spark and spread like wildfire throughout the state of Arizona. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous in this city of Phoenix, and my ears are open to their cries. It will be called as a godly city all over the world. I will pour my glory upon the inhabitations of the city and surrounding cities and purify you with fire. It will be called the city of the S-O-N, not the S-U-N. The righteous cry, the Lord heareth, and I will deliver them out of all their trouble. The Lord is near to them that have a broken heart and a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous in the city of Phoenix, says the Lord, but I will deliver them out of them all. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you.
Joanne Scott Woods is next, followed by Antonio Vasquez, followed by Reverend Montoya.
Religion has been a topic of divisiveness for millennia. Our council members' positions on 43.1 reflect that. I recommend the elimination of the invocation from the agenda.
Reverend Montoya.
Student council, or I'm sorry, city council. I didn't get to give my speech when I was in school. My name is Burke Montoya. I've been the pastor of Way of Life Church in South Phoenix for the last 10 years. The church was established in 1975, so we've been here in the Valley for about 40 years. I've personally been a citizen of Phoenix for a total of 16 years. And I'd like to bring a perspective to you this afternoon as to those who are being allowed to invoke the name of their God upon our city, using perhaps my church as an example. And I'd really like you to hear this, perhaps the suggestion on how we can allow people to pray over our city. We feed an average of about 100 families every week as an agency of St. Mary's Food Bank. We have people who are struggling with alcohol, drugs, and poverty walking into our church weekly. It's a privilege of what we do because we want to better our city. This afternoon we have an after-school program of kids that are coming into this church as a part of Young Life. We visit the senior citizens that are shut-ins in different various parts of the city. Every Saturday we have a team of people that actually go into the jails and they give up their entire Saturdays to visit those that are in prison. Why I'm talking about these things is this. If we were given the privilege, and if I was given the privilege to invoke the name of my God upon this city, it would be a privilege not to impose my religion, not to, for my namesake or for my church's namesake or my denominational affiliation, but for the betterment of my city. You see, why can't we use this criteria when we are asking people to invoke the name of their God over our city? Rather than allowing every religious group to come and invoke their God upon our city, all in the name of religious equality, why can't we vet these religious groups to determine if they're already investing in the betterment of our city? Why should I, even as a Christian man, come before you and want to pray to my God if I'm doing nothing to better my city? And if these particular religions that want to come in representing their God, I think they should be vetted and determine whether they're helping our city or not, as each of the city council members are doing. You have been vetted, you have been voted into your positions because you want the betterment of our city. People that are being given the privilege to pray over our city, they should have an investment. They should be from our city, and they should be given that privilege only because they have proven themselves to have the betterment of our city in mind, not to invoke their God because of religious equality, but because we want to bless this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Antonio Velasquez, followed by Cindy Petrovich. We have Mr. Velasquez. Cindy Petrovich. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for letting me speak today. My name is Cindy Petkovich, and I have lived and played, attended church and school, married, had 3 children in Arizona since 1952. My husband, who is a native of Arizona, and I have been business people most of our 50 years of marriage. I am also the founder and president of an Arizona ministry called Freedom for Life Ministries International, and I have spent hundreds, even thousands of hours ministering to people that have been damaged by Satanists and the effects of Satan across the board. A motto is a phrase meant to formally describe the general motivation and intention of an organization. The motto for our nation is, "In God We Trust." And in keeping with that, our forefathers gave Arizona the motto, "God enriches." Our forefathers knew who had and would continue to enrich and bless this beautiful state, and He has certainly been faithful to our trust. The strength of our state is being challenged today by the request to call upon a different God from the one who has blessed and protected from the beginning. I am entreating you as the City Council of our capital to stand firm in protecting this city and state by calling upon the name of our God out loud and not opening a door to another strange God through invocation. We stand as, you stand as servants and representatives of God and servants and representative for the people. I encourage you to stand firm to that pledge of love and honor by disallowing this dangerous invocation from the members of the satanic organization.
Thank you, Ms. Petrovic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Dennis Lurvey, followed by Kurt Mangum and Leonard Clark. Dennis Lurvey. Mr. Lurvey? Okay, come on down, sir. He's coming.
My name is Dennis Lurvey. I'm a veteran, Air Force veteran, Vietnam era. I was disabled in combat in Vietnam, December 19th, 1969, in a way that you can't see physically. I was raised in a Baptist home, very strict Baptist home, and over the last 15 or 20 years, after much study, I have reading the Bible and so forth, I have decided that I no longer want to practice a religion. You seem to think that this prayer thing is all about you guys, but you work for us. You represent us. You aren't individuals who can say, this prayer is good, that prayer is bad. The law doesn't allow you to do that. So if you really understand the religiosity of Phoenix, we are the 5th least religious city in the country. 27% of us in Phoenix practice no religion at all. As a matter of fact, practicing Christians in Phoenix are a minority. People who believe the Bible is true is only about 17%. So you're getting represented here very loudly by a side that is a minority voice in Phoenix. So it's true in the federal government too. 98% of the people in Congress are Christian or Catholic, but only 71% in the country are. So the religiosity is not being represented. None of you are representing the majority non-religious in this city. So the people that come in here, you can check these numbers out anywhere you want. People that come in here and address their city, their government, and are confronted with Christian prayers, maybe the first time they've heard that in 6 or 9 months. And it's offensive. You let the lady in the red hair talk for 10 minutes because you liked what she said and you expected what she said. And you kept asking her questions because you expected someone to say that.
Mayor, I have a question for him.
All right, Councilman Onkowski's question, but we are out of time. It's 2 minutes per speaker, and we're trying to hold tight to that so we get to all the speakers.
I'm sorry. I want to say one very quick thing. The Satanists are doing this because they want you to do what you're doing. They want you to reject them in public. They want you to show your true colors. They've done this in Oklahoma, where they got the 10 Commandments removed. They've done it in Florida.
Sir, you've had more than 2 minutes. Councilman Onkowski.
My question to you is, you threw out, sir, I have a question. So you threw out some statistics. Where did you get those statistics from?
I keep track of this all over the place. Pew does these religious studies several times a year. Different groups, they've always come out in different newspapers and publications online. I think the religious cities, there's different ways to measure that. The way I think the HuffPost is the one that had this article. This particular article, they can measure it on how many Bibles they sell in the city, on how many non-religious in the city, a lot of different ways.
Alrighty,
but it all comes out the same way.
I think we need to move on to the next speaker. Vice Mayor, who's the next speaker?
Kurt Mangum, followed by Leonard Clark.
Mayor Stanton, City Council members, my name's Kurt Mangum. First of all, I'd like to encourage you not to adopt the recommendation to silence prayer or have a moment of prayer. I agree with Councilman DeCiccio that in doing so that would satisfy the needs of this organization. What I would tell you is that we clearly understand that you're elected officials and that you represent everyone in the city of Phoenix. So we understand the uniqueness and the dynamics of it. Again, this is not just a city of Phoenix issue. This is a national issue. One of the things that I can tell each of you that I know our family, our churches throughout this community are praying for our leadership and you, Mayor, and our city council members for wisdom, for guidance, and direction. So you guys make the big bucks. So what I would encourage you to do, we've got to find some creative ways to make sure that we have prayer and that we have prayer that people can voice their feelings and their religious beliefs. And I adopt the initial proposal. I propose that you adopt the initial proposal that you have to be local, vested in this community if you're going to be a part of the invocation. Maybe it's existing churches that are here or, organizations. So I just want to encourage you not to silence the prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mangum. Leonard Clark, followed by Pastor Charles Johnson.
My name is Leonard Clark, and I was born right down the street at Good Samaritan Hospital. And I also want to thank you, Mayor and Council, and despite our disagreements, all of the beautiful people who believe in God in their own way, but since I'm not a politician and I don't have to worry about people voting for me or not voting for me, I'm just very concerned, highly concerned. This is what our forefathers had to grapple with. True, some say, well, we were founded upon Judeo-Christianity, et cetera, but our forefathers also knew that in the old world, in Europe, people were murdered, families were murdered, all of these things happening. They were torn apart over disagreements in religion. And I'm particularly passionate on this because, I myself, and I think the veteran who stood up, I was raised as a Southern Baptist, but I myself served in a country called Iraq. And in Iraq, I had to watch people blowing themselves up, body parts everywhere, because this particular group, this particular tribe, they didn't like each other. They hated each other. And I just don't want that to come here. Our forefathers were successful in doing that so far. There can be a compromise. It takes courage, and I will forever admire Thelda Williams. I live in that district because she's not saying no prayer. And and no offense, but who are the people who say that when I meditate and pray to myself that I'm not praying to God? That's none of your business. Just like it's none of my business how you vote, if you don't want to tell me, and how you pray. Because I don't need a middleman between me and my God. I don't need a high priest. Because the fact is, this is a country where we're allowed to worship God in our own way. I support the moment of silence, but to sit here and imply that just because we don't want you to pick a particular religion that I agree, I don't even want to say the word because Satan, I can't.
Thank you, Mr.
To say
Clark.
that is wrong. In Iraq, every day we went out in our Humvees, there was a prayer for St. Michael. But that doesn't mean I don't believe in God, just
Clark,
because
we're
I don't
done.
think
We
you
got
have the
no other
right.
speaker.
You
Thank
have
you,
the
Mr.
right to
Clark.
pick or choose religions.
Thank you, sir. Pastor Charles Johnson, followed by Carl Lombardo and Tori Anderson.
My name is Dr. Charles Johnson, Senior Pastor, Victory Community Church. I want to thank the City Council for shouldering the great responsibility of what you have to do. Many people are looking at this issue without also entertaining who has to make the decision on the issue. As a leader, I'm coming not only as a pastor, but I'm also coming as a retired veteran and soldier. But also to give a different perspective, I served 18 of my years of my adult life overseas and did not get an opportunity to be a part of my local community. I pastored overseas. My family grew up overseas in protecting this country. One of the things I understand is there are 3 levels of authority: spiritual authority, domestic authority, and civil authority. You guys have a tough job because I represent in my church and my family the spiritual and the domestic, but you have to operate in the civil authority. There's a lot of emotions and overtones that are going on here without us understanding that what we make a decision over concerning 2 to 3 minutes or 2 to 5 minutes of prayer is not only for this year, but for generations to come. The thing that we're faced with, gentlemen, and I applaud you on your fortitude in this, is that when we go, Mayor Stanton and council, to do this, we have to look at what's happening in our valley. Many people are coming to Phoenix because it's attractive. When it's attractive, it's going to bring all kind of people. But one thing we don't want to do, and which is difficult, we don't want to decline what we already have to support what other people believe we should do. It's very difficult in today's society because Christianity is becoming irrelevant and being politically correct is becoming relevant. We have to get to a point, all of us, to understand we got to live on this planet together. And I pray that you guys help us to do that.
Thank you, Pastor. Tori Anderson, followed by Carl Lombardo. What is your name, sir?
Carl Lombardo.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, my greetings in the sweet name of Jesus. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio in 1939 to a wealthy Italian family. We were Roman Catholics, as most of the Italians are. I had a religion, but of course that religion didn't keep me. I pursued a life of sin. I made a complete mess of absolutely everything. I married a beautiful girl in 1963, and she started to pray when one day a couple of her students, she used to teach school, came over and they said, "Would you like to know Jesus better than you do?" And my very wise wife said yes. Before they left, she was wonderfully born again, slain in the Spirit, speaking in tongues, and she started to pray for me. Let me tell you about the power of prayer. This sinner didn't want nothing to do with Jesus. I liked my life of sin. But she prayed for me for 10 years and 2 months straight. I'm not talking about once a day. She prayed constantly. The fervent and effectual prayer of the righteous availeth much. She prayed me into the arms of Jesus. June the 6th, 1982, at 11:45 in the morning, he performed supernaturally surgery on me, and I became a man of God. By that I mean I used to hate the sin I loved, and I loved the Savior who I'd spurned all of those years. I'm 42 and a half years old. I've been walking with him ever since June the 6th of 1982. He made the difference in my life. He took this sinner and made a saint out of me. He can do the same for anybody else who comes to him in faith. We want to lift up the name of Jesus. There is no other name in heaven and earth whereby a man must be saved than the name of Jesus Christ. Let's get that straight. Make no mistake about it. Jesus is the way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lombardo. Mr. Tori Anderson is next, followed by Ellen Smith, followed by Carl Smith. Please, as briefly as possible. We have a lot of cards to get through. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Tori Anderson. I live on 17th Drive, just south of Northern in Phoenix. I've lived here since 1992. I am here today on behalf of myself and my children. I have 2 small children. I am a Girl Scout leader, and I also work in issue-based advocacy. But I'm here today also as a minority. I am an atheist. I'm a proud atheist. And I am here to ask you, as government officials, to honor the minority in this community, because we have a large majority, 67%, according to the Pew Religious Studies released in 2014, 67% Christian in Arizona. So you're dealing with 27% of us who affiliate with no religion whatsoever. And what we're asking you today is not to take prayer out of our community. We definitely want prayer in our community. I love driving by the Beatitudes Church. I love seeing the signs and these wonderful things that the churches are doing in our communities. I'm not asking you to remove church from our community or anything like that. What I'm asking is to have government free of religious intrusion. Let's stick to government business. Let's talk about filling potholes. Let's talk about our economy. What we don't need, we need to stick to government business at a government level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ellen Smith is next, followed by Carl Smith. Is Ellen Smith here? All right, we're going to pass over Ms. Smith in this case. Carl Smith, are you here? Please move. Come as I call your name. Please come close to the mic. We have a lot of speakers to get through. Please come. Thank you very much. You second that motion. Everyone is welcome to do the same. If the point you want to make has been made, just say you second the motion, if you will. Juan Beltran, do you wish to provide testimony? Please come forward, followed by Mona Constance. Mona, are you here? Please come forward and sit. Maybe set some chairs close by, maybe at the front. Maybe staff can help out so we can move as quickly as possible. We have a lot of people to speak. Bernadette Alvarado is following Miss Constance. Maybe our staff could help out. Thank you very much. All right, is Juan Beltran here? Yes. Please come forward. It's your time. Followed by Mona Constance, followed by Bernadette Alvarado.
Well, I need one interpreter. I can explain everything in English. I use my language as Espanol. Okay?
Excellent.
As Reverend...
Did you want someone to translate for you, Mr. Beltran?
Come on.
No, she does it for the audience, those who may avail us of it. So please, yeah, thank you.
I will try my best. I know there's better people that can do it, but
Que Dios bendiga a todo el concilio.
that God bless
este
all the
momento.
council.
Thank you.
Yo sé que están cansados.
I know that you're
Porque yo
tired.
estoy cansado.
I'm
Tengo
tired
muchas horas
today,
aquí.
but I've been here 2 hours.
Quiero decirles
3 hours.
algo.
I want to say something to you.
Que iba a leer la Biblia, pero mejor lo voy a hacer
I wanted to
directamente.
read the Bible to you, but I'm going to say it by my
El
word.
problema de la oración,
The problem of the prayer,
individualmente,
individually,
nadie nos lo va a quitar.
nobody is going to take it away
Porque
from us.
tenemos ese privilegio de parte de Dios.
Because we have the privilege
Que donde quiera
from
que
God.
estemos, nosotros podemos orar.
Any place where
y
we
Él
are,
nos
we
oye.
can pray.
El problema que debemos definir aquí
The problem we're defining
es
today, right
el-
here,
del concilio de la ciudad.
that the council
Que
of
se
the
pongan de
city,
acuerdo
that we are agreed
porque no salga la oración
that the prayer doesn't go away from here,
de este lugar.
from this place.
Tenemos muchos años,
We have so many
tengo más de
years.
40 años
I have
sirviendo
more
al
than
Señor
40
en esta
years
área de
serving
Phoenix.
the Lord here in Phoenix,
Y la oración
and the
es
prayer
lo que me ha sostenido
is the one
y me ha
that
dado
give me
todo lo que soy.
and give me all everything
Pero
that
al
I need.
sacar la oración de
If
la
you-
ciudad,
If you take the prayer from the city of Phoenix,
es algo terrible.
it's something terrible for the city.
La Biblia dice
The Bible says
que nosotros
that we
tenemos que orar
have to pray
para poder alcanzar la victoria.
to achieve the
Y hay un
victory.
hay un gran grupo de pastores.
Thank you for your testimony very much. Mona Constance, we're done. I apologize, but we have 2 minutes. I apologize. Mona Constance is next. Miss Constance, can you come forward? Please come forward. I've got to keep the calm. I apologize, but we have many, many, many speakers. Miss Constance is next, followed by Bernadette Alvarado, followed by Diane Post. Miss Post, if you're here, please come forward. Miss Constance, good to see you.
Hi, my name is Mona Constance. I've been living in Phoenix for 43 years now. I'm in District 4. I want to do a little bit different slant on this because it just has really grieved me. It's not about diversity and political correctness. That's just excuses. This is a spiritual thing. This is in the spiritual realm. This is evil against good. And the devil is out, Satan is out to win. And we don't want to give him Phoenix. We want to keep God in control. And we want to be blessed. When God is in control, we're blessed and we're protected. When Satan is in control, he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And we don't want that for Phoenix. We don't want that for you. We don't want that for our families. And you guys, like the kings of Israel, are the leaders. And what you decide is what happens to all of us. And we ask that you make a wise choice, because it's either God or it's Satan. It's good or evil. It's your choice. And that's going to apply to all of us, what you do here today. This isn't about these other little things. This is about good and evil. And you got to have one or the other. You know, if you got God, you've got blessings and you've got protection. If you've got Satan, you've got a kill, steal, and destroy attitude of everybody. So what are you going to choose? You know, taking the prayer out of school, that takes God out too, so I'm not for that. But I would like to support Mr. DeCiccio and thank him for doing what he's done to bring the awareness to us for this. Because it's up to you guys. Are you going to choose righteousness and good, or are you going to choose evil? It's your choice, and we pray for wisdom, and we pray for protection for you, for your family, and all of our families.
Thank you very much. Ms. Post is next, followed by Errol McGinnis, followed by Asbel Gustafo. We have many cards to get through as quickly as possible, please.
Diane Post, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking as a longtime Phoenix resident, atheist, and lawyer. Many years ago, more than 200 years ago, our government had a good idea in the First Amendment to keep separate religion and government. Also in Article 6, Paragraph 3, they said that elected representatives are bound by an oath to the Constitution, not to the Bible. Why did they create these provisions? Because then, as now, there were dozens of different belief systems, but yet we are still one nation. A litany of presidents has supported this separation of church and state, and I'll be quoting Thomas Jefferson, believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between the man and his God, that he owes account to no one other for his faith or his worship, that the legislative powers of government reach actions only and not opinions. I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the United States of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. James Madison, it was the universal opinion of the century preceding the last that civil government could not stand without the prop of a religious establishment, and that religion itself would perish if not supported by a legal provision for its clergy. The existence of Virginia conspicuously corroborates the disproof of both these opinions. Civil government, though bereft of everything like an associated hierarchy, possesses the requisite stability and performs its functions with complete success, while the number, the industry, and morality of the priesthood and the devotion of people have been manifestly increased by the separation of church and state. Rutherford Hayes, we all agree that neither the government nor political parties ought to interfere with religious sects. It is equally true that religious sects ought not to interfere with the government and political parties. We believe that the cause of good government and the cause of religion suffer by all such interference. John Kennedy, I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute. Jimmy Carter, who needs no polishing of his religious credentials, I think the government ought to stay out of the prayer business. Since these presidents have spoken, we've become even more diverse, and I would prefer we have no.
Thank you very much. Errol McGinnis is next. We're running out of time. I apologize. Ms. Post, you have to move on. Errol McGinnis is next, followed by Asbel Gustavo. Ms. McGinnis, we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes per speaker. That is it, and you don't have to use the whole time. Errol McGinnis is next, followed by Asbel Gustavo. Please.
Hi, my name is Errol McGinnis. A lot of the points that I was going to make were eloquently made by previous speakers, so I'm going to be cutting mine quite short. It boils down basically to just the last paragraph of my speech. In calling this an emergency referendum, the members of this council had stated to the media that they did not want to become a first for any negative connotation. In calling this an emergency referendum, they had succeeded in becoming a first. This is my first, to my recollection, of any city council that decided to vote which of these cities' residents deserve to be represented by this council and which of them are too stupid. Now, because I don't bow to an Abrahamic God, does that make me subject to a tweet that says that I'm too stupid to be represented by this council? I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guinness. Ms. Alvarado is next. I apologize, I skipped you over earlier, followed by Asbel Gustavo. Please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Thank you for the privilege to be here and to speak and to share my opinion. I would like to ask you all if you've ever heard of Psalms chapter 9, verse 17, which says that the nation that forgets God shall be turned into hell. And I would like to ask you all today not to forget God in what you're doing. And I'm not suggesting that you're not thinking about it or not working towards doing the right thing. But I want to encourage you to consider the reality that as our nation has, without doubt, we can see has forgotten God in so many levels of not only in government, politics, media, education, the legal system. We have actually seen that our country is imploding in so many areas. Not all areas, but we can see that there has been a detriment to the reality that we have forsaken God. So I want to ask you all today, of course we need to pray. Of course we need not to forget God, because if you do that, if you say, well, we'll just not have prayer, that's actually forgetting the reality that our God gave us that privilege to bless our land and to bless our people. Proverbs 18:21 says that death and life is in the power of the tongue. So when you allow people to come in who are wanting to bless this nation and bless this city and bless the people, you are actually voting for things that are going to benefit you, your children, our country as a whole. So I'd like to ask you not to allow our nation, our city, our country, you all have the power to not let our city, Phoenix, Arizona, our state, to be turned into hell. We cannot forget that there is a a reaping of what we sow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Asbel,
much
thank
for
you
your
very much.
time.
Asbel Gustavo is next, followed by Gustavo Gonzalez. Mr. Gustavo, you have 2 minutes.
Bilingual to make sure everybody understands. God bless America.
Dios bendiga América.
Queremos agradecer al cónsul Dicicio.
And we want to be grateful towards Council Dicicio.
A cónsul Michael Nowakowski.
Also Councilman Nowakowski.
A Bill Gates.
Also Bill Gates.
Por ese soporte y esa buena intención a la ciudad de Phoenix.
For that support and that great intention for the city of Phoenix.
Yo creo que es importante que ustedes sepan que lo que se está peleando aquí no se ve con los ojos físicos.
And I think it's important for you guys to notice that what you're fighting here, you cannot see with your physical eyes.
Por eso los vemos un poco confundidos.
And that's why we see you a little bit confused.
Tenemos a nuestro ejército peleando por la seguridad de esta nación.
We have our military fighting for the security of this nation.
Y ustedes les quieren abrir la puerta al destructor.
And then you have the door.
Y ustedes quieren abrirle la puerta al que destruye. Al que destruye, al que roba.
And so do not open the door to the one that steals and destroys.
Si Dios no cuida la ciudad,
if God does not watch over the city,
en vano vela la guardia.
The guardmen watch in vain.
Parece que tengo más de 2 minutos.
And it seems like we have more than 2 minutes.
El minuto de silencio.
The moment of silence.
En lo personal.
In the personal.
Creo que solo se hace cuando alguien muere.
The moment of silence is only given when someone dies.
Pero esta ciudad es una ciudad viva.
But this city is alive.
Este estado es un estado vivo.
This state is a living city.
Y nuestro Dios también es un Dios vivo.
And our God is a living God.
Si alguien quiere hacer el minuto de silencio, que lo haga en su casa.
If someone wants to go do the moment of silence, let them go do it at home.
Si alguien quiere invocar a Satanás, que lo haga en su casa.
If they want to go invoke on Satan, go do it at home.
Pero no traigan eso a la ciudad.
But don't bring this to the city.
Yo creo que ustedes han sido puestos para cuidar nuestra ciudad.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Dios bendiga América.
Gustavo Gonzalez is next, followed by Reverend Scott Mayer.
I just wanted to thank the pastor. Pastor, muchas gracias para todo que haces en esta comunidad y gracias para sus palabras a nosotros aquí. Pero es importante que recuerda que esta decisión es muy importante para toda la ciudad. Que hacemos hoy es gran importante para toda la ciudad y todo el estado y todos los Estados Unidos. Muchas gracias para todo.
Thank you very much. Gustavo Gonzalez is next, followed by Reverend Scott Pryor, followed by Bishop Jose Rivers. Please come forward if your name was called, so you're ready to in the queue, so we can move as quickly as possible. Gustavo Gonzalez. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Reverend Scott Pryor is next, followed by Bishop Rivers, followed by Lynn Beardsley. Reverend Pryor, please, up to 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. We're going to keep moving forward, please.
Thank you for your time tonight, Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Pryor. I'm an ordained minister with the Universal Life Church. I've been listening to everybody's testimonies this evening, and one of the things that I seem to not understand is why people are wanting to not follow the Councilwoman's idea of a moment of silence. Matthew 6:6 specifically states, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you." Isn't that what the Bible says? Shouldn't we support what Jesus said to the disciples? Instead, what we're doing is we're arguing about whose faith is better than another. It's ridiculous, okay? What we need to be doing is trying to put inclusion into government, because another thing that seems to be missing is that this is not a church. This building is a government establishment for doing government business. The government business outlined by the Constitution. And that's what we need to be following. So I support the moment of silence because I believe that's what Jesus would be instructing all of us, as he has in the Bible, to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reverend Pryor. Bishop Rivers, followed by Beardsley, Lyle Beardsley. Bishop Rivers here? He's on his way. All right, how about Beardsley? Please come forward as quickly as possible, followed by Joy Talabi. Please come forward, Ms. Talabi. Followed by Jeremy Helfcat, representing Phoenix Human Relations Commission.
You did say Eric Morelli, correct?
Which?
Eric Morelli?
You're there. Give your testimony.
Okay,
We'll get to go.
I'm here. My name is Eric Morelli. I'm from Surprise, Arizona. I'm here because I have personal knowledge of what Satanists do. Now, this was a long time ago, but it was at my high school, and I knew I had a friend who suddenly turned on me, and I'm going to make this short because I have some legal arguments. They're going to, we can't operate as believe that we're going to win this case based on hallelujahs and what the Bible says. We have to have good, solid legal arguments in order to win this case. Okay, I happen to think that Commissioner Williams' moment of silence is very appropriate because of what it does. It prevents the Satanists from saying, well, I've listened for 5 months now to the council say the prayer, like many are suggesting, and I haven't heard my prayer said yet. So unless you say my prayer, I'm going to take you to court. And I can promise you, based on Supreme Court decisions, that secular as well as non-secular prayers at government meetings are allowed. So you are putting yourself at risk of giving money to people who will smile at you saying, thank you, Phoenix. Now we've got more money for our coffers. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. I don't like these people. The guy that I knew stole, his name was Arthur Wayland McCombs, and he stole the La Conquistadora statue from St. Francis Cathedral and the oldest paintings in the United States in Santa Fe during the time I was going to high school, turned on me, sent a note across the room calling my
Thank you very
mom.
much for your testimony. Next speaker is going to be Bishop Rivers, followed by Lyle Beardsley. Is Lyle Beardsley here? Okay, Bishop Rivers, are you here? Somebody had to leave because of the late hour. Joy Talabi, are you here? Miss Talabi? She had to leave. How about Jeremy Helfcott, representing the Phoenix Human Relations Commission, followed by James Deibler. Mr. Deibler, are you here? Please come forward and be in the queue.
Good afternoon.
Jeremy Helfcott, go ahead.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you, Jeremy Helfgott, as has been mentioned, on behalf of the city's Human Relations Commission. The Human Relations Commission of the City of Phoenix exists and is ordained to advise this council on all matters pertaining to diversity, inclusion, equal opportunity, and the elimination of discrimination, including specifically discrimination on the basis of religion, which is what brings us here today. We released a statement earlier this week in which we plainly stated, based in part on the statement released by the city attorney, that in order to maintain that lack of discrimination, any solution to this question must be ecumenical, in our opinion. The substitute motion brought forth by Councilwoman Williams would certainly fall within those boundaries, as it would not discriminate against any group, against any individual. Likewise, the elimination of the invocation, or at least a religious invocation, would fall within those boundaries. However, it's our belief that if there is going to be an invocation opportunity available, it must be open equally and accessibly to everyone. Whether we agree with their beliefs, whether we choose to label them one way or another, is irrelevant. Under both law and principle, this city has worked tremendously diligently over the past several years to create an environment of inclusion for everybody. And we believe that once we start drawing that line, we're sacrificing what we stand for as a city and, frankly, potentially facing significant penalties in the legal realm at great cost. If I can speak personally for a moment, I'd also like to add that it's been stated in the press by several members of this council that there's a belief that the group in question, scheduled for the February 17th invocation, is here to try and undermine the invocation process. as a personal citizen, I'm disturbed to see playing right into their hands and creating this issue, which is taking tremendous time and distracting from the city's business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
Can I
James
answer any
Diver is
questions?
next, followed by, oh, no, I think we're good. Thank you very much. Thanks for your leadership on the Human Relations Commission. James Dibler is next, followed by Andre Matthews, followed by Pastor Michael Salmon. James Dibler, up to 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, I am James Dibler. I live in Phoenix Council District number 5. I am a friend of Glendale Mayor Jerry Waters, Council Member Jimmy O'Donnell, and Bart Turner. I support the First Amendment right, separation of church and state, and the right of free speech. I know the city of Phoenix is making a bad decision by inviting Satanists for a prayer at the council meeting on February 17. The city should invite the Diocese of Phoenix Bishop Thomas J. Obsep to do a prayer at the city council meeting, not the Satanists. I know I am Catholic. I am against that decision by the city of Phoenix. It will offend a lot of Catholics at the Diocese of Phoenix. If the Satanist group tries to come to the Glendale City Council meeting, then Glendale Mayor Jerry Waters will block it from doing a prayer. Yeah, I hope that Phoenix Councilman Sal DeCiccio, William Gates, Marco Nolocasi, Thurman Williams, and Jim Willing will block the Satanists from giving a speech.
Very much, Ms. Dibler. How about Andre Matthews is next, followed by Pastor Michael Salmon, and then Lindsay Weinberger. Mr. Matthews, you here?
Mr. Mayor, and to the city council members, to all of the constituents and fellow residents of the Phoenix Valley region. My name is Andre Matthews. I am a presiding bishop of Fresh Fire Fellowship Ministries International. There's quite a number of pastors and leaders that we're covering here in the Valley. Our church is also the local headquarters church, is also in the city of Phoenix. Years ago, short history, when I moved here, under the direction of God, I was gainfully employed through the city of Phoenix. And so I've enjoyed my time serving the community. Also, I've learned and gained quite a number of friendships and fellowships with many of the citizens of the city. I was also privileged in the 2005-2007 era when the Katrina and Wilma evacuees returned or came to Arizona as one of the 2 individuals in the point of entry office. So we helped to deal with the social integration of them as they came into the great state and then city and outlying regions of this city. On today, I am truly grateful for your leadership and how you have been able to manage and govern this great city. I join you in denying the secondary motion for a moment of silence. I agree with the principle of having you all make decision as the proper individuals or representative groups to come and cause invocations, while we're not touting that any one set group or one set religious group does it. We thank you for the opportunity, and we do know that the legal entities that represent and help you will deal with the proper matters at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bishop Matthews. Pastor Michael Salmon is next, followed by Lindsay Weinberger, followed by Zenardo Quintana. Pastor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and brothers and sisters in Christ, pastors, leaders of the church. I am against the motion for silence, and I'm for Councilman Sal DeCicio's issue or, case here. But this is all banking on the fact that none of you council people will ever become Satanist or a faith that we don't accept, because if, God forbid, Councilman Michael Nowowski, is that the way you pronounce it? Forgive me, please, Nowowski, becomes a Satanist, then we're going to have Satanist prayer here all the time. Nonetheless, it is a risk that I'm willing to take. It is a risk that I'm willing to endure for the fact that we do have prayers that will be spoken here, good prayers that God will hear. I believe that you have a very strong city council, Mr. Brad Holmes here, who is very knowledgeable on the constitutional rights, and I'm sure has already advised you of where you're going to vote. As for the Satanist prayer coming the 18th, I don't believe that the city has a choice but to allow it to happen for the sake of it's already been said, but afterwards, to protect the city from any lawsuits, it has to allow it to happen, and then afterwards institute the ordinance or the emergency thing, 4.1 or 4.3, excuse me. When you're thinking about what you're going to say up here, it's like, I got it. You come up here and you lose it. Nonetheless, again, I support Councilman Sal DeCiccio, and I ask that this council also take that risk and allow prayers to be said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Sal. Thank you. Good to see you. Lindsay Weinberger, followed by Zenardo Quintana, followed by Shanye Corbin.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Weinberger, and I am a outreach pastor in Phoenix at Church for the Nations. Been working in the slums of Phoenix for 18 years, and I have had 2 people turn down prayer in 18 years. Prostitutes, drug addicts, you name it. I've been there, I've seen it, and this is what I just want to say. I believe in the life of our community. The Bible says that death and life are in the power of the tongue. I believe in spoken prayer. When we speak something, we create something. It is the goal of Satan to silence and muzzle people's voices. The spoken prayer is crucial to the life of our community. In the words of Jesus himself, he said, and it was quoted many times here today, that Satan comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy, but Jesus comes to give life. Our goal is not to shut down the Satanists, but it's our goal to shut down their agenda, which is to bring death and destruction over Phoenix. So let our common goal be to have people pray that have an agenda of life and love of our community and not death and destruction.
Thank you very much. Mr. Quintana, Ms. Zenardo Quintana, followed by Shanye Corbin, and then followed by Irma Groot.
Thank you, Mayor Stanton and City Council people. My name is Zenardo Quintana, and I'm a native of the city of Phoenix, and I reside here now, where I'm a small business owner, and I also serve as chairman of the Secular Coalition for Arizona. The Secular Coalition for Arizona is an organization that's dedicated to removing prayer, removing religious influence from our government agencies and our government policies. I know it's easy to think that you're in church when you step into this chamber, particularly today. And I'm with those that hold that everyone here is entitled to believe whatever they choose to believe. What they're not entitled to do is to impose each of their beliefs on all the rest of us. Not the Satanists, not the Christians, not the Muslims. None of them can impose it on the rest of us. And I think the duty of this particular body is to make the laws governing the state, governing the city of Phoenix. And they do it usually very well. I wanted to make one quick point. An earlier reference to our Judeo-Christian principles. I challenge anyone here to open their Bible and find the word democracy or republic in it. It isn't there. We do not live in a Judeo-Christian culture. We live in a Greco-Roman culture. That's where that came from. Finally, I'd like to repeat the words of wisdom of Councilman DeCiccio. He said, government should not be in the business in which it has no business. Religion is not the business of this body. you can't walk out the door without tripping over several churches, which is their job. If I want to be inspired by religion, I don't have to go very far from this chamber to get it. And lastly, government should not be devising schemes to circumvent the law. This scheme of finding a way around it does exactly that.
All right, Shania Corbin is next, and then followed by Irma Groot, and then Elias Garcia. Ms. Corbin.
Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you, Mayor Stanton, and councilwomen and councilmen this day. I appreciate it. I want to express that I see you as the gatekeepers of this great city of Phoenix, Arizona, that you are the guardians of this city. And to go with my analogy, we know that most mayors anywhere can offer a key to the city to anyone. So we can envision that there are gates to the city. We may not see them like we did in days historically where there were walls and where there were gates that you come through, but in the realm of the unseen, you are the gatekeepers of this great city, of which we have the great seal of Arizona, which has the emblem. Thank you. It says Dedat Deus, which means God enriches. God has truly enriched this great state, and he has done so under your supervision as well. And we want to keep God enriching the state. And as it was formerly said, that an invocation, the root word is to invoke. So are we invoking still the blessings of God on our state and our city? Are we invoking the curses of the deity spoken of that they serve as Satan? Because to invoke is to invoke a deity. So we invoke and stand with the great seal of the state of Arizona that God enriches and blesses our state. I also see you as the guardians of this great city, that the decision you make today will serve to bless the people of Arizona, or it will serve to leave some gates open. I pray that you will make the decision to watch over those that you govern in the way God would have you do it.
Irma Groot is next, and then followed by Elias Garcia, and then followed by Carla Barshi. Ms. Groot, good to see you. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you, City Council. Charlie, sit. I won't be here to preach to you. I'm not a pastor. I am an immigrant to this country from the Netherlands. When I took my oath of citizenship, it was under God. When I joined the U.S. Air Force and I was crippled in Kuwait, so all you people of whatever religion, faith, or cult can speak freely here at this forum, my oath was under God. When we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, it is under God. Now, this t-shirt that I am wearing, I got in an RV thing long ago. It says, what do you think is going to happen? And underneath it says, Galatians 6, chapter 7, or paragraph 7, excuse me. What does it say? Don't mock God. When you do so, you will reap what you sow. And I'm not preaching. It's just interesting that I got this t-shirt instead of the one I wanted, and I had to dig through a box to find it, because here I am today. And when you mock God, you mock me, because even though I'm in this chair, I am blessed. I am blessed to serve this country. I saved lives. We are blessed. Okay? Do not invoke a cult. When you invoke a prayer, then you are invoking for the city.
Thank you very much, Ms. Groot. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service to country. Elias Garcia is next, followed by Carla Barshi, followed by Angel Camps. Are you going to be providing translation?
I am.
Okay. Blue Crawley, do you want headphones? Okay, could someone get Mr. Crawley headphones so he can get the translation from our official translator? Okay. Maybe, then why don't, Mr. Garcia, why don't we let the next speaker go, and then we'll make sure we get Mr. Crawley headphones. So you'll go next. Thank you so much. Carla Barshke, excuse me. Are you here?
I am a child of God, and He has sent me here, has given me an earthly home with parents kind and dear. Lead me, guide me, walk beside me, help me find the way. Teach me all that I must do to live with Him one day. I am a child of God, and so my needs are great. Help me to understand His will before it grows too late. Lead me, guide me, walk beside me, help me find the way. Teach me all that I must know to live with Him one day. I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Rich blessings are in store. If I but learn to do His will, I'll live with Him once more. Lead me, guide me, walk beside me, help me find the way. Teach me all that I must do to live with Him one day. Mayor and council members, I would like to suggest to you that the item that you have before you has absolutely nothing to do with the right to pray or to not pray. It's not even about silence. What it's about is, do we want God in this room or don't we? Do we want God to help each and every one of you, to lead you and guide you and walk beside you and help you find the way so that we as a city can be blessed and so that we can prosper? If you don't know that God lives, rely on my testimony, because I know that He does, and I testify to you that He does. And I know that I want Him in this room each and every time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so now Mr. Garcia, and we have the headphones. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Represento una comunidad hispana.
I represent a Hispanic community.
Que está con grande incertidumbre.
And it's on fire.
Acerca de lo que se va a tomar de decisión.
In regards to the decisions that is about to be made.
Y creemos que la oración o la invocación, como ustedes le llaman.
And we believe that prayer or invocation, as you call.
No queremos que remueva.
We don't want you to remove it.
Es parte ya de algo que hemos aprendido.
It is a part of something that we have already learned.
Aunque así tenga el riesgo de escuchar otras invocaciones.
Although we might have that risk of listening to other sorts of invocations.
Está en su decisión.
It's in your decision.
Porque el silencio no está bien.
Because a moment of silence is not right.
Son dos cosas.
And these are two things.
La primera es esa.
The first is this.
Necesitamos la oración.
We need prayer.
Secondly, como padre,
as a father,
antes de todos los títulos,
above all other titles,
mis hijos están viendo,
my children are watching,
y están escuchando algo,
and they're listening to something
que les está perturbando.
That is disturbing them.
El permiso de tener una oración satánica.
And by carrying this satanic prayer.
Me preocupa eso.
And this worries me.
Y nuestra comunidad está preguntando todo eso.
And our community is asking all of these things.
Pero quiero darles una ilustración, no sé cómo la tomen.
But I want to give you an illustration.
Pero antes que cualquier título soy papá.
But above all, I'm a father.
Antes de cualquier posición soy padre.
Before any position, I'm a father.
Y mis hijos me preguntan muchas cosas.
And my children ask me so many things.
Yo no dejaría que el Chapo jugara canicas con mis hijos.
I would not let El Chapo play marbles with my children.
O Jack el Destripador.
Or Jack the
Dios me los bendiga.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. Next is Angel Campos, followed by Michael Pierce, followed by Thomas Bethke. Mr. Campos, good to see you.
Thank you. My name is Angel Campos.
And good evening to all. I came to Phoenix in 2006. I lived most of my life in Tucson. However, when I came to Phoenix, I paid my taxes in Phoenix. I left Tucson behind. I love America. I like the fact that our Constitution talks about the freedom of speech, freedom of religion. And by the way, I am a pastor in a church in Phoenix. But I believe that the council and the mayor are here to serve the people in Phoenix. I believe, even though I know whom I'm believing in my faith, I believe in Jesus Christ. But I'm here to let you know, I'm expecting you guys to stand up for the people of Phoenix. And I hope that the people that come from Tucson go to Tucson and make their voice be heard over there. But I believe that here in Phoenix is my city, and I expect you guys to defend for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Pierce, your Friday testimony, followed by Thomas Bethke.
Good afternoon. Michael Pierce, PhD, stands for Piled High Deep. Congress shall make no law establishing religion or the free exercise thereof. Now let's look at that really carefully because it will come up if it goes to court. Let's also look at that hacked phrase, separation of church and state. The scholar in me takes offense because that phrase is directly taken from Thomas Jefferson in a letter written to a Baptist minister in 1801 upon Thomas Jefferson becoming president. He was replying to a question from the Baptist minister saying, will the federal government allow me, a Baptist, to practice and express and pray my prayer without government impending me? And this is where Thomas Jefferson said there is a separation of church and state. The open marketplace, the open freedom to choose to pray will not be regulated. The government has no business in establishing a religion, but they have no business in regulating it either. Now, Justice Holmes tells us in his opinions regarding free speech, and freedom of religion is linked to speech, is linked to association. When we are confronted with speech that we find offensive, Justice Holmes advised us that the only antidote to speech that is hateful or offensive or otherwise unpalatable is more speech and more freedom.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pierce. Next speaker is going to be Thomas Bethke, followed by Ken Smith. Mr. Bethke, good to see you. Is Mr. Smith here?
Okay, I want to say this is one of the interesting things I've ever been to. I was here a while back, but we're fighting a war against God and people or whatever. What we're doing here is I agree with Thelma Williams. It's simple. It's very simple. With the liberty that we have, it's just a moment of silence prayer will cover all the beliefs, and then that's the rest of the story. God bless America.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, did you provide testimony?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. It's an honor to be here. My name is Ken Smith. I'm a fifth-generation Arizonan. I'm an attorney. Just a couple of points. I want you to know that there are things worse than lawsuits for you to consider. I have 3 children, 8 grandchildren. My whole life, we have prayed to keep Satan away from us, out of our homes, and try to do good. Can't imagine having a Satanist church come here and invoke the powers of darkness over the city of Phoenix, when most of us pray every day to keep him away from us, to keep him out of our lives. I know a couple things to be true. I know there's a God that loves us, but there's also a Satan, our common enemy, who wants to destroy us. Why invite him here? One of my favorite scriptures, and I'll conclude with this, says, "Behold, this is a choice nation. and whatsoever nation shall possess it shall be free from bondage and from captivity and from all other nations under heaven, if they will but serve the God of this land, who is Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I have many other cards here not representing individuals not wishing to speak. I think most in support of the concept that Satanic Temple should not provide an invocation before this body, but I'll make sure they get submitted for the record. I have no other cards for public testimony on this item. Please come forward then as quickly as possible. I apologize. There were many cards, but if we missed one, I apologize. Please come forward.
Sir. No problem.
Okay. So this will be the last speaker on this item, and then I'll turn to members of the council. We still have additional business even after this item that has to be attended to as well.
So much for being first in and first out, first in and last out. You'll have to forgive me. This is my first time.
Welcome.
I heard Councilman
State your name for the record.
I'm sorry?
Do you have to state
My
your
name is Jocelyn Nicole Nickel. I'm a resident of the great city of Phoenix.
Thank you.
I heard Councilman DeCiccio speak earlier on a hotel issue, talking about a scheme to circumvent the law is ill-conceived. I think this correlates exactly to that same type of scheme. I won't take much of your time. All I have to say on this matter is, Jefferson once wrote, "I am for freedom of religion and against all maneuvers to bring about a legal ascendancy of one sect over another." A member of this committee asks that anyone who approves of the upcoming invocation of the Satanic Temple should put their name in the record. I, Jocelyn Nicole Nickel, proudly stand with Thomas Jefferson and sign my name to protecting and defending the Constitution of the United States of America. Those of you who will use your authority to deny others of their constitutional right to religious freedom shall also be on that very record. That's all I have to say. I cede the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to turn it to members of the council. I just want to make sure we clear up any misunderstanding on the issues. The original motion was an emergency a policy to change the way we choose the providers of the invocation before this city council. It would invoke the emergency clause. As a result, the invocation that was scheduled by the city clerk's office to be given on February 17th would not be given under that policy. The substitute motion by Councilwoman Williams, the one that is on the floor now to be discussed, would also be implemented immediately and then result in us having a moment of silent prayer and reflection from this point forward, also meaning that the Satanic Temple would not provide an invocation before this city council on the 17th. Both of them, at least as it relates to that issue, arrive at the same conclusion. I don't mean to speak for our city attorney. I think our city manager has authorized for this purpose. Normally we don't want our city attorney to give legal advice from the floor, but has authorized the attorney to at least speak why the original proposal, the original motion, would put the city, if that one were to pass, would put the city in a position of likely being acting unconstitutionally, therefore in a losing position in a lawsuit, whereas the substitute motion by Councilman Williams would put us on much more solid legal footing, at least as it relates to constitutionality of our actions. So, Mr. City Manager, I'll turn it to you and see if it's okay. Ask you if our city attorney could at least provide brief comments, and I hope I've accurately described the legal dilemma.
Mayor, yes, given the significance of the item, it is appropriate for the city attorney to do what you said. I'll turn over to City Attorney Brad Holm.
Mayor, members in the council, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue, very important issue to our community. In this case, Ms. Short followed the scheduling rules that were in place at the time that she booked the opportunity to give the prayer in city council meeting. So she followed the rules. These rules assured her of the right to pray on February 17 unless the council modified its practice of spoken prayer at council meetings. If the council adopted a moment of silent prayer and applied it immediately, that change in practice would not suppress a minority religious viewpoint while favoring more broadly held religious viewpoints. Council could also change the scheduling of spoken prayers prospectively, which is the first motion that was before the council. But the new procedure could not be applied retroactively because the new procedure though not unconstitutional on its face, would be viewed as what's called an as-applied violation of the First Amendment. So where we are now is this. Mayor and council can decide that no one will offer spoken prayers going forward, but mayor and council cannot decide that this woman will not be allowed to offer her spoken prayer. Because if the mayor and council were to do that, we have already been told by representatives of the person who followed the rules and booked the prayer back in December for February 17th that they would file a lawsuit. Our view as the city attorney's office, and my view personally as the city attorney, is that we would be likely to lose that case.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Holm. I just want to make sure we got that clear. Obviously, the city council can ignore the advice of our legal counsel, but I want to make sure that people understood the legal framework under which we're making this very, very important decision. I'll now turn it to members of the city council for comments they may have on the motion. Mr. City Manager, I'm looking at your look on your face and wondering.
I'm just observing the look on the motion maker's face and I'm wondering if there was a question we needed to answer.
Councilman Williams, I'll turn to you first.
Well, no, he was. Brad was very difficult to hear, and I didn't quite understand or hear what you were saying about application and retroactive and how that applied. So could you repeat that for me, please?
You bet. Mayor, Councilwoman Williams. So the council could change the scheduling of spoken prayers prospectively, meaning in the future. We could change the way we schedule those, which is essentially what the original matter on the agenda contemplates. That's okay to do that. That's constitutional to change it. But what we couldn't do is apply it retroactively in this case to a person who had already booked the prayer back in December for February 17th. That would be an unconstitutional suppression of a minority religious viewpoint, which is in contravention of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
All right, Councilman Williams, to answer your question, at least to the legal framework of where we're operating, essentially what he's saying is that if we move forward with even what the original motion was, but cancel the previously scheduled location of the 17th, it would put us in significant legal hot water. We'd be acting in an unconstitutional way, I think is what he was saying. Okay, Councilman Waring.
So I guess I'm surprised to hear Brad say that given some of his comments in the paper, so we'll get that in a second. But several of the speakers, quite a few of the people on my Twitter and Facebook page and so forth, talked about the constitutionality of the plan in general. Take out February 17th and prospective versus doing away with their speaking on the 17th. There's nothing wrong with the system where the council members themselves select individuals to come for the prayer on a rotating basis. It's the way Congress does it. It's the way the state legislature does it. So anybody who says this is a violation of church and state, are they correct?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, the tradition of allowing individual elected officials to participate in the prayer selection is not unconstitutional on its face. The way a lawyer looks at constitutionality is that's only the first of two questions that are presented. So on its face, it's constitutional to go that route, not a problem. The question is, the second one, whether or not it's applied fairly so as not to suppress a minority religious viewpoint.
I understand, but I wasn't asking about that. I think the speakers were trying to claim the high ground on just the idea that we should be having a prayer at all. And they are wrong in that analysis.
Prayer is constitutional in this setting.
We're a government body, so
yes.
By definition then,
Congress,
you have prayer in a government body.
Congress, state legislatures, and city councils may have prayer. That's
and they
correct.
do it now. There's nothing. They did it when I was in the state legislature. It sounds like Congress is doing it right now. We heard that the state legislature is doing it probably even as we speak, if they're in session. So that's too broadly stated. I didn't want people at home. I knew what your answer was going to be, but I didn't want people at home to be confused by that. It is also not outside the bounds. So these people who want to come speak on the 17th are from Tucson?
My understanding is that that's correct. That
and they self-identified in the paper. I assume they know where they live. So
the people that speak in the paper are wide and varied. The individual who is booked to pray is not the individual who's given the most interviews in the paper. The individual who's booked to pray is a woman by the name of Michelle Short. My understanding is she lives in Tucson, but I have not verified that.
There was a case in 2014 saying we don't have to have people from out of the city pray. Is that right? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so you can give as much legalese about that as you like, but is that kind of the long and short of it?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, you're correct. The case said that a city does not have to, in an effort to achieve religious balancing, does not have to go beyond its borders to find some other religion to add to its religious balancing. That's correct.
So for both the main points, really the only points of the motion that I made, both would be constitutional going forward.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, that's correct. If applied prospectively, meaning in the future, that would be correct.
Okay. I will just point out your comments in the Republic on Sunday. You're quoted rather extensively. It says home, which is you, liken the councilman's proposal, which is me and the other three, to prayers in Congress where lawmakers can invite people from their district. Holmes said the proposal wouldn't directly exclude the Satanic Temple. Here's your quote: I don't see that following the new procedure would necessarily give them a right to sue because she wouldn't be prohibited from giving a prayer. She would just have to follow the procedure, Holmes said, referring to Michelle Short. So we're speaking specifically about this case and the item on the 17th, I assume, because you're mentioning her by name, or at least that's what's mentioned here. A temple member expect to give the prayer. There's another paragraph I'll get to in a second. Why is that different than what you're saying here? Because it is different.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, in the context of the interview with the paper, I was talking about prospectively, meaning that the councilman's proposal and the rules, if applied prospectively, would not necessarily give her a right to sue.
But that's not the way it's written up here. I think we agree on that.
I haven't focused on, and I'm sorry, I don't have the language of the article in front of me, Councilman, but
provide it. But
and so I'm not familiar with exactly how it's quoted, but in context, the point that was made is the procedure is not unconstitutional on its face as long as it is applied prospectively and doesn't deprive this person who has a minority religious viewpoint of having followed the rules, been booked to pray on the 17th, then it wouldn't give her an opportunity to sue.
But I could see why people reading this article would be confused. It seemed like we were on firm legal footing. My staff sat with you and wrote this up and talked about the emergency clause for a great chunk of Friday afternoon. So here we are, and we're getting slightly different advice than we had before. It continues, but the debate could be moot if Short doesn't live in Phoenix. Again, we're referring to her, and she's the one coming on the 17th. Holmes said the city doesn't have to let non-residents give the prayer, referring to a 2014 Supreme Court ruling. I'm not making all this stuff up. DeHaan, who I believe is the attorney or one of the other Satanists from Tucson, I guess, and he's the one I think you referenced as giving more interviews and so forth, told the Republic that he and Short live in Tucson, and Short's Facebook page states that she lives in Tucson. Holmes said the city has received conflicting information about where Short lives. But again, it seems to imply that if she doesn't live in Phoenix, we could have excluded her. I think I can speak. There's at least one lawyer who might disagree with your analysis that we can't use the 2014 case to ban it from February 17th. Is that? But you're saying now you're sure that we can't use it now that we know that she's not a Phoenix resident.
I don't think Mr. Holm can say anything for sure, but he's given us the best advice he can, and I think for this instance it's okay for the community to hear it. But yeah, please, Mr. Holm.
Okay, before he answers that, then I guess I'll say I'm surprised that I guess we are assuming that my motion won't pass because we are now apparently giving away our case if it should pass and we implement the program. This is surprising and not typical behavior of the city. This is why we have executive session in the first place, is not to give away our legal strategies. But now that we have, I figure I might as well just forge ahead. So I'm curious as to his interpretation of this case.
Yeah, and first of all, let me make sure, at least in my analysis, that there's no novel legal theories. This is constitutional interpretation of constitutional law. So if we end up getting sued, this would not put us at any legal disadvantage. This is not how we're positioning the case. These are the straight constitutional arguments that he is providing. There's nothing novel about that. Mr. Holmes?
I would say what's obvious and novel to you might not be to another lawyer or judge. So I guess I would have preferred to have them sort this out. But we've already given away the store, I guess. So Brad, why don't you respond?
With all that back and forth, I apologize, Mayor and Councilman Waring. Now, I'm not exactly sure of the question.
Okay, so the question is, I have heard from at least one lawyer who believes the 2014 Supreme Court case does say that we could say, oh, we found out, again, loosely translated, you don't live in Phoenix. She says she doesn't live in Phoenix. Facebook says she doesn't live in Phoenix. We could say, oh, you know what, sorry, we shouldn't have scheduled you, so what do you say to that?
The key here is the rules of engagement that were in place when she booked the opportunity to pray. If the Department of Motor Vehicles, for example, were all of a sudden to change the glass correction requirement for driver's licenses, and people who had previously qualified now don't qualify under the new rule, the Department of Motor Vehicles can't revoke those licenses of the people who qualified previously. When they come up for renewal, perhaps they can then impose the new rule, and that's the key here, is that we're imposing or potentially imposing a new rule. You can't impose a new rule retroactively under these circumstances. That's basic, fundamental First Amendment and constitutional law.
Fair enough. Again, it seems to contradict what was written here in the newspaper. I suggested yesterday, I thought very reasonably, hey, I read it a certain way. I think a lot of other people did as well. Perhaps we should send out or contact the reporter and explain further what was meant. I was told at the time, oh, we can't do that, executive session and so forth. Now here we are. We've discussed all the issues that would have come up in that conversation. In a forum that's broadcast on TV, people in Kabul could be listening to this right now on the internet. So I am a little surprised that what I thought was a reasonable request to clarify with a reporter and by definition the public who might read this article, I thought that was a reasonable request that I guess was shunted aside, and now I guess we're explaining it sort of after the fact. I will say this about, I have a little bit of axe to grind about this. This is a case for 2014. You know, we went ahead and didn't change our policies. Apparently nobody notified the city clerk's office. You are not city attorney, so it's not a criticism of you. I am surprised we have a pretty big legal department. We have a big lobbying team that is supposed to be keeping track of what's going on in Washington and so forth. I have complained about this before vociferously. We have this big team, and stuff like this and the FAA and numerous other issues just seem to slip through the cracks. So nobody told the city clerk's office, it sounds like, that there was this case where we could reject people who were applying from outside of Phoenix. And what happened then is a Satanist applied, and apparently nobody in the city clerk's office thought, you know, I wonder if the council people would like to know that. I think that might be something they'd want to know, that a Satanist is coming, just for information purposes only. So we found out about it, and now here we are. We chewed up, 3 hours or something. People have suggested on my Facebook page, etc., because we didn't have a whole lot of dialogue with actual Satanists today, that this is a waste of time. Why am I wasting the time, and so forth? Well, this wasn't my idea. But certainly there are citizens out there, whether some of these folks respect their opinion or not, who feel very strongly about this issue, as do I, but take me out of this. I thought having a debate was healthy, so I made, with you in full, you worked on it on Friday, so I thought we were on the same page. We put this out on Friday, and we're having a discussion. I think it's healthy that we are. However, it would probably be more productive to be discussing pensions and so forth. So if city staff had been a little more cognizant of the current rules, we wouldn't be in this situation at all. We would have had new rules, which would have allowed us to say no to the Satanist, doesn't live in the city, council people pick the people who give the prayer, and we wouldn't be in this situation. It would all be constitutional. So I don't think it's unreasonable for me to have my back up a little bit about how this has gone. Going forward, I hope, again, we can do better, because I don't think what I'm asking is unreasonable, given the enormous amount of money we spend on the two departments I just mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Comments? Any other comments or questions as it relates to the motion that's on the table? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
So, Mayor, I have the Supreme Court decision back in May 5th of 2014, and to me, I think it regulates that we can't regulate the content of the prayer, but we could regulate the person giving the prayer. Is that right or wrong, to your opinion?
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, it's absolutely right that we cannot regulate the content of prayer. We also cannot regulate who gives the prayer, other than we don't have to seek out non-residents. And again, the issue here is the rules of engagement that were in place in December when this person booked the prayer, as opposed to the rules we're contemplating today in the current motions.
Another question is, after the 17th, for the city clerk, how many other individuals are already booked or scheduled to do prayers? I mean, is this the only person scheduled for prayer, or is there others?
This is the last one. We have not scheduled any for a couple of weeks. The February 17th is the last meeting anyone is scheduled.
So I heard from staff that we have it up to, all the way through the month of March. So I'm confused. I'm getting mixed messages that this isn't the only person that's scheduled, that we have people scheduled all the way through March. That's what we were told today. So I'm not sure who's not telling the truth here, but it's not just one person going to get affected by this decision. There's going to be several individuals, right? So can I have some clarification on that?
Mayor, Councilman.
First off, I want to the best of our ability, ask staff if they know whether or not other people have applied, at least to provide the invocation for this council, whether they've been scheduled or not. It sounds like they haven't been scheduled, but there may be people in the queue, if you will. But,
well, Mayor, I'm confused because when was this one actually scheduled?
Do we know when?
I was told back in December. That was more than a month out, right? So if our practice is to schedule, if we schedule this individual a month out, we wouldn't have scheduled other ones a month out. Something's not right. It doesn't smell right, doesn't look right. Something's wrong here.
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, this is the February 17th is the last one that is scheduled. When the council began having discussions and had an executive session about changing the rules, we stopped scheduling any further invocations until the issues were resolved and the policy was set.
All right, additional questions? Councilman DeCiccio, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, Mayor, it's going to be more of a comment. What you're hearing here today is a rigging of a presentation. You have a city attorney that literally came out with a presentation earlier. Now he's rigged it to be able to get this presentation the way he did today. That's what's occurring. So let me be a little bit more direct. I'm going to, basically get a little bit more excitement out of this thing, because what's happening here is you're seeing a long-term tradition literally being changed overnight. Did any of you hear it, other than through me, that there might be a potential that they're going to be banning prayer? No. It was all done because all these things get done behind closed doors at the City of Phoenix. So let me tell you what Plan B is. Pastor Gonzalez, está aquí, see? Okay. Pastor Gonzalez called me today. He goes, "What's Plan B, Sal?" Because I knew this rigging was going to occur here. This is what happens at the City of Phoenix. The Sheraton was rigged. The water rate increase was rigged. This is rigged. So what I've done is I've worked with other council members here. This is not going to end tonight. If we fail and prayer goes away at the City of Phoenix, they ban prayer at the City of Phoenix. Some of us have already prepared a letter here. This is Plan B that will literally take this a vote to the public. We're going to ask for a special meeting of the council to vote to take this to the public, because you know what? I've heard from this many people, just from my office alone. Now, these are small pieces of paper, who want to keep prayer at the City of Phoenix. This city is rigging things, and we have an opportunity to take the city back in our own hands tonight. And we're going to start doing that, because I'll tell you what, I'm done with this kind of attitude that I've heard here. You have a city attorney literally changing the rules, changing the presentation, and rigging the presentation tonight in order to accommodate whatever agenda that they want to give here at city staff. So let me cover just a couple things what Plan B is going to be at the City of Phoenix. I was going to give a different type of presentation, but I'm going to give you this one instead, because I want to give you hope. I want you to walk out of here knowing that this is not going to stop tonight if we lose this vote. What's going to happen is this. I'm going to ask for a special election. Some of us have already signed off on a letter. It's done with an attorney. If this doesn't work, then we're going to go to the streets looking to take an initiative. I already talked to some of the churches. They want to go out there, get their groups together. Then this will be on the ballot at the next city council election when everybody else has to vote on this thing. That is what's going to happen. And I'm telling you, there are going to be thousands. I already had one person who's connected with all the churches saying he can get over 26,000 signatures himself because of all the churches he's connected to. Members of the LDS community, members of the Catholic community, and members of the Protestant community that he's connected to. So we're going to take this after this, because of what's occurring here. I can already see what's happening. We're going to take this, and you're going to have an opportunity to decide whether or not the City of Phoenix bans prayer or allows prayer to occur here at the City of Phoenix. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to turn over to members of the council.
Councilman Nowakowski, Jim Waring, and myself.
Questions or comments about the substitute motion. Councilman Waring, you've asked a lot, but you got another one. Please go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So you said you stopped taking the applications. Is that right? Or you just didn't get any more? Or
Mayor, Councilman Waring, I'm not sure now whether we've had any others. We have not scheduled anybody else. We stopped the scheduling of anyone pending what the new rules would be, so we wouldn't have this situation.
I was unaware of that. So I guess that's okay because you're not taking any more applications. Is that correct?
We are not scheduling anyone, correct.
All right. I guess I didn't expect necessarily that we'd be talking about banning the prayer. It's been going on for 65 years in the city of Phoenix since I think they said 1951, and that is disappointed to I think me and a lot of us. I did speak up and say, I don't think. At first, I was just going to walk out with the satanic prayer. I'm a big believer in just not giving people attention who clearly are trying to get attention and change your behavior, change theirs, ignore until they go away. However, I did decide Friday afternoon we're going to fight this out as much as possible. So this is probably the last step in the line. I do want to say I'm not necessarily. I'm disappointed in the city performance on some of this, but I am chalking it up to not being as laser focused as maybe it could be, rather than anybody trying to pull a fast one over me. I don't think anybody in this body is a Satanist. I don't think anybody on this staff is a Satanist. I don't think anybody was thinking 2 months ago, hey, let's try to set it up so we can get rid of the prayer. I don't think that was a thought in anybody's mind. That's just my interpretation. I think it was another city screw up, and now the response has been mishandled, and the Satanists win. That's not acceptable to me. So you can shout out, or you can get elected to the city council, and you can make your own comments up here. That's probably not likely to happen, though, is my guess. So I guess I would say this. I feel like we did everything we could in good faith to get a constitutional motion today, working with the city attorney and so forth. And now I'm hearing the very motion that we crafted with them. I don't know how it could have been understood that we wanted to go into effect immediately, talked about the emergency clause, but would have taken effect tomorrow. Now, since we talked a lot about the executive session, it's my understanding we never wrote down in our rules or in law that we're going to do a prayer. So we could change the practice, which is exactly what my motion said. I was unaware of this on Friday. It's another thing that seems to have slipped through the cracks. I'm not the lawyer. I'm asking for advice. So I always want full and practical advice. And in this case, we don't need an emergency clause, correct? If the substitute motion failed and the motion I put forth passed, it would go in effect tomorrow, even if it was a 5-4 rather than a 7-2 vote. Is that accurate?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, I don't think that's accurate, because your motion is to enact an ordinance, and an ordinance.
It's a practice. It says practice. I got the draft right here.
For the third time
in your office on this today too. I mean, what am I supposed to think here? Well, that's frustrating because
you have a city attorney that doesn't know what he's doing again.
We worked this out specifically so that this motion would need 5 votes and would go in effect. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Perhaps there's a misinterpretation, but there were several of us who worked on it, so I'm not sure why there's not any clarity here. I guess I know how this is going to go, so maybe I'll just stop now. But it is extremely frustrating. I speak about this stuff, it seems like every meeting, between the FAA and the checks in the dumpster and everything else. It's just unacceptable. You know, Matthew Whitaker was a nominee for a position down here. Allegations of plagiarism. We hear that there's more, and we've been told, no, it's not like that. That's not the way it is. And it turned out it was exactly the way it is. I cannot believe I'm having this conversation again. It's like Groundhog Day for me, which I will just stop there by saying that's an excellent movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Bill Murray, very funny. But beyond that, I just, before I say something intemperate, I guess I'll just be quiet. Thank you.
At least in my opinion, the core issue is if this council decides to continue to allow invocation, but we do so in a way that stops the applicant who was scheduled to go on the 17th, we are in significant constitutional peril. If this council decides to support the substitute motion, and then there is a vote later on, and the invocation comes back before this city council, it will always have to be done meeting the constitutional requirements. It means we can't do so in a way that discriminates against minority faith. If we do so, then we'll put ourselves in constitutional peril in a situation where we will inevitably lose before the court. So that doesn't change. The constitutional framework in which we're making this decision doesn't change regardless of whether we do that or not. And it's just we all need to move forward with eyes wide open as it relates to that. Are there other comments by members of this?
Mayor, just to follow
Councilman Nikowski, yes, please go ahead.
Mayor, I'm reading this, and I'm not an attorney, but this decision right here, it talks about how the consul back in the town of Greece in New York City, that they actually had one Protestant minister saying the prayer for every single council meeting, and that they didn't have the right to monitor his content, but they had the right to choose one minister for every single council meeting. So I'm not sure where I'm getting this advice from our legal counsel saying that we cannot choose ministers or individuals that are active in our community, that give back to our community, that serve the homeless and children's, and that they can't, that we can't choose those individuals. If, according to the Supreme Court, it states that, I'm getting mixed messages. The other thing is that they said that if we would put practice and take out the emergency clause, that we wouldn't have a problem with the three-quarter vote, that it would just take 5 individuals from this council to not end prayer in the city of Phoenix.
You heard it too. It wasn't just me.
Our city attorney has given us the advice. Obviously, every council member can accept or reject that advice, as that's their choice as elected officials. But the request is that the city attorney give the best advice that he can under the circumstances. Councilman Ware.
I guess just I have issues with the Satanists, and them speaking. I don't think that's the message we want to send on behalf of the city of Phoenix. But take that out of it. I just felt like we made an extremely good faith effort to try to get this right. Wouldn't have proceeded if I thought in some way I was aware of all the issues that you're talking about were possible. But this is why we asked for legal advice and why we thought this had been fully vetted. I read the comments in the paper that had seemed to completely support that. So I was, I guess, blissfully unaware that this legal ground was going to change. I would also say our legal advisor is not the only, he is not the only font of information on this. He is not the ultimate decider. He would not be the judge in our case. Now, we have already again, on the false premise that my thing is somehow going to pass. I recognize that it sounds like it's not. But if it did, we've already given away the case. I don't know why we did it quite this way, but okay. But I have an issue that goes beyond just this particular item. I have an issue with the way this is handled, and I think my frustration is probably bleeding through in my comments, and I think rightfully so. And I think there are a lot of people that are counting on the city getting it right out there, who are watching at home or here in the audience, and it's just very frustrating. I feel like the city let them down again, and this affects more people than us resealing the cracks that had already been sealed a couple months ago. But if you start adding up these things over and over again, it's hard to have a lot of confidence in what I'm hearing. I've talked about this at these meetings before. It's very, very frustrating.
All right, excellent. I'll turn to any other members of the council. Councilman Gallego, do you have a short statement to make in advance of a vote? We'll see if the substitute motion passes. Councilman Gallego.
Wonderful. Thank you to everyone who has been involved with this process. We appreciate your dedication to a stronger city, including those of you who don't live in Phoenix but believe the decision we're making is important to a broader group of people. We really appreciate your interest. These are important issues. They are not easy. Councilman Waring has been working very hard to find a solution, and many others of us have been looking for solutions. I've spoken to several constitutional attorneys about what our options were, and what they told me is that one of the mistakes we made was a mistake by elected officials. That once an elected official said that his intent was to prevent a group from having the right to pray, that dramatically changed our legal case. That set up a decision where we would either have to give wheelbarrows of cash to the Satanic Temple, or we would have to make a change, and that we dramatically hurt our legal case by saying that our intention was to deny one group the right to pray. So we as elected officials have to take responsibility for our words, which weaken our legal case and put taxpayer money at risk. We are stewards of taxpayer money, and we need to be responsible as well.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to say that I'll be supporting the substitute motion, and I want to say, this is the way this issue has been handled, not by the public. I respect every single person in the public, many who have spoke very passionately about their own faith, their own belief in the good Lord, and how that they feel it affects their recommendation as council. I respect every member of this city council. I respect their own personal faith, their own personal belief systems, and I know that that is important to them as they serve on this body and as they make important decisions affecting the people of the city of Phoenix. And I approach this issue as I do all issues before this body, as a person of faith. I don't personally talk about it a lot. I don't broadcast it a lot. But I'm a Christian. I'm Catholic. I was raised in a household by parents who lived their faith in both words and deeds. And my faith has brought me peace during troubled times and gratitude during good times. Just a few weeks ago, I put my hand on the Bible during my inauguration. And at the same time, I raised my right hand and swore to uphold the United States Constitution. Not even 2 years ago, the justices on the Supreme Court, including the conservative justices Roberts and Alito, stated clearly what the Constitution demands of cities like ours, that when it comes to prayer, we can't discriminate against minority or unpopular faith. To discriminate against faith would violate the oath that all of us on this dais took. And I personally take that very, very seriously. My faith gives me strength. Personally, thanks to my faith, I'm certainly strong enough to withstand a 2-minute invocation from a group whose agenda or message doesn't reflect my own faith. This council didn't ask for this controversy. Nobody on this council, quote, pushed, unquote, it, as one of my colleagues has repeatedly and incorrectly asserted. This issue was brought to us. I understand the sensitivity of this issue. I get it. I know that this is deeply personal for so many people, not only in this room, but throughout the city of Phoenix. And I respect those who have been respectful during this debate and have acted like adults. But we've also seen some pretty vicious and unfair political attacks over the last week. Really, really unfair and unfortunate attacks by members of this own body. Now, my faith teaches me to turn the other cheek. But I am deeply, deeply disappointed that one member of this council has sought to demagogue his colleagues on this city council. I find it very sad that a member of this council is so small and desperate to score political points that he openly questions the faith of his colleagues by repeatedly suggesting that members of this body were pushing, unquote, satanic prayer. Frankly, it's the most despicable thing that I have ever witnessed in my service to the city. This has gone over the line. So now, the original motion was asking the council to knowingly betray our oath of office. And it would no doubt open the city to litigation that we would inevitably lose and have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, to the litigants on the other side. I don't think that is what leadership calls us to do under these circumstances. The First Amendment to the Constitution is not ambiguous on this issue. So given the facts of this case, the very difficult facts of this case, I think the right course of action is what the motion made by Councilwoman Mathilda Williams, and I will be supporting the substitute motion. I'll now turn it over to members of the council of any comments. I am actually going to be phoning in for the remainder of the meeting because I coach my son's basketball team and the game starts soon, so I'll be listening in and doing the vote via phone, and I don't want to be late for that game. I owe it to my son. Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't question anybody's motives and how you're voting on this, so or your face or anything else, as I think I said clearly before. But I will say I'm going to be voting against the motion because I just cannot bring myself to. Ironically, it will produce the effect. I guess I'm confused. So it produces the effect of the Satanists will not be speaking at the February 17th meeting. Supposedly that's a huge issue, us doing that. So, but apparently that's okay. I still haven't totally reconciled why that's the case. I think that's been lost. I again asked at the beginning of this procedure or this hearing that be announced. Apparently it wasn't because reporters have been asking me what is the effect of this and have been surprised at the result. But I am correct, right? They will not be speaking on the 17th if the current motion, not mine, the other motion on the floor is passed.
Vice Mayor, Councilman Waring, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm correct in that. I do think probably a lot of people left not realizing that. So that's, I guess, for my nefarious purposes, that's good. But I don't want to be the party to doing away with the prayer. But I understand it's a tough vote for a lot of people. It's frankly not a particularly tough one for me. But I understand, a lot of people, big room, and so forth. Been there many times myself on the opposite side, so I understand. I will take exception to a little bit of what the mayor said, just one sentence about the knowingly. Certainly, I am not knowingly trying to violate the Constitution. I mentioned every good faith effort to speak with our attorneys and craft something that met constitutional muster. I'm surprised to hear now that it doesn't. Something got lost in translation again. I thought we had worked it, and I thought we were good. But apparently it wasn't. But I thought I did my best to make sure that we were okay. It wasn't until I talked to Ed Zerker about this on, I think it was Monday, before I did an interview with ABC, that there were even any hints that there was a problem. I had, reading the paper and having had the back and forth on this, I had no reason to believe there would be. So that was news to me. So and we didn't have our executive session until yesterday. So I will just say that I did not knowingly try to do anything other than represent the views of not every, but my constituents as I see fit, and we have elections to sort that out in the future. So that's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, Mr. Waring, I think we want to clarify a question that Mr. Waring asked previously about the motion that we've seen. So I think the city attorney will clarify that the motion, which was different from the ordinance title that was read.
Yes.
You asked the question as to whether.
Worked on this
yeah,
in the city
you asked the question as to whether your motion or whoever motion was made needed an emergency clause. Mr. Holm.
And Vice Mayor, Councilman Waring, I apologize. I thought that the original motion was the matter that was noticed on the agenda, which would call for the adoption of an ordinance. In point of fact, now that I look at your motion as drafted, it was to change the practice and not to amend the city council rules, which would require an ordinance amendment to the code. And so I understand now where you were going, and I apologize.
So we did need 5 votes. It's all right. It's just we did work with someone in your office who was available. And again, I think this is more communication. I am not saying in any way anybody was trying to screw this deal up and so forth. I got to feel like I'm getting the level best advice and so forth. And I can't say resent, but I do think saying I'm knowingly doing something is false under the circumstances. I made every possible. We spent hours on this thing. My staff spent hours. Other staffers, Councilman Nowakowski was like, I thought it was 5 votes too. I think Councilman DeZizo's not in. We all thought it was, how could we all be that wrong? So it sounds like there was some confusion. I would have thought Dan would have mentioned it to you, Dan, again, from your office. But apparently that didn't happen. Going forward, hopefully we'll do better.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williamson, Pastor, I'm sorry.
The motion, is it an ordinance or is it a practice?
What motion are you speaking?
The first one.
Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, I thought it was the ordinance, but as I see it in writing now from Councilman Waring, it's to change the practice. So it's not an ordinance.
Okay, so in changing the practice, will the February 17th still be in effect? Will they still be able to pray?
Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, if you change the practice and make it retroactive and cancel the prayer, we will get sued. If you change the practice and make it prospective and allowed her to pray on the 17th,
Okay.
we won't get sued, and then the new practice would be in effect
Got
for
it.
future schedules.
Okay, I need it.
All right, Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio.
I need to respond back to that because what you heard was a lot of nice words, but the actions don't follow the words, follow the actions. Think about this. You have a city attorney who literally has been changing his opinion as he's been sitting up here to be able to accommodate whatever it is, the position that he's trying to push here, which is to ban the prayer. When was the first time you heard about the prayer ban? When? This was the first time it was ever presented. It was done behind closed doors. I'm telling you, that's how these things work here at the City of Phoenix. People up here can get upset, they can complain, they can do all those things, but the bottom line is that is the MO of the City of Phoenix. You have a city attorney who rigged the presentation today. You have a motion that was put out that nobody had the opportunity really to debate until you came over here. Didn't hear it out there, did you? And you have a major change that's occurring here at the City of Phoenix. Major change. This is a significant change here of tradition that's been going on at the City of Phoenix, haphazardly, like, well, I guess we're just going to have to do this. There are other things that could have been done. We had to sit down and let the city attorney have different ideas. I'll give you I asked him about a chaplain. I said, well, what if we had a chaplain from the fire department or police department? He goes, well, if you bring in a Phoenix one from the police department, a chaplain in there, you will have this problem because they didn't go through a process. Well, then tell me the process. That's what an attorney is supposed to do. They're supposed to give you the idea. But what happened from day one is this city attorney has literally been setting this in place. They created the problem. They created
Vice
the
Mayor,
problem
I
here.
just have to say, as
Well,
city manager,
Ed, I'm not done talking. I'm sorry, Ed.
The city
I'm not
attorney
done
did not
talking,
rig
and when I'm
this.
done talking, you can interrupt me. You're not allowed to interrupt. Okay? So the bottom line is you have to be polite too, Ed, because the bottom line, you and I had this
Councilman, we should all
conversation
be
this morning.
polite. We should all be polite.
No,
here.
you and I had this conversation today about the city attorney and how bad he is and what he is doing to this city. He's literally creating a situation here where we're having a problem. You and I had that conversation this morning. And I asked you, I said, try to make it more fair so that those of us that
Vice
are in the
Mayor.
minority here have an opportunity to have
Personal, and I
fairness
think it
when
needs
it
to be
comes to
called
legal.
out of order.
So the bottom line is this, is that this is what you're starting to see here at the City of Phoenix. You're starting to see the problems come up. It's not just this, it's other things too. The Sheraton, the water rate increase that you were lied to, the fact that the City of Phoenix told the public publicly, and this is what Councilman Waring was talking about, told them that we didn't know anything that was going on with these flight changes, major changes that had a major impact for a lot of people's homes, like thousands of homes, right? Well, it turns out city staff said, well, we sort of know, well, we did know about it. We were sitting in the room. This is the kind of stuff that's going on. So the only way to fix this is for literally the public to start taking this into your own hands. We're going to take this forward. We're going to get this thing scheduled. If they don't do that, the politicians here at the city decide not to do this, then we've already got the commitment from the religious community to move this prayer forward, because it's even the secular individuals want to see this. I can't even tell you people that have come up to me and said, Sal, we think this is a good idea. Why would you want to take the prayer away? That's what you're having today. It's a ban on prayer. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Gates, are you still with us on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate everybody's time that they have taken today to speak from the heart on this issue, and I would agree with some of the comments that have been made earlier here. I don't believe anyone on this council is trying to push a Satanist prayer. I believe that everyone is trying to do their level best to follow the law, person by person. I personally disagree. I have respect for Mr. Holm. You know, I personally take a little different view of the legal issues here, and so that's why I'll be voting no on this substitute motion.
Thank you, Councilman Gates. Councilwoman Pastor.
As you can tell, this has obviously been very emotional for all of us. And when my colleagues attack us and my faith, that's very personal. For me, Catholic girl understands and gets it. But when people tell me and I hear that I'm selling my soul, that's wrong, because I'm not selling my soul. Because today, God is standing with me, and He has been with me throughout my life. And He has me in this leadership role to make a decision. And doing that, we have gotten advice, and we have gone round and round about what's best for our city. And people need to understand that. People need to understand the whole picture of how we got here and how this has been going round and round for many different reasons. I do believe that my colleagues on Friday were trying to come to a solution. It was in good faith to get there and had good intentions. But legally, what I am hearing is that on February 17th, she will be allowed to pray. And that's what I understand. And so that is one of the dynamics that we have to understand. And I have heard from all of you to not allow her to pray. And then I've heard from all of you to allow her to pray. I am going to make the best decision that I need to make for this city. And God will be with me, and He will be walking with me on this journey.
Thank you, Councilwoman. This is Councilman Williams.
Vice Mayor, I have a comment.
Councilman Alkowski.
And you know, I hear Councilmember Pastor, and I agree with you. I'm confused because I'm hearing advice from our city attorney telling us one thing, and then we're getting Supreme Court decisions saying totally opposite. Right now, we were told that the first motion on the table would take a 3/4 vote, and it won't take a 3/4 vote. It takes 5 votes. The other thing we heard is also that it wouldn't stop the prayer from the 17th on, which it will, because we're changing the procedure. So that's where the confusion is. We're getting bad advice. So what my primary concern with all this is that we're voting on a moment of silence, and this, what's on the table right now. And what this is going to happen is that there's no other compromise. That's it. We're ending prayer. And to me, that's wrong. I don't think we should share any. I want to make sure that we respect everybody's rights. I want to make sure that we're getting legal advice from decisions from the Supreme Court so that we can make the right decisions here. And that we don't put each other fighting against each other here. And what I'm hearing from people is that we shouldn't allow somebody from the outside, somebody from Tucson, to create all this chaos within the city of Phoenix. What I heard from individuals here is that we should have individuals praying for the city of Phoenix that serves the city of Phoenix, that helps the city of Phoenix, that provides services to the city of Phoenix, and that we as council members that were elected to represent our districts, that we should choose individuals that serve our community, that are servant leaders, that do good. And when I hear testimonies of hate groups, and I didn't know about all this, and this concerns me, that we will allow a hate group to come in here that talks against gays, Jews, and women, a hate group that talks about that they don't care what happened in 9/11, that created a book about rape. How can we allow an individual to do a prayer over the city of Phoenix and guide us with all this hatred? I don't think it's about canceling the meeting. It's about us having a procedure. It's about us doing the right decision. It's about us not allowing people from the outside with a hidden agenda to end prayer to come in here and push their political views in prayer. So what I'm asking my colleagues to do is that, according to what the Supreme Court says here, we are allowed, as elected officials, to choose individuals from our city, from our residents from our city, that serves our city and does good to our city, to do these prayers over our city. And that's what I'm asking my colleagues, is not to end prayer, because a moment of silence will end prayer. A moment of silence will stop prayer, and the generations to come will be affected from it.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Vice
I'm not
Mayor.
finished yet, Vice Mayor. I support the First Amendment and the freedom of speech of individuals. I believe that we have an opportunity for individuals to have comments at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of our meeting. I believe that when we ask for prayer, we're asking for a higher being to come in here and to guide us and to help us make these hard decisions that we have to do. And it's not a political agenda during that prayer. It's asking for advice and guidance. And I believe that that's what we're asking for here, folks. And this moment of silence won't provide that. I had the opportunity to go to a school, and at the schools, before class starts, they have this about 15-second of silence, a moment of silence. I asked the children before I gave my speech, what's a moment of silence to you? Oh, it's a way for us to calm down before school starts. So they lost the whole focus. Children don't really understand what a moment of silence is. And I'm afraid that in the future, before every council meeting, that will happen. So my other concern is that would this ban prayer from all of our city facilities? I'm asking our attorney here, would that in the near future?
I believe that the question is, if the motion on the table, if it passes, will it ban prayer in city facilities?
Vice Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, prayer on public facilities is governed by other rules, not rules that relate to prayers in public meetings sponsored by the public body, such as the City Council. And so all those rules stay in place. There are times when our facilities are actually rented out to churches to conduct their own meetings, and so of course prayer occurs there. There are times when there's an employee organization of Employees for Christ they don't meet on our facilities, but when they're involved in their own activities, they also pray, and so all of those prayers could continue. We're just talking about the practice before the City Council.
Thank you. Another question is, when we have our own meetings out in the community or within our own facilities, would we still be able to start our meetings or lead our meetings with a prayer?
Vice Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, what was the context again? I'm sorry.
Well, basically, if this motion passes, a moment of silence, can we actually have prayer at our district meetings, our block watch meetings that are actually in our city facilities? Or once a month, I actually gather 50 to 80 pastors within my district to actually come down to the city of Phoenix and to pray for my colleagues and the city of Phoenix and all of our employees. Would that ban that in the near future?
But Vice Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, the two motions only apply to this meeting and only the practice of this meeting and this meeting only.
All right.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am also very upset with our councilman. The other end, I really, really work hard to do the very best I can at this job. I've always felt like God puts you where you need to be to do this. And somehow I have no idea. I never dreamed I'd be in politics, and I ended up here. And I try to do what I think is best for the neighborhood, for the city, for everybody here, and for all the employees. I truly, truly resent hearing what I have put a lot of effort in is rigging something when that's not true. I have always been very open. If you get my newsletter, you will see all the information that comes across my desk. But I will tell you on this issue, I was in exactly the same meeting as Councilman DeCiccio, and the other members heard exactly the same thing, had the same discussion, didn't hear anything else till I read Saturday's paper. Did not know what was totally proposed until we come back this week and heard. And I haven't had any secret meetings. I have been very concerned because since all this started, I've not only had emails, phone calls, pass it and I'll kill you. Oh, by the way, did you know that you have a satanic group in your district? Oh, did you hear about the one with spaghetti that actually wears a metal strainer? I hear they want to come. I want to protect the city. I want to do the right thing. I believe that if we don't change what we're doing, we will get sued, and I don't think that the city needs to spend $500,000 when we need to increase so many other things in the city. We need to improve streets, we need to have more police officers and whatever, when we know we would probably not win. Because as our lawyer has repeatedly told us for a week, what the law is, what the constitutional consequences are, and what the decisions that have been made. So I am very defensive of this council. We may not always all agree, and we usually don't. But I really resent it when it gets personal and I get accused of either creating a scam on water rates or trying to rig this, because that is not true. And I have always had great faith in God and been very involved in my church, whether it was raising my kids, teaching Sunday school, raising my grandsons. It has always been part of my life, and I really, really think you need to be careful what you're saying, because you're doing not only personal damage, but I think it's very poor to show this community that we don't respect each other and that we're not working in tandem for the best. We may not agree, but I think we all have the desire to do what's best for this community, and that's not demonstrating it. I would like to call for the question very quickly.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have not had an opportunity to speak, so I'll speak, and hopefully we can go to the roll call vote. This conversation, though incredibly important and passionate, has not made our community safer. It has not grown our economy. It has not made our schools stronger. It's not made our water cleaner. The invocation prior to formal council meetings has become a controversial issue as of late. And while some wish to separate church and state, others wish to ban a certain viewpoint that, for the record, I too find repulsive. I will support the motion to begin each formal city council meeting with a moment of silent prayer and reflection. This protects the constitutional rights of all and allows people to individually pray to whomever they choose and reflect freely, peacefully, and without fear. As a man of faith, I personally will choose to pray. And I hope we can end this polarizing debate that is designed to divide us and not bring us together, and refocus our efforts on the challenges and opportunities that our city faces. Roll call.
DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
No.
Nowakowski.
No.
Pastor. Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-4. Now, we do have one more item on the agenda. I realize many people are here for this last vote, so we'll just...
I'm submitting the letter right now for you folks to know for the election. You're welcome.
The last item on the agenda is item 68.
Michael Johnson in the house.
They're not suggestions. We need a president who defends the First Amendment, who defends free speech, and especially religious liberty. You want to understand just how off track we are? You need look no further than the Little Sisters of the Poor. Little Sisters of the Poor are a Catholic charity of nuns who've taken vows of poverty. They spend their lives caring for the poor and the elderly. Right now, today, the Obama administration is litigating against the Little Sisters, trying to impose millions of dollars of fines on them in order to force the nuns to pay for abortion-inducing drugs and others. Now, let me give you all a real simple rule of thumb. If you're litigating against nuns, you've probably done something wrong. If I'm elected president on the very first day in office, I will instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS and every other federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. We need to defend the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. And let me tell you, the Second Amendment, it's not about hunting. It's not about skeet shooting or target shooting. Those are fun, but that's not why the Second Amendment is in the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment is in the Bill of Rights because if anyone comes into your home at night and seeks to harm your family and seeks to harm your children, then every one of us has a right to defend our home and defend our family and to defend our children. Just a couple of weeks ago, President Obama issued yet more illegal executive actions trying to undermine the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. If I'm elected president on the very first day in office, the first thing I will do is rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action taken by President Obama. We need to defend the Fourth and Fifth Amendments, our rights to privacy. How many of y'all have your cell phones? Let me ask you to please leave your cell phones on. I want to make sure President Obama hears every word we say. We need to defend the 10th Amendment. Or as President Obama calls it, the what? The fundamental protection that says the powers not given to the federal government are reserved to the states and to the people. That means there's certain responsibilities the federal government needs to do and do first. It needs to protect this nation, to keep us safe, to rebuild the military, to stand by our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines. And we need to secure the borders and end sanctuary cities. But there are other areas that the federal government has no business sticking its nose. And chief among those is education, and we need to repeal every word of Common Core. The third key to reigniting the promise of America is we need to restore America's leadership. For 7 years, America has receded from leadership in the world. We have abandoned our friends and allies. And we have shown weakness and appeasement to our enemies. Instead of a president who boycotts Prime Minister Netanyahu, imagine America standing unapologetically alongside the nation of Israel. We will have a commander-in-chief who stands up and says to the world, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We'll have a president willing to utter the words, radical Islamic terrorism. And we will not weaken, we will not degrade. We will utterly and completely destroy ISIS. Now, some of y'all may be thinking, can this happen? Can we do it? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are today is very, very much like the late 1970s, like the Jimmy Carter administration. Same failed economic policies. Same feckless and naive foreign policy. In fact, the very same countries, Russia and Iran, openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. You know, the one person in America thrilled with the job Barack Obama's doing? Barack Obama. Jimmy Carter. Well, and I got to tell you, by the way, some news broke today that Jimmy Carter has endorsed Donald Trump. I'm not making this up. This news broke today that Jimmy Carter gave a public speech, and he said, as between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, I prefer Donald Trump. And Jimmy Carter said why. He said because Donald Trump is malleable. He won't stand for anything in Washington. Donald Trump will be fine. That Cruz guy actually believes this stuff, and he's going to do it. You know, in response, I may have to send Jimmy Carter a bouquet of roses.
Yeah.
But why is it that that analogy to the late 1970s gives me so much hope and optimism? Because we remember how that story ended. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come from Washington. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. It came from the American people, and I'll tell you, 36 years ago, that former governor of California came to the state of New Hampshire. The media despised him. Washington despised him. The pundits all said he couldn't win, he was too conservative. Everyone knows the state of New Hampshire is never going to vote for a conservative. But the Granite State shocked the media and shocked the world, and because of the leadership of the men and women in this room, gave us our 40th President of the United States, Ronald Wilson Reagan. You want to talk about the impact New Hampshire can have. That decision, that victory in New Hampshire, literally changed the course of history, liberated billions across the globe, won the Cold War, and tore the Berlin Wall to the ground. We're at a similar moment, a similar inflection point where the stakes are just as great. Why is it that I'm so optimistic? Because the same thing is happening here. All across this country, people are waking up. Millions of people are waking up. It took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand for freedom, who stand for the Constitution, and who stand for the Judeo-Christian values that have built this great nation. And with that, I'm happy to answer or dodge any questions you have. Yes, sir.
When you're president,
I like how the question begins.
we just had a president, we have a president, appears to never work with Capitol Hill. Would you commit to a couple times a month being over on the Hill, working with them?
So it's a great question. The question is, we have a president now who never works with Congress. Would I commit to work closely with Congress, to go over to Capitol Hill, to meet with them? Yes, yes, absolutely yes. Listen, you look at President Obama, it is astonishing the imperiousness of it. He doesn't speak to members of Congress. He doesn't speak to Republicans, but heck, he doesn't talk to Democrats. You ask, you want to get Democratic senators, put 2 drinks in them, and get them talking about this president. Because he doesn't speak to them. He blows them off. This is an imperial presidency. In fact, Jonathan Turley, who's a liberal law professor, voted for Barack Obama in 2008. He said Barack Obama has become the embodiment of the imperial presidency. Barack Obama has become the president Richard Nixon always wished he could be. Now, there is a silver lining to that. Barack Obama has abused his power through executive authority. Everything done with executive authority can be undone with executive authority.
That's right.
But when it comes to changing the direction of the country, the ship of state, a president has three levers. Number one, you've got executive power, which is why on day one I will rescind every illegal executive order. It's why also you can end the persecution of religious liberty, you can end Common Core, because both of those are being used through the abuse of executive power, so you can do that on day one. The second avenue, the lever that a president can use to change the direction is foreign policy. It's why I have pledged on my first day in office to rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. And to begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. Now, both of those a president can do without Congress. The third avenue, though, is legislation. Legislation's hard, particularly because Congress and Washington are broken right now. If you look at what Reagan did in 1980, he took the case to the American people, and when the Reagan Revolution swept in, it changed the dynamics in Washington. It changed the incentives so that Congress had to listen to the American people. You know, there's an old joke that politics is Hollywood for ugly people. My wife says I resemble that. But what Reagan understood is you go over the heads of Congress, you get the American people behind you, and that's how you get Congress to move. And it is absolutely my intention to work with Congress, to work with Republicans and Democrats, but to do so from a position of strength. So to deal with civility. So, for example, if you look at this presidential race, when others have attacked and insulted me, and I can think of one who does so on Twitter on a daily basis, I have not responded in kind. I will treat everyone with respect and civility, but the way you move Congress is you go to the American people, you get the American people behind you. So, for example, as president, I intend to send to Congress. If you send me a bill that's full of pork, if you send me a budget full of corporate welfare and cronyism, if you send me a bill with special carve-outs for Congress, I will veto. Yes. What are the three things I'll do first to help us? Well, there are 5 things that I said I would do on the first day. The first one is rescind all of the executive orders that are illegal. President Obama has issued orders, but they're contrary to law and contrary to the Constitution, so I will sign new orders repealing those orders that Obama's done. The second thing that I've said I'd do on the first day is I'm going to direct the U.S. Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and to prosecute any and all criminal violations. The third thing I mentioned as well is I'm going to instruct every federal agency to stop persecuting religious liberty. The fourth thing is rip to shreds this agreement with Iran that allows them to acquire nuclear weapons. And the fifth thing is begin to move the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. All of that is on day one. Thank you. Yes.
I got 3.
All right.
All right, so she got 3. First,
I got to say, she's a lot cuter than you.
First one is, would you be in favor of sunset laws? Basically, I'd much rather have Congress worried about what laws we're going to keep than making new laws. Second is basically the corruption that's in Washington. Do you favor term limits? And I'd go beyond that, basically putting in people's a blind trust for anybody in the Senate and a prohibition, just like somebody who belongs to the customers, the sweepstakes thing. They would not be allowed to become a lobbyist or to benefit, not them, not their families. And the third one is basically, I know I want a lot. Andrew Jackson is the only president who has not only balanced the budget, but retired the debt. This only happened once.
I would like you to be the president that repeats that. I'm looking at the young people here. I have children as well. I'm worried about their future. What are you going to do to get to, control the debt and get spending in a more reasonable thing? Those are my things.
All right, three very good questions. Can I maybe, by the way, grab some water from behind the counter? Three very good questions. Let's take them one at a time. The first one was, am I in favor of sunsetting legislation, regulatory programs, agencies? The answer is absolutely yes. Sunsetting is one of the great methods you see, for example, a lot of state legislatures use. Thank you. A lot of state legislatures use. In Texas, we have a sunset commission, and each agency periodically sunsets and has to go back to the legislature and justify its existence, get new authorization, and it ends up being a powerful vehicle for limiting waste and government waste. I think that is very worth doing. The second question was term limits. And I strongly support term limits, not only for members of Congress, but also for Supreme Court justices. And I'll tell you, I used to support term limits until I actually got to the Senate, and when you see it firsthand, I promise you, as bad as you think it is, it's worse. The third question was, what are we going to do about the debt and balancing the budget? There are really two things that matter for the debt and balancing the budget. The first is economic growth. It's why my focus is so laser-like on economic growth. Because if you look at the federal budget, it's the only first-order variable. It's the only input that has a dramatic impact on everything else. And the reason is, look, when you have booming growth, it becomes a double whammy. When you have booming growth, millions of people are coming off of unemployment, or coming off of food stamps, or coming off of disability. So government expenditures start going down. But all those people go get jobs, they begin paying taxes, paying into the systems, and revenues go up. So it's a double whammy, which is why growth is so powerful for the federal budget. How do you get growth? We talked about before. The two levers for getting growth are tax reform and regulatory reform. Historically, the economy has grown on average 3.3% a year. That's been since World War II. From 2008 to today, our economy has grown 1.2%. If we stay mired in the Obama-Clinton stagnation of 1% and 2% growth, we can't balance the budget. The math is impossible. Now, if you get to historical levels of growth, 3, 4, 5%, everything turns around. The last 4-year period where growth averaged less than 1% was 1978 to 1982. It was coming out of the Jimmy Carter administration. And what did Reagan do? He came in and he passed tax reform and regulatory reform. The economy took off. Anyone know what economic growth was in '84, the 4th year of Reagan's presidency? 7.2%. Millions lifted out of poverty into prosperity. That's the single biggest thing you can do to turn the debt around. The other thing that matters is you've got to be willing to take on the corruption of Washington. You know, I've said many times the biggest divide we've got politically, it's not between Democrats and Republicans. It's between career politicians in Washington, in both parties, and the American people. And you know, every candidate running on the Republican side says they'll stand up to Washington. The natural follow-up question all of us need to ask is, okay, when have you ever stood up to Washington? When have you taken on, not just Democrats, but leaders of your own party? Because you know when you do that, you get slammed by Democrats. You get slammed by the media, and you get slammed by Republicans. And I'll give you an example of it from just this week. The Iowa caucus. Now, the Iowa caucus, our campaign did something that has not happened before, which is I came out publicly and clearly against the ethanol mandate, and we still won overwhelmingly in the state of Iowa. Yeah. Now, what's interesting about that is the second and third place finishers, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, both attacked me for opposing the ethanol mandate. They both went hard to Iowa farmers and said, we'll preserve the cronyism, we'll keep the corporate welfare going. Donald Trump went even further. He said, I'll expand the ethanol mandate. All you can eat. So you had the second and third spending millions. The sitting governor of Iowa attacked me directly, told the people of Iowa, vote for anybody but Ted. Yeah. You know what? If we're going to stop bankrupting our kids and grandkids, you've got to have someone willing to say, no cronyism, no corporate welfare, no bailouts for anybody. It's going to be a fair and level playing field, and we're going to stand for the taxpayer. My special interest is our children, is our future, is sticking to the Constitution, is not mortgaging the next generation. And so when it comes to turning around the debt and deficit, when you've got, and you look at the other folks in this field who are good, honorable people, I like the other people running. But you should ask, if they say they're going to take on Washington, when have they ever done so? Because I promise you, in all of recorded history, no one has ever grown a backbone after they got to 1600 Pennsylvania. And you know, let me say something about the good men and women of Iowa. For me to come in and say we should end this mandate, now we should do it fairly, there should be no mandates for everyone, it should be a level playing field. But the men and women of Iowa made a decision. We care more about the future of our kids and grandkids. We care more about our country. That's the kind of sacrifice we need to have focused on what matters. If we stand together, we can pull this country back. Yes, sir. Final question. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Joey, for opening your doors for this event. We really appreciate it. Sir, my question to you is concerning the military. My name is Jim Ball, from Merrimack. I'm retired Air Force, and I absolutely support you 110% on build-up of our military. But what do you propose to do with the people that get out of the military? Right. And the government currently today are turning their back on all of us.
Yes.
And that's very, very disheartening as a retiree.
Yep.
And I'd like to know what you intend to do to correct that problem.
Right. Well, sir, thank you very much. Let me first of all say thank you for serving this country. Thank you for standing up and defending us. The question is incredibly important. Let me take it in two parts. Let me focus first on active duty servicemen and women, and then focus second on veterans. With respect to the active duty, we have seen the ability to defend this nation, our readiness, degraded tremendously over the last 7 years. Let me give some specifics. In 1991, the beginning of Desert Storm, we had roughly 8,000 planes. Today we have about 4,000. In 1991, we had 529 ships. Today we have 272. Our Army had roughly a third more soldiers in it in 1991 than it has today. And as you know, morale of our troops has never been lower. They have a commander-in-chief who does not believe in their mission, and who, even worse, sends them into combat with rules of engagement with their arms tied behind their backs, and they cannot defend themselves. I think that is fundamentally wrong and immoral. If and when we have to engage in military action, we've always been reluctant to do so, but if and when we are called to defend this nation, we should go in, use overwhelming force, kill the enemy, and then get the heck out. Now, your second question concerned our veterans.
What do you propose to do to medically take care of us once we either retire or get out of the military?
Well, the current operation of the VA is a disgrace. You know, Hillary Clinton not too long ago said, "What's the big deal?" It's almost like she said, "What difference does it make?" Well, I'll tell you, when you have government officials lying, keeping fake government books, wrongfully denying veterans health care, needed life-saving treatments that they have earned and they are owed, it is a disgrace, it is an outrage, and if I'm elected president, there will be accountability. Anyone who lied will be fired. Anyone who violated the law will be prosecuted. And the most important reform is structural. We need to fundamentally reform the VA so that every veteran has the right to choose his or her doctor.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the VA and see the doctor at the VA, you're entitled to do that. But if you want to go to the cardiologist at the hospital down the street, you should have the right to do that as well. And that's the biggest reform, because that puts the power with the vets and not with the government administration. Let me say this in closing. If y'all agree with me that the stakes have never been higher, that it's now or never, if we are at the edge of a cliff staring down, and if we keep going this same direction another 4 or 8 more years, we risk doing irreparable damage to the greatest country in the history of the world. If you agree with me, then I want to ask each of you to do 3 things. Number 1, join us. Commit today to come out February 9th in the Republican primary and vote for me. If we stand together as one, we will win. Number 2, bring others. Commit today to pick up the phone and call your mom. That's a good idea to call your mom anyway. Call your sister, or your son, or your next door neighbor, or your business partner, or your college roommate. Say, this election matters. It matters to me. It matters to my kids. It matters to my grandkids. I want to ask every one of you to vote for me 10 times. Now look, we're not Democrats. I'm not suggesting voter fraud. But if every one of you gets 9 other people to show up and vote, you will have voted 10 times. You know, for any of you who are not yet old enough to vote, if you get 10 other people to show up and vote on February 9th, you will have voted 10 times before you turn 18. That's how we win. We come together as one, as we the people, and we rise up and say enough is enough. I will tell you this, if everyone here gets 9 other people to vote on February 9th, we're going to win the New Hampshire primary. And if we win the New Hampshire primary, we will win the Republican nomination. And if we win the Republican nomination, we are going to beat Hillary Clinton, win the general election, and turn this country around. The third thing I want to ask of each and every one of you is that you pray. That you commit today, each and every day between now and Election Day, simply to lift this country up in prayer. That you spend even just a minute a day saying, Father God, please, continue this awakening, continue this spirit of revival. Pull this country back from the abyss. We're here today, standing on the promises of 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear their prayers from heaven and will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. Let me tell you a bit of history that our friends in the mainstream media will never tell you. In January 1981, When Ronald Reagan took the oath of office, his left hand was resting on 2 Chronicles 7:14. The very real and concrete manifestation of that promise from the Word of God. We have faced these challenges before. We have faced the abyss before. And the American people came together and pulled this country back. And I tell you this, we have done it before. If New Hampshire stands as one, united, we can do it again, and we can bring back that last best hope for mankind. That is the United States of America. Thank you.
That's why he undermines the Second Amendment on a regular basis. That's why he undermines religious liberties. That's why he thinks he can govern by decree. That is the reason why you see him doing things on a constant basis to undermine the Constitution. We also elected a president that views this country not as an inspiration to the world, but as an arrogant global power. That's why he believes we need to be cut down to size. And look what he's done. He cuts a deal with enemies like Iran. He betrays an ally like Israel. He guts our military. And he travels around the world apologizing for America. And so people have watched this now for 8 years. And they've watched people run for office promising we're going to stop it, we're going to stop it, and nothing stops it. And it keeps happening. And the result is now a nation that is frustrated and angry. And they should be, and you should be. Your leaders in both parties have failed this country for a long time, but especially over the last 7 years. And we've reached this point. We have reached the point that we are on now. So when I decided to run for president, it was not dissimilar to when I decided to run for the Senate just 4.5 years ago. And when I did it back then, the whole leadership of the Republican Party in the Senate told me I couldn't run. They said they had already picked a candidate and it wasn't me. But I ran anyways and we won. When I decided to run for president now, some of the same people came forward and said, you can't run. I said, well, why? They said, you have to wait in line. You have to wait your turn. I said, wait for what? After 7 years of Barack Obama, this is no time for patience. This is no time to just promote the next person in line, the person they tell us we have to vote for, because if we get this election wrong, there may be no turning back for America. There may be no turning around for this great country. And we cannot lose this election. Think of the consequences if we lost. If we lose this election, it means that someone like Bernie Sanders is president. Well, Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Now, usually when you say that in politics, the other person you're accusing of it will deny it. Not Bernie Sanders. So give him credit for that. He's a socialist. We don't want to be a socialist country. If you want to live in a socialist country, there are literally like 30 countries around the world you can move to. We don't want to be that. The other candidate is not qualified to be president of the United States, Hillary Clinton. Number one, she put classified and sensitive information on her private server, which she knew left it vulnerable to foreign intelligence agencies, but she didn't care because she believes that she's above the law. And she is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. Because anyone who lies to the families of brave Americans who died in the service of this country can never be the commander-in-chief of the United States. We don't know who the nominee is. It's a close race on the Democratic side. They're literally flipping coins. Did you see this? They flipped a coin. If you nominate me, they don't have to flip a coin. We'll beat her. And she knows it. She doesn't want to run against me. Because she knows that if I'm our nominee, number one, I will unify the conservative movement and the Republican Party. I'm not saying we're going to have to agree on everything. I'm saying we can't win if we're divided. So we're going to have a primary, and people are going to say some things they maybe regret later. But in the end, we've got to come together and fast. Because they want us to be divided. They love it when we're divided. Because if we're divided, we can't win. But we can't just... And I'll do that. I will unify this party. But the second thing I will do is I will grow it. I will grow the conservative movement. And you know how we're going to do that? By taking our message to people who have not heard from us in a long time. By taking our message to people who live today the way that I grew up. My parents were not wealthy people. My father was a bartender. Not at a bar, but at a bar at a hotel. My mother was a stock clerk at Kmart. She worked at a factory making aluminum chairs. She was a cashier, and she was a maid. They worked really hard, like many of you do, for a living. I know what it feels like to live paycheck to paycheck. I grew up paycheck to paycheck. I have lived in the past paycheck to paycheck. And I have many people in my family living paycheck to paycheck now, as firefighters and teachers and nurses. It's hard. We need to take our message to people living paycheck to paycheck, because the liberals and the left have lied to them. They have told them that somehow big government is better for them than what we stand for. It is a lie. And the evidence is the last 7 years. We have a record number of people now in poverty in this country. A record number of people living on government dependence in America. A record number of people that have quit looking for work. That is the consequences of liberalism and big government and the Barack Obama agenda. We will grow this movement by taking our message to people who are living the way that I grew up. We will grow this movement by taking our message to young Americans, many of whom are living thousands of dollars into student loan debt. And I mean thousands. There's been a 500% increase in student loan debt in America. And you know why I'm so passionate about it? Because I had a student loan. 3 years ago, I still owed over $100,000 in student loans. And student loans are the worst. That kind of debt is the worst. There's only 2 ways to get rid of it. You pay it off or you die. That's the only 2 ways. I was able to pay it off because I was able to write a book. I got lucky. And the book paid me enough to pay off the loan. It's available on paperback if you're interested. But when my wife and I got married, that loan was the second biggest payment we had to make after the rent. And there were years where I wondered, if you looked at the schedule, I was scheduled to pay it off at 62. That's how long it would have taken to get there. We're going to take our message to families that are raising children in the 21st century. Because my wife Jeanette and I are raising our children in the 21st century. They were here a second ago. I don't usually take my kids to a bar. I think that's probably... They're here somewhere. It's a pro-family bar, yes it is. But we know how hard it is to raise your kids today with the values that we want to teach them, instead of the values that they're constantly trying to ram down our throats. We will unify the party, grow the conservative movement, and we will beat Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders, and they know that. They don't want me to get the nomination. That's why they attack me more than anyone else running. For every one time they attack another candidate, the Democrats and Hillary Clinton attack me 5 or 6 times. Because they don't want to run against me, but I cannot wait to run against her. I cannot wait. Now, but I'm here to ask you for your vote. I'm asking you to make me the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the United States. And you deserve to know exactly what someone will do in that office. It is okay to be frustrated and angry. You have every right to be. But anger alone is not enough. Anger is not a plan. You deserve to know. If someone wants to run for president, they should outline in detail what they're going to do. And we have. It's all over the website, marcorubio.com. Let me go through a few of those things. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the oath of office, which means on a very cold day probably, I'm going to go outside, I'm going to put my left hand on the Bible and my right hand in the air, and I'm going to swear to uphold the Constitution. And unlike Barack Obama, I will actually mean it. That means instead of undermining the Second Amendment, I'll fight and I'll protect it. You have a right to defend yourself and your family from a terrorist or from a criminal. When I'm president, we are defending the Second Amendment, not undermining it. Then, after I take the oath of office, I'm going straight to the Oval Office. And when I get to the Oval Office, I am going to repeal every single one of Barack Obama's unconstitutional executive orders. Every single one of them. And right after I'm done doing that, I am going to cancel his dangerous and reckless deal with Iran. It's gone on my first day in office. We're going to deal with the national debt. I was looking, just before I got here, they had sent me some figures to look at, latest statistics. In less than 5 years, only 17% of the federal budget will be discretionary spending, meaning the military, roads, bridges, all that other stuff. The rest of it, the rest of the entire federal budget will be Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the interest on the debt. We are 4 to 5 years away from a major catastrophe from a debt crisis perspective. And no one is doing anything serious about it. Let me be more blunt. The next president of the United States will not be able to complete one term without dealing with the national debt. It is a ticking time bomb. It is the most predictable crisis in American history. And what this generation of leadership is doing to our children has never been done before. We've never had a generation of leaders take the attitude that we'll let our kids worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow's almost here. When the world figures out that America doesn't have a plan to pay off its debt, you're going to have a debt crisis. And it's coming fast. And to deal with it, we're going to have to save Social Security and Medicare. My mom is on Social Security and Medicare. I don't want to see that program disrupted for her in any way. And we don't have to change anything for her, for people like her, or for people that are 10 years or less away from retirement. But your next president better be willing to tell you the truth. Those programs will not look the same for me 35 years from now as they do for my mother, as they did for my father, or as they do for some of you. It will have to change for younger Americans. It'll still be the best thing in the world, but it'll work a little differently. What kind of changes? Instead of retiring at 67 like I'm supposed to now, 30 years from now I'll have to retire at 68. It's less than 30 years, but 25 years, whatever it is. My kids the same. If I've made a lot of money, my Medicare payments aren't going to grow as fast, or my Social Security payments aren't going to grow as fast as they grew for someone that makes less money. Medicare could be the option of taking my money and using it to buy a private Medicare plan that I like better. This is not unreasonable for someone that has 25 or 30 years to get ready for it, in exchange for not having to change it for the people that are on it now and have earned it. This is not a favor we're doing people. You have Social Security and Medicare because all the years you worked, the government took money away from you out of your paycheck. They're not doing you a favor. But we're going to keep our word on the programs to the people that have it now. But if we want to save it and bring our debt under control, we're going to have to make some changes for people that are 30 or 40 years away from retirement. And our next president better do that, or we will have a debt crisis in America. There is no tax we can raise that deals with our debt. If you took all the money away from the millionaires, it wouldn't be enough. We're going to get rid of Obamacare when I'm president once and for all. Everyone running for president will tell you the exact same thing, as a Republican anyway. Bernie wants to grow it, and so does Hillary, but everyone will tell you that as a Republican. I'm the only one running that's ever done anything about it. In 2014, I led the effort, and we got rid of the bailout fund. They had created a bailout fund in Obamacare. They were going to use your taxpayer money to bail out private insurance companies, and we got rid of it. When I'm president, we're getting rid of the rest of Obamacare. With a simple majority vote of the House and Senate, we will repeal Obamacare, and we are putting you back in charge of your health care decisions. Some of you might know already that my parents weren't born in the United States. They were born on the island of Cuba. I am the son and grandson of immigrants. My wife's entire family are immigrants. I grew up in a community of immigrants, and I still live in one. And I know that first and foremost, immigration policy has to be like every other kind of policy. What is good for America and Americans first? And what's good for America and Americans now, first and foremost, is keeping ISIS out of this country. And they're trying to get into this country. So this is not going to be about a religious test or discrimination. It's going to be a very simple rule when I'm president. If we don't know for sure who you are, and we don't know for sure why you're coming, you can't come in. You cannot enter the United States when I'm president unless we know who you are and why you are coming. That will be the rule. By the way, I'm also tired of being told that securing our border is anti-immigrant. It is what sovereign countries do. And securing our border isn't just about keeping people out, it's about keeping heroin out. It's about keeping drugs out. It's about keeping terrorists out. We know what it takes to secure the border. Instead of 20,000 new IRS agents, we need 20,000 new border agents. We need to finish the 700 miles of fencing and walls that we've needed for 20 years. We need an entry-exit tracking system, which means visa overstays, because the airport is a border too. Someone comes here on a 90-day visa, they stay, that's 40% of the problem right there. And we need E-Verify. So if you're in this country illegally, you don't get hired. That's what's drawing a lot of people to come here, is they get hired for cheap labor. You do that, and illegal immigration will come under control, and the border will be sealed. And until we do that, we're not doing anything else. And after that, we're not going to have amnesty. And criminal aliens are going to be immediately deported. And when I'm president, sanctuary cities are going to lose their federal funding. I'm going to introduce you to my family in a moment. They're back. You can stand here, Anthony. All right, he doesn't want to stand here yet. Let me close with one more point. The most important thing the federal government does is supposed to keep you safe. National security is the most important. It's the reason why we have a federal government. And commander-in-chief's the most important job of a president. And Barack Obama's a terrible commander-in-chief. So we have a lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons. The Chinese hack our computers. They steal our inventions. Literally, you make a glass of water. Well, maybe that's a bad example for me, but let's say you make a jacket like this, and you manufacture it in China. I promise you, in less than a year, they're making it themselves. They've taken it away from you. And a year later, you open up the newspaper, you feel people are making the jacket, they're selling it in your community, and China stole it from us. Then you've got the Russians. Vladimir Putin is sowing all kinds of instability in Europe and in the Middle East. Iran, Barack Obama's going to give them $100 billion of sanctions relief. They're not going to build orphanages with that money. They're going to grow their military, sponsor terrorism to kill Israelis and Americans, and one day build a nuclear weapon of their own. And then ISIS. These people are animals. This is the most radical, the most dangerous, the best funded jihadist group in history. They burn people alive in cages. They sell little girls, 9, 10-year-old little girls, off as brides to their fighters. In the face of all this danger, what has Barack Obama done to our military? He's gutting it. He's gutting it. It's not an exaggeration. You tell me if this is an exaggeration. The Army is about to be the smallest it's been since World War II. The Navy is about to be the smallest it's been in 100 years. And the Air Force is about to be the smallest and the oldest airplanes we have ever had in our history. That is the facts. To me, by the way, it's unconscionable and unimaginable that someone could run for president as a Republican in the party of Reagan and have voted for budgets that brag about cutting defense even more. The point is this. I want to be clear because I've had some questions in town halls, people saying, oh, we spend too much on the military. If you believe that, you probably shouldn't vote for me because when I'm president, we are going to rebuild the U.S. military. We're going to rebuild the U.S. military. You know why? Because these defense cuts are unfair to the men and women in uniform, too. They're not just unsafe, they're unfair to them. We're cutting their pay. You got people serving us in uniform and they're getting their houses foreclosed on. So, did Hillary ran the train again at my event? They always do this. Unbelievable. They will stop at nothing. Don't worry, the Chinese hack the lights at some events I do, so it doesn't work out. So it's unfair to our men and women in uniform. Number two, we're going to have a real war on terror. This is not a war on terror. We're going to have a real war on terror. The best intelligence agencies in the world are going to tell us where these terrorists are. The best military in the world is going to destroy them. And if we capture these people alive, they're not getting a lawyer. They don't have a right to remain silent. They're going to Guantanamo. And we're going to find out everything they know. And we're going to take care of our veterans. If you're a veteran, we thank you for your service. We're really honored by your service, and we thank you. And by the way, when it comes to terrorism, you know who the first responders are now in a terrorist attack, or have always been? Are firefighters and police officers. You saw what happened in San Bernardino. You just see the video of this police officer telling the people with him, listen, follow me out of the building. Before they get to you, they're going to have to go through me. This happens every day. I'm so tired of these articles about how the police is doing this. The police, the firefighters, these people are the last thing standing between us and danger. And we thank them for what they do, and their families too. By the way, a lot of firefighters and police officers are veterans. And the way we treat veterans in America today is shameful. It's shameful. When I'm president, for example, at the VA, the benefits are going to belong to you. When I'm president, you will be able to take your VA benefits to any hospital and any doctor that you want. So let me wrap this up because I want to get to your questions. And let me actually, they're standing here. Come forward, guys. I want you to meet everybody. Come here. I want you to see you. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? All right. This is Anthony. This is Anthony. This is Dominic.
Hi.
This is my oldest, Amanda. This is Daniela. And this is my wife, Jeanette. And I'm so glad they're here. And I'm glad they're here because it reminds me in vivid detail why I'm running to begin with. I'm running because I want them and your kids to inherit the greatest country in the world. That's what I inherited. America's not just the country I was born in. This is the country that changed the history of my family. When my parents came here in 1956, they had nothing. Nothing. My father started working when he was 9 years old, so barely older than him, barely younger than him. Imagine, his mother passes away, and they tell him, you have to go work. You can't go to school anymore. He would work for the next 70 years of his life. They came here, they had nothing. They barely spoke English at the time. The first words my father learned in English literally were, I'm looking for a job. They had spelled it out on a little piece of paper, and it was hard. He was discouraged. Those early years here were not easy for them. But they persevered. Let me tell you what happened. Less than 10 years after my parents came here that way, they owned a home. My dad was a bartender at a hotel on Miami Beach. They owned a home, not a mansion, but they owned a home in a safe and stable neighborhood. A few decades after that, they were both retired with dignity and security. Not rich, but retired with dignity and security. But the most important thing for my parents was this.
To deny one
they
group
lived to see all four of their children have a life better than their own.
Thank you very much.
That was possible
I'm just going
because
to
this is
say
a special
that
country.
I'll be supporting the
That's what makes it special. Every country has rich people.
motion. And I want to say
Every country has rich
this is
people. We're not against rich people.
way
We
this
like that
issue-
we have rich people. But what makes it special are the millions and millions of people that aren't trying to get rich. When you go work at a factory, when you become a welder, a plumber, a firefighter, a police officer, a teacher, a nurse, you know you're not going to become a millionaire doing that work. All you want is a good job that you enjoy and that treats you fairly. You want to make enough money to pay your bills, own a home, enjoy your weekends, retire with dignity, and give your kids the chance to be everything you never, ever always wanted to be. Give them a chance to be everything they want. You know, it has a name. That's called the American dream. And it's in trouble. And if we lose it, we stop being a special country. And this election has to be about not losing that. And if we have next 4 years are like the last 7, we are going to lose it. If the next 4 years are like the last 7, my children and your children will be the first Americans ever in our history who are left worse off by their parents, not better off. America's a special country, not by accident. The people who were here before us, your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, they made the difficult choices. They made sacrifices. They confronted their challenges. They embraced their opportunities. And for over 2 centuries, ours has been a nation where each generation leaves the next better off. My friends, now it's our turn. Now the time has come for us to do our part. And when I'm president, we will. We will embrace the principles that made us great and apply them to the challenges of the 21st century. And if we do this, we're not just going to save the American dream, we're going to expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And our children won't just be as well off as we are, they'll be better off. They're going to be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. And America and the 21st century is going to be greater than it's ever going to be, it has ever been. The 21st century will be a new American century. So I thank you. I look forward to answering your questions. All right. So we're going to start answering your questions. Look, I'm going to take this. It's not a Chinese jacket. I'm trying to make sure that it's not. But it's hot, so I'm going to. So where are the microphones for the questions, guys? Okay. Is there another one? All right. We'll try to find you guys. It's a big crowd, and I'm grateful to you guys for being here. But it was getting hot in here. All right.
We all have to focus as well as you.
You are going to fight. We are going to do this together. All right.
We have the first question right here.
Yep.
Hi, Senator
Hi.
Rubio. I appreciate the way that as a legislature you've been able to work across the aisle. Could you describe more about your management style for when you're in the executive office, how you'd get the actual government workings?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I believe the government's a very limited, federal government's supposed to be a very limited government. Okay? It's involved in way too many things. It was never designed to be a national central government. It's supposed to be a limited government. The Constitution spells it out. It says, here are the powers of the federal government. If it's not on that list, it doesn't belong to us. So we've got to bring that under control. It's why I support term limits. It's why I support, by the way, you want term limits, you're going to have to do it. I support them. You know, Article 5 in the Constitution allows you to put term limits in the Constitution. It's called the Convention of States. I encourage you to sign up and get involved in that effort. We are 5 states away from being able to do it. 5 state legislatures away from being able to get that. But anyway, it's supposed to be a limited government. The most important job of an executive is to hire the right people, put them in the right position, set the direction for the organization, and hold people accountable. There is no accountability now. Who's been held accountable for Fast and Furious?
No one.
No one. Is there going to be accountability because of what Hillary Clinton did on this email? Probably not. Okay, no one's been held accountable for these things. Who's been held accountable for lying about Benghazi? No one. Who's been held accountable for all of this stuff? No one gets held accountable. And that's why this administration is one of the reasons it's such a disaster. So you have to put the right people in the right position and hold people accountable. It's right, you really shouldn't fill up your government with a bunch of people that you're giving it out as a political favor. Oh, they endorsed me early, so I'm going to make them Secretary of State. Well, that's how you get what we got, a disaster. So we have, one of the things we're very blessed with is we have a very talented field of candidates. There are people running for president now that obviously not everyone can win. These are talented people. We have a good group of people to pick from. And none of them is a socialist, and none of them is under FBI investigation. So we have, now, you talk about working with the other party. Yeah, absolutely. There are issues we can work together on. And we should, and I have. I want to be fair. I passed a law 2 years ago that gave the VA secretary the power to fire senior executives at the VA that were not doing a good job. Do you know who worked with me to pass that? Bernie Sanders. Now, we don't agree on virtually anything else, but at least we agreed that if you're not doing a good job, they should be able to fire you. So yeah, if there's a chance to work together, I'll work together. But there are some issues we're going to have an election over. The Democrats don't want to work with us on Obamacare. They don't want to work with us on some of the other issues. But on some of the ideas I have about higher education, it's bipartisan. And let me say one more point. I'm tired of being divided against each other for political reasons, like this president's done. Always pitting people against each other. Always. He's always, look at today, he gave a speech at a mosque. Oh, basically implying that America is discriminating against Muslims. Of course there's discrimination in America of every kind. But the bigger issue is radical Islam. And by the way, radical Islam poses a threat to Muslims themselves. They argue that. They'll tell you that. But again, it's this constant pitting people against each other that I can't stand that. It's hurting our country badly. We can disagree on things, right? I'm a Dolphin fan. You're a Patriot fan. Okay, well, maybe that's a bad example. But my point is that we can disagree on things in America. We have a republic. You disagree, you have a new election, you get rid of people. If there's a chance to work together, we have to. What I'll never do is I'll never pit Americans against each other to win an election. And what I've always told people... The people with like the Hillary Clinton t-shirts and stuff like that, I'll cut their taxes too. Not that. I know, I got you. I'm kidding. I know. I just wanted one more chance to see the shirt, you know? I intend to be the president of all Americans, even the people that don't like me. I'm going to keep their families safe. I'm going to try to do everything I can to get the economy to grow for them. They can say whatever they want about me. They have a right to. I'm not running to be king. I'm running to be president. And but we do need to stop pitting Americans against each other on purpose every day the way this president does, along ethnic lines and racial lines and economic lines and religious lines. Stop it already. It's hurting the country. That'll stop when I'm president. Guys, just find the microphone, because, oh, there you go. Because nobody will be able to hear you if there's not the mic.
Hi, Senator.
Hi.
We lost 4 years ago. Why do you think we lost? There's a theory that we won the middle. Mitt won the independence, but he lost the base. How are you going to win back the base?
Well, first of all, I would tell you that the base in our party, it's a conservative party. My record is as conservative as anyone running for president. As anyone. And it's not just conservative in the Senate. It's conservative in the state house. I was the Speaker of the House in the third largest state in the country. You can go back and see my record. It's all there on the website, marcorubio.com. I'm the one that fought imminent domain abuse. I'm the one that balanced not one but two state budgets at a time of deep downturn. 2007, 2008, we didn't raise a penny in taxes. In the Senate, my voting record is as conservative as anyone in the Congress. Look, every group ranks me that way. So we're going to be able to unify the party. Here's why I believe we lost. And this is not a slight on Mitt. It's unfair to him. But the Democrats convinced people that Mitt Romney didn't care about people like them. If you looked at the exit polls at the end of that race, Mitt Romney won the following questions. Who's better on the economy? Who's better for jobs? Who's better balancing the budget? Who will do better at all kinds of things? But he lost one question 2-1. Who cares more about people like you? And it's not fair because Mitt Romney's a decent man. He does care about people. But the Democrats do the same line they always use. Oh, Republicans, they only care about really rich people. They don't care about anybody else. They can't do that to me. How is Hillary Clinton going to lecture me about living paycheck to paycheck? I guess she could argue, oh, you come from privilege. Your dad was the head banquet bartender at Sam's Town in Las Vegas or whatever. How is she, how is she going to lecture me with young Americans about student loans? I had one. I already described that to you. How is she going to lecture me about what parents are facing in the 21st century? I know that we can take our message to people that haven't voted for us before, and we can convince them that conservatism is better than liberalism, because I'll be able to say to people, I come from where you are. I lived and grew up the way you live, and I'm a conservative, and you should be too, because what we stand for is better for our country and for your family than the lies the left keeps telling you. And I know we'll win, and we'll win in places like Michigan. We'll win in places like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire. I want to win the state twice. I can't promise you California, okay? I can't promise you that. I could probably win San Diego, and then it gets tough, so.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, not bad. I have a question about the Iran deal. You talk about how you want to scrap it, right?
Yes.
And what are you going to do with the other European countries in particular who want to continue to do business with Iran after you scrap it? How are you going to keep your leverage on them?
Well, first of all, the deal with Iran is not a binding treaty. Here's what the deal with Iran is. It is the president unilaterally deciding to stop enforcing the sanctions. Not a treaty, there's no legal paper at all. It's just an agreement that he's made. Number two, they'll have a choice to make. Germany, France, they're going to have a choice to make. They can do business with Iran, or they can do business in the American economy. I'm very confident they're going to choose the American economy, because we're 45% of global commerce, and Iran is less than 1/10% of global capital flows. So I think they'll choose us. And Iran will have a choice. We have no problem with the Iranian people. By the way, the Iranian people are very modern. They're very forward-leaning, very pro-Western, very young. Their leaders are crazy. Their leader's the Ayatollah of Iran. The guy's a radical Shia cleric. They should get rid of the guy. And hopefully they will. But we're not letting these crazies build a nuclear weapon. Because they talk about destroying Israel. It's not like a talking point. They really mean it. They want to destroy Israel. If they ever get a nuclear weapon that can reach the United States, they're already developing long-range rockets. People don't understand. In less than 10 years, Iran will possess a rocket capable of hitting where we're standing right now. North Korea already has something that can hit California. Now imagine them with a nuclear warhead. They could hold us hostage. And these people are nuts. The head of the Ayatollah in Iran is an apocalyptic guy. He thinks his job is to trigger an Armageddon, where this messianic figure called the Mahdi, the 12th Imam. I know this is going to come back and govern the world. I know this stuff sounds kind of science fiction-ish, and I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. It's what he believes. And someone who believes that his job is to trigger the apocalypse can never get nuclear weapons. And we're not going to let that happen when I'm president. And the sanctions help us to at least keep money away from them that they're now going to use to pay for all this stuff.
Senator, second to last question.
Well, we'll take 2 or 3 more. We've got some time.
Will there be any special needs appointments in your administration?
For special needs families? Yeah. Yes. First of all, it's an issue that I've actually worked in for a long time, going back to my time in the state legislature. And special needs is a broad spectrum. So when I was in the legislature as a speaker, I'll be frank, I didn't know a lot about, for example, autism. I just didn't know a lot about it. I heard about it, and then we had somebody close to our family impacted by it. And at the same time, one of my friends in the legislature had a son born with Down syndrome. And so when you learn about something personally, it's so different than when you read about it in a book or in a magazine. Because now it's got a face and a name and a life. And what you see quickly is these parents are desperate because in many of these disabilities, if you don't get early intervention when they're young, you lose their potential. Autism in particular, you got to get kids into a program quickly at 2, 3, 4 years of age. You wait till they're 12, 10, or 8, it's too late, at least to get the full benefit of it. And these parents were desperate. The last bill we voted on while I was Speaker, because we had term limits, so it was my last vote, was a bill to open up insurance coverage for people that had kids with these conditions. Why? Because, by the way, these conditions don't just come with learning disabilities, they come with physical maladies. In the case of our friend, their daughter had autism, but she also didn't eat solid food. All she would do is drink Ensure. So it's ruining her teeth, her nutrition, all kinds of problems, and the insurance company was giving them a hard time about it. I think so. One of the things that we want to do in America is we've got to, for example, you look at the long term of someone with disabilities. Number one, you want to ensure they can fulfill their potential, whatever that potential may be. It depends on where you are on the spectrum, but everyone, for the most part, can do something. And you want to ensure that you can get them into a position where they can fulfill their potential, whatever it may be. That's why I believe so strongly in vocational training. There are people that have some disabilities that may not allow them to get a PhD in physics, but they might be able to work at a factory. They might become a welder. They might be able to fix a car. They might be able to do something that makes them productive and gives meaning and purpose to their days. And we should pursue that vigorously. When I'm president, I'll make it easier. That's why I support school choice. No parent should be forced to leave their kids in a school that isn't providing services for them. And that's what's happening. People are basically condemned. If they don't have the money to send their kids to a better learning environment, they're stuck. This is true for all parents. For parents with kids with special needs, it's desperation. Your kids have to go to some government school. The school doesn't have a good exceptional education program, and you can't afford to pay to send them to a better place. That's immoral. That's wrong. That's why I've supported a corporate scholarship program that allows American companies to donate money. Instead of paying a portion of their taxes, they can donate it to a local not-for-profit scholarship organization that gives scholarship to needy economic families so they can put their kids in the right learning environment, including kids with disabilities. And this is an issue I learned. My sister is an exceptional, well, two of my sister-in-law, Jeanette's sister, and my sister are both exceptional education teachers. Or were. My sister's now an assistant principal. So you hear about the struggles that these families face, and the narrow window of time is very small. And we've gotten to a point in this country where virtually no matter what disability someone has, if we can get early and help them maximize their potential, there's things they can do with their life. And then long term, we also have to start worrying about what do you do with these kids that are going to outlive their parents? Because the truth is, in many of these cases now, we've made incredible advances in science and in medicine. And it used to be that someone born with certain conditions, Downs or something else, would die before their parents did. Not anymore. Life expectancy now has reached almost par. And so what you're going to have is parents die, and these people are going to be alive for another 20 or 25 years. We've got to find a solution to that. And it worries me that the disability fund is going bankrupt. It worries me that Medicare is on a path to insolvency. It worries me that Medicaid, which is a program for people that don't have a lot of money, is badly designed. There's no flexibility. There's no choice in the program in many states. So the answer to your question is I think something we need to confront, and I'll tell you why, one more reason why, because it makes us different. In almost every other country in the world, China is a great example. You're born with a disability, they don't even try to teach you. They don't even try. In many countries in the world, if you're born with a disability, they don't even try. You just get left behind. In America, we try to teach everyone. We believe all human life is worthy of fulfilling its potential. Let's get another one. Marco, let's get two more after this.
Marco, very quickly. Is this
yes,
on?
Sir.
Two quick things. Number one, thank you for your family for coming. There will be Americans who will actually vote for you because of your beautiful family.
Whatever it takes, my friend, whatever it takes.
Exactly. So that worked. Number two, you found the silver bullet in part of your conversation when you mentioned being president for all Americans. Now, President Obama made that promise, but he failed miserably right out of the gate. Between himself and Eric Holder, it was clear to all thinking Americans that he was really not going to fulfill that promise, and he never did, and he never will. That's half of the silver bullet. The other half, I believe, is in this campaign to transcend all the vitriol and all the caustic wordplay that's rampant right now. And I think if you can get through without jumping into the fray, I know you have to defend yourself at times, but I think there's a lot of love in that room, and it will carry right through the country.
Yeah. Well, on the first point that you talk about being a president for all Americans.